Dreamscape presents A Millionaire at Midnight by Naima Simone, narrated by Philip Alcess and Deva Lucas. Chapter 1. The prince slid the glass slipper on Cinderella's foot, and of course it was a perfect fit. So then he carried Cinderella to his waiting carriage and his castle where they wed. But the prince ended up being a cheating asshat, and Cinderella, who wasn't really all that sweet in the first place, moved out, taking the prince for half his kingdom and his entire fleet of carriages, which served him right because he should have kept his dick in his damn pants in the first place. The end. Morgan Lett finished the fairy tale, or her embittered version of it, with great relish and satisfaction. Even the heavy sigh emanating from the speaker on her cell phone couldn't dim her grin. Really, Morgan? Her best friend Chloe Hunter's drawl rolled over the line. When you said you wanted to read the baby a bedtime story, I was kind of expecting the more traditional, profanity-free, less Real Housewives of Ever After account. What? Morgan shrugged, lounging against the back of the limo's black leather seat. The vehicle paused at a stoplight, and she stared out the dark, smoked windows to the mixture of old churches and glass and steel towers that made up Boston's Copley Square neighborhood. I think my goddaughter deserves to hear the unvarnished truth instead of some watered-down story with sewing mice and crystal castles that are probably mortgaged to the hilt with rent-to-own thrones and crowns. A soft snuffling sound echoed in the limo, and a warm sensation like sweet, buttered syrup slid through her chest. Aw, see? Sinead agrees with me, don't you, sweetheart? Morgan cooed to the newborn baby girl whom Chloe had just given birth to a couple of weeks earlier. Morgan had traveled all the way to Dublin, Ireland, for her goddaughter's entrance into the world, and had fallen in love at first sight with her pink, wrinkly, gorgeous face. She sighed. I miss you guys. I know. I miss you too. We'll be in Boston in a few weeks so my parents can see the baby, Chloe said. A heavy pause emanated through the transatlantic call, and Morgan gritted her teeth, knowing the question that would come even before her friend voiced it. Morgan, are you okay? Are you okay? How are you? Is there anything I can do for you? All variations of the same question, which was, how fucked up are you since your fiance dumped you for your stepsister? As if that could be answered with a simple reply. If she said, I'm hanging in there. It's not the easiest situation in the world to deal with, but I am. People would think she was lying. But if she said, well, honestly, I'm not going to be satisfied until I have his balls pried off with a rusty spoon, then they would look at her like she'd gone all wives with knives on them. With either impression, they wouldn't be wrong. Finding your fiancé and stepsister declaring their undying love for one another and sharing a passionate kiss kind of made a girl swing from morose to numb to rageaholic in alarmingly short intervals. So instead, Morgan just said, I'm fine. Chloe was her closest friend, but admitting how stupid and humiliated she felt was tough, damn near impossible. Listen, I'm almost to the hotel, so I have to go, but I'll call you tomorrow. All right, have fun tonight, Chloe said and sighed. Part of me wishes I could be there with you. After all, it was the Bachelor auction that brought Neil and I back together. Who knows? Maybe you'll find your Prince Charming tonight. A year ago, Morgan had coerced Chloe into attending the Rhodonite Society's annual Masquerade Bachelor auction. Donations from the charity event provided much-needed funds to the Blake Literary Foundation and served up 10 bachelors on silver platters. Chloe had found the man of her dreams. The chances of Morgan finding similar happiness? Pretty much non-existent. Morgan snorted. Pass. I'm only going because Mom is forcing me to attend. This is just the latest party in a whirlwind of parties. She wants to show a united front and mitigate the embarrassment of having a daughter who was dumped by her high society fiancé. And what better way to do that than force me to prey on another man? Her mother loved her, of that Morgan had no doubt. But contrary to what she believed, no number of appearances at philanthropic galas, political fundraisers, and cocktail mixers could strip away the coat of humiliation that rejection had painted on her. Instead, they only presented people with more opportunities to gawk and gossip. Seeing the former untouchable darling of Boston's social elite brought low gave them a lot of fodder. The only saving grace was that each party allowed her the opportunity to schmooze and network for Phoenix House, a nonprofit organization that assisted women who were fresh out of abusive relationships or homelessness in gaining their independence and solid footing in a fast-moving world. What had started as writing a check for a charity had blossomed into volunteering, and from there into a passionate advocacy. Through her time there, she'd met such brave, loving, self-sacrificing women who were survivors, warriors. So yeah, Morgan's suffering did have one silver lining. No, make that two. Cynthia and Troy, her stepsister and fiance, ex-fiance, damn it, hadn't attended any of these parties. Keeping a stiff upper lip could only go so far. "Morgan?" Chloe murmured. "Nope," she said, slicing a hand through the air, although her friend couldn't see the gesture. God, she hadn't meant to say all that about her mom, hadn't meant to reveal she gave a damn. "Not going there. And I'm here and have to put on my resting bitch face, so talk to you soon." With another sigh, Chloe conceded. "Call me and let me know how it went." Morgan hit the end button and tucked the phone into her postage stamp-sized sequined purse. The limo slowed to a halt in front of the luxury hotel where the Bachelor auction was being held. Butterflies slam-danced in her belly, and she inhaled a deep breath, hoping to suffocate the little beasties. "One more night to get through. You can do this. It can't break you." "I'm fine," she whispered as the chauffeur opened the rear door. Was she practicing or trying to convince herself? She didn't know. But if she had a fifth of vodka for every time she'd repeated those two words, she'd be drunk off her ass and really fine. With a cool smile for the benefit of the press gathered around the hotel entrance, she accepted the chauffeur's offered hand and stepped out of the limousine. People adorned in furs, gowns, glittering jewels, and tuxedos strolled into the covered hotel entrance. Boston's financial titans, philanthropists, socialites, celebrities, and fashion icons had decked themselves out in their finest to attend one of the fall season's most popular events. In the past, she'd looked forward to the gala. Her stepfather had considered himself a humanitarian, so Morgan shelling out thousands of dollars on masked bachelors hadn't been a catalyst for one of his learn the value of a dollar lectures. Still, those sit-downs had been their only long, heartfelt conversations. He'd saved the "how was your day" and "what's going on in your world" talks for his daughter Cynthia. Her he'd adored. Morgan he'd tolerated because of his wife, Morgan's mother. And he couldn't have proven that more in the reading of his will 4 months ago. If there was one thing Gerald Carrington loved more than his daughter and wife, it was getting the last word. Burying all thoughts except those about getting through the night ahead, she shored up her polite social mask and erected emotional barriers that would make Fort Knox look like a kid's snow fort. Let the charade begin. An hour later, that social mask bore minute cracks and fissures, the result of well-meaning "how are yous" and smirked "such a shames." But the worst were the pitying glances. They scraped at her like a coarse blanket over tender, exposed skin. "Mom, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back," she murmured to her mother, squeezing the other woman's hand. Catherine let Hudson Carrington excused herself from her conversation with a friend before shifting her attention to Morgan. "Is everything okay, honey?" "I'm fine. Jesus. At some point, she was going to have that tattooed on her forehead, so when people asked, she would just point to it. Exhaling a deep breath, she nodded. I just need a little bit of air. Blue eyes identical to the pair Morgan met in the mirror every morning softened. Don't take too long. The auction is about to start. I won't. Offering her mother a tight-lipped smile, she threaded through the crowd toward the exit. Glimpsing a waiter, she switched directions and headed toward the large French doors at the back of the ballroom. Air. Swiping a glass of champagne from the tray of a passing server, Morgan swallowed a large gulp. If her mother had caught her, she would have admonished Morgan about champagne being sipped, not downed like a keg of beer by a frat boy. But in cases like these, cases where a person skipped real close to the bitch-slapping edge, alcohol should be consumed in large quantities. Yes, she chugged more champagne. Alcohol and fresh air. Didn't matter if the cold November night would turn her into a popsicle. She needed to escape. Stat. Morgan! Oh, fuck. Plastering a smile on her face, she slowly pivoted and faced Angela and Crystal Moreland. Aside from their vibrant red hair, the sisters looked nothing alike. Angela, tall and slender as a rail, and Crystal, petite and sporting the curves of a Botticelli model. Oh yes, there was one more thing the sisters shared. Morgan reminded herself, gritting her teeth as she spied the avaricious gleam in their eyes. Gossip. The more salacious and spiteful, the better. Hi, Morgan. Angela greeted her again, sympathy oozing from her voice. How are you? She asked, drawing out you until it stretched into 3 syllables. Hello, Angela, Crystal. I'm fine, she said, cringing inside. How are you? Oh, honey, you don't have to pretend with us, Crystal cooed. We know how difficult all this messiness must be. Yes, you can tell us the truth. Angela tilted her head, the syrupy tone conflicting with the steely glint in her gaze. I don't even know how you're here. I mean, if my sister betrayed me with my fiance... She shook her head. I would never do that to you, Angela, Crystal said. Sisters just don't do that to one another. Well, the heart wants what the heart wants, Morgan murmured, cocking an eyebrow. Or at least that's what I hear. You must be so humiliated, Crystal continued, placing her hand on Morgan's arm. I heard you caught them in bed having sex. Is that true? The other woman pressed closer, her grip tightening. Did you and Cynthia really fight over Troy? Oh, for the love of... Morgan rolled her eyes and pried Crystal's fingers loose. No, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the rumors of a drag-down catfight are false. Girls Gone Wild wants their refund back, actually, she drawled. Well, of course she has to say that. Angela pseudo-whispered to her sister as if Morgan wasn't standing right there. Jesus Christ, had she ever considered these two friends? Then a more sickening thought crowded close on the heels of the previous one. Had she been this mean? Yes, she'd enjoyed a good piece of gossip as much as the next person, but had she delighted in the pain of others too? Bile churned in her stomach, and for a second, she feared the champagne would make a reappearance. It's a shame, Crystal tisked. First, your stepfather leaves everything to Cynthia, and now she steals your fiancé. It's all so cruel. Morgan fought to control her polite, faintly bored expression. Inhaling, she submerged the pain under an icy sheet of anger. Anger over the insensitivity and malice from her so-called friends. Anger over feeling like a helpless victim when she was the one who'd been wronged. Anger that people expected her to wear a huge red D for damaged on her chest when she had nothing to be ashamed of. And it felt a damn sight better than grief and humiliation. She smiled. Please, cruel is a dramatic word, In the end, it's just dick and money, and both are easy to come by. Both sisters blinked, their lips forming small O's. Crystal chuckled, recovering faster than her sister. "Look at you putting on a brave face." She shook her head. "We know you have to be devastated, Morgan." "Do I?" Morgan arched an eyebrow. "Why? Did Troy have something that plenty of other men don't? Maybe the reason I'm here tonight is to start the search for someone else who has more of—" She paused, allowed the smile on her mouth to widen. "Everything." Her reason for attending the auction had nothing to do with finding another man. No, thank you. That love shit was for Hollywood, fairy tales, and the rare couples like Chloe and Neil and her parents before her father died. Yeah, it existed. But true, sustaining, unconditional love was as rare as a unicorn, or a woolly mammoth, or a plastic surgery-free Playboy bunny. And love devastated. Morgan had loved Troy. In her head, they'd made sense. She'd easily imagined the two of them together years down the road, sitting quietly together, sharing comfortable silences and warm companionship. And realizing she'd never been enough all along had crushed her. No way in hell she was opening herself to that kind of pain again. Screw love. Shutting down that particular train wreck of thoughts, she refocused on Thing 1 and Thing 2. "So, you're trying to convince us you don't care about Cynthia and Troy?" Angela scoffed. Morgan shrugged. "Sorry to disappoint you. Sure, I was upset for a minute. I mean, I just sent in the check to have the Backstreet Boys perform at our reception." Again, she lifted a shoulder. "But what are you going to do? Besides, the city is full of CEOs and millionaires. Where there's one, there's another, and most are ready and willing to get laid. And agree to have Nick Carter sing As Long as You Love Me for our first dance. As a matter of fact, there are 10 of those ready and willing men here tonight. What can I say? We can't all marry for love like you did, Angela." Cocking her head to the side, she pointedly glanced in the direction of Angela's husband, who resembled Hugh Hefner's older brother. "Can we?" Red suffused the other woman's face, and her mouth twisted into an ugly snarl. "At least I have a husband," she sneered, then twirled away and stalked off in a huff of righteous indignation. "You can be such a bitch, Morgan," Crystal spat before trailing after her sister. Meh. She'd been called worse. And 2 ducks in a bucket, fuck it. That had felt good. Turning around, she headed back for the ballroom. Funny, she no longer needed that fresh air. Ugh! She slammed into a wall, quickly shooting her hands up to prevent a faceplant into plaster. "Son of a—" she grumbled, but the gentle but firm grasp of fingers circling her upper arms and steadying her cut off the complaint. Okay, maybe not a wall. She blinked. Not unless the hotel's decor included stark white dress shirts and black tuxedo jackets. Slowly, she lifted her head. Black bow tie. Taut, golden skin stretched over a strong neck. A clean-shaven jaw and chin that could have been carved out of granite. A shockingly carnal but stern mouth with a slightly fuller bottom lip that appeared as if a woman had just been nipping at it only moments earlier. A straight, arrogant slash of nose and equally patrician sculpted cheekbones. And, oh God, a pair of stunning, silvery gray, thickly lashed eyes. Luminescent. The flowery word popped into her head, and though it seemed ridiculous to attach such purple prose to this man with his face of honed edges, cutting angles, almost harsh sensuality, she couldn't banish it. When she was a kid, when her father was alive, her family would vacation every summer on Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire. The color of his eyes reminded her of the shimmering surface of the softly rippling lake, right after dusk when the moon reflected off the waters. A fist of emotion tightened her throat. She hadn't thought of those summers of carefree joy in years. Crazy how a lovely gray gaze glinting with disgust? Icy contempt dispelled any lingering warmth inside her with an Arctic blast. Well, damn. All she'd done was bump into him. But he stared at her as if she were a flea-bitten stray that had strutted up to him and pissed on his tuxedo pants leg. "Excuse me," she apologized, stepping back and out of his hold. "I wasn't paying attention."
"It's fine."
His hands fell away from her as if he couldn't abide one more moment touching her. Still, she fought not to close her eyes. God, she could roll around in that voice like bikini-clad strippers in a batch of fresh mud. Just coat herself in it. Even the concise, clipped tone couldn't tarnish the deep, dark timbre.
"You were preoccupied,"
he added, the same disdain that hardened his stare coloring his words. His flinty gaze flicked over her shoulder in the direction the terrible twosome had disappeared before resting on her again. And that quickly, his glacial attitude made crystal clear sense. The last part of her conversation drifted back to her. This city is full of CEOs and millionaires. Where there's one, there's another, and most are ready and willing to get laid. She smothered a cringe. Damn. That had probably sounded awful. Can you say gold digger? Usually, she wouldn't have cared about explaining herself, but for some reason, she wanted to melt the ice in those silver eyes. That same elusive logic had her longing to see a smile curving those sensual lips. "I think you might have misconstrued what you might have overheard." A dark eyebrow arched high.
"I doubt it."
Surprise at the abrupt interruption winged through her. What the hell? Irritation? No, anger surged hot and heavy inside her. Whether it was at him for his arrogant contempt or at herself for giving a damn about his opinion of her, she couldn't say. Yes, she could. Screw him and the high horse he rode in on. He didn't know her. No one knew her. She grinned and at the same time treated him to a cool, withering gaze that she'd learned to perfect right along with her knowledge of which dinner fork to use. "Oh, good," she sighed. "For a second there, I was afraid you might believe I was only after a man's money." She chuckled, shaking her head. "When the truth is, I want his money and ovary-exploding orgasms. And those two together are so hard to find. You know what I mean?" Patting his shoulder, she stepped to the side and continued toward the ballroom. Prick. She loosed a low chuckle, and here she'd thought she wouldn't have any fun this evening. Putting Judgy McJudgy-Pants in his place was her definition of fun. Fresh air forgotten, she located her table just as the lights flickered, signaling the beginning of the auction. Slipping into the chair next to her mother, she picked up the goblet of water next to her plate. Music streamed into the room, and she snickered at the Las Vegas meets cruise ship tune, earning a quelling glance from her mother. She shrugged. What could she say? It was cheesy. The lights in the ballroom dimmed once more, and a large spotlight zeroed in on the right end of the wide stage that dominated the front of the room. A woman emerged from the wings, her arms spread wide, her hips swinging from side to side, working the stage like a runway. She twirled, her smile beaming bright, her dark hair fanning out along with the bottom of her otherwise tight sequined dress, before she came to a halt in the center of the raised platform.
Welcome to the Rhodonite Society's 12th Annual Masquerade Bachelor Auction,
the bedazzled MC announced.
And welcome to a wonderful night filled with lavish and exotic dates, fun, and 10 of Boston's most handsome, eligible bachelors. Every penny of the proceeds will be donated to the Blake Literacy Foundation, which raises awareness of illiteracy as well as provides programming tutoring and technology to Boston's underprivileged youth.
She nodded as if giving her stamp of approval to the applause that filled the air.
Yes, a very worthy cause. Now,
she paused dramatically.
Without further ado, let's bring on the bachelors!
She strutted to the side, and the spotlight swept across the stage and settled on the tall, masked man who crossed the stage in a black tux that seemed tailor-made for his heavily muscled frame. Striding to the center stage, he struck a pose that he'd probably picked up from a GQ magazine. He should have left it there.
Our first bachelor is a Boston native born and bred. Though his career keeps him traveling 7 months out of the year, he is a true,
pause and wink,
patriot when it comes to his hometown.
A chorus of laughter and whistles erupted from the audience at the MC's not-so-subtle hint at the bachelor's occupation. She couldn't fault Bedazzled, though. If people suspected they were bidding on a professional football player, that knowledge would drive the price up. Especially by those women whose lifelong dream was aspiring to be a wag, a wife and girlfriend of an athlete.
His hobbies include camping, cooking, and reading literature classics such as Of Mice and Men, The Great Gatsby, and The Hunger Games.
More chuckles, and she snorted. Katniss rocked. Everyone knew that.
The lucky woman who wins him will enjoy the date of a lifetime,
the gushing MC continued.
3 days and 2 nights in...
Dramatic pause.
Maui! Yes, a long weekend filled with sunbathing and swimming on Hawaii's most notable beaches, snorkeling, hula lessons, luau's, and, of course, the famous nightlife. It's a luxurious dream date and can be yours in just seconds. Let's open the bidding. We'll start at $6,000. $6,000? $7,000? Do we have... Wonderful! We do indeed have 7.
Morgan popped her paddle in the air, driving the price from $8,500 to $9,000. After the bid reached $9,500, she dropped out and let the other women duke it out. She'd dated a football player in the past, and, well, she believed in charity. But putting up with an athlete, much less possibly getting involved with him, wasn't worth that much money. The sport always came first, then his ego. And the only thing that would keep him faithful was if scientists somehow came up with an erectile dysfunction implant. After several minutes, the winning bid of $15,000 was declared, and a woman who appeared barely legal enough to vote, much less bid, giggled in victory with her group of friends at a nearby table. With a wave, the first bachelor exited and the second strolled onto the stage. More bachelors, flirty introductions, and furious paddle battles followed, and Morgan engaged in every skirmish. Even her mother shot her a "What are you doing?" glance, but she ignored it. People wanted something to gossip about, she would give it to them.
And now for bachelor number 9.
Bedazzled cooed. Another tall, masked man appeared on the side of the stage, but that was where the similarities ended. The others had strutted or strolled across the stage, bravado evident in every stride and pose. But this man stalked. Sinuous, graceful, controlled, sexy. As if that control and sensuality wasn't limited to just his walk, but included other areas. Areas like a bed, sweaty, twisted sheets and sturdy bedposts. Even his black tuxedo, which almost every man in attendance wore, appeared different. The way this man's tux stroked his wide shoulders, emphasized his lean waist, and embraced those powerful thighs? No, this man wore his monkey suit as if he'd been born to it, as if it sighed in pleasure for being able to grace such an amazing body. Hell, she was sighing. His white mask might have concealed his face, but it only enhanced the natural confidence that exuded from him. He didn't need the posturing that previous bachelors had employed. No, he just stood there. Hands in his pants pockets, the stance fairly shouting, "Take me or leave me, but we both know you're dying to take me." And he wouldn't be wrong. Giving her head a shake, Morgan reclined in her seat. What the hell? Is he a snake charmer or something? Speaking of snake, her gaze dropped to the front of his pants. Oh, for God's sakes. That pun was bad, even for her. Disgusted, she shifted her attention back to Bedazzled.
Bachelor number 9 originally hails from New York, but he has recently changed his zip codes and is glad to call Boston home. An admitted workaholic, he confesses that his other bad habits include falling asleep at the office, leaving his clothes on the floor, and having an inability to pass up a Harry Potter book or movie.
The audience laughed at the last bit, and Morgan shook her head. Like, who could pass up Harry and the crew?
His ideal woman will have the generous heart and patience to look over all his faults.
More chuckling.
The lucky bidder who wins this bachelor tonight will enjoy a 3-night, 3-day mini vacation in beautiful Punta Mita, Mexico. You'll stay in a luxurious villa complete with an oceanfront infinity pool, spa, 2 beach clubs, and golf courses. Your every need and desire will be catered to. This sounds so exciting and romantic.
The MC sighed.
Now, we'll open the bidding at $7,000. Do I have 7? Yes, we do. 8?
Morgan threw her paddle up, offering $8,000. A low-grade hum set up under her skin. Excitement? Desire? She didn't take time to analyze it, but damn if it didn't have her leaning forward in her chair, determined to win this bachelor for her own. If anyone deserved a break, she did. It's the trip and not the bachelor that has you squirming in your seat, her inner bitch taunted. Right. With a middle finger to her conscience, she rejoined the fray of paddles. 10,000, 12,000. The price went higher and higher, but she was determined not to lose. Curiosity and a sense of urgency she couldn't explain drove her to win. Maybe it was the need to discover if this man's face matched the rest of him. Or maybe it was the subtle churning in her stomach, just the thought of another woman walking away with him tonight. Which made absolutely no sense. She had no claim on him other than her flying paddle. They were at $15,000 now, and impatient to end this war, Morgan flicked her hand in the air and called out, $17,000. Okay, so she'd committed a slight faux pas by jumping the bid, but so what? She was taking no prisoners except for the masked bachelor on the stage.
Well, okay then,
Bedazzled crowed, not the least fazed by her leap in price.
We have a generous 17. Do we have $18,000? No?
A pause, and then she grinned.
Sold to number 56 for $17,000. Congratulations. Wow, that one was heated, wasn't it?
She fanned herself, winking as bachelor number 9 exited. As the MC moved on to the introduction of the final bachelor, Morgan's mother leaned over, settling a hand on Morgan's forearm. Feel better? She asked, perfectly arched eyebrow lifted. Immensely. Morgan grinned. For the first time since she'd walked in on Troy and Cynthia and their tender moment of love, the sense of defeat lifted off her shoulders. She'd won. Something. Someone. Yes, it was a shallow, small victory. But God, it was a win. Too soon and not soon enough, the auction ended. In moments, the men filed back onto the stage, and the women, and one man, who'd outbid their competitors, moved forward to claim their spoils. Morgan's belly fluttered as she rose from her table. Foolish to be so anxious about a stranger, and one whose face she'd never seen. But logic held no sway over the raptors currently creating wind tunnels in her stomach. Even among tall, wide-shouldered men, she easily spotted him. The men had come down to stand in front of the stage. She moved forward until she was face to face with him. Heart pounding, she extended her hand, smiling. "Hello. I believe you belong to me, Morgan Lett." After a moment's hesitation, he grasped hers, and she barely managed to swallow a gasp. Heat swirled inside her, channeling from her hand up her arm and expanding to all points north and south. A low throbbing cadence echoed between her legs, matching the rapid pulse inside her chest. Christ, a simple handshake shouldn't cause this kind of chemical melee. She hadn't felt anything so visceral since... Oh, shit. It couldn't be. Releasing her hand, her bachelor grabbed the bottom of the mask and, as if in slow motion, lifted it, revealing a hard jaw and chin, a firm but carnal mouth, a sharp nose, and gorgeous, storm-wild eyes. Very familiar, gorgeous, storm-wild eyes. The judgy prick. God damn.
Chapter 2. The gold digger. God damn. If Alexander Bishop had been double-jointed enough to reach back and kick his own ass, his size 13s would be firmly planted in a certain body cavity. In many of his speeches at the banquets and conferences his Vice President of Public Relations, Kim Matlock, was continuously signing him up for, he always spoke of the things he was willing to do for his company. Work later and harder than those he employed. Take risks that, on paper, seem precarious and unwise. Make the difficult decisions that no one but the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar corporation could, such as shutting down some companies and letting some personnel go, so other businesses under the corporate umbrella could thrive. But apparently he'd been too short-sighted in his estimation of how much he would sacrifice for Bishop Enterprises, his family's corporation. Participating in a Bachelor auction definitely should have made the short list. Hell, what was next? Dancing with the damn stars? Yes, after much browbeating from Kim, he'd agreed to participate in the auction. But that had been before he'd come face-to-face with the slender, gorgeous blonde who was probably the inspiration for Kanye West's Gold Digger. He'd known beautiful women. It sure as hell wasn't his first time meeting a woman who viewed men as walking dollar signs. But this one? Beautiful. Stunning. Gorgeous. She'd undoubtedly had those adjectives tossed at her so often during her life, she swatted them away like pesky flies. Didn't make them any less true. Crystal blue eyes that would have made a contact lens company millions, smooth, flawless skin, a slightly wide mouth with a lush fullness that had heat kindling in his gut. No proper lady had lips like that. He lingered on those sexy curves before lowering his gaze to the body that had caught his attention even among hundreds of women crowding the ballroom in their finest gowns and jewels. Considering the glamour of the evening, her relatively simple dress alone would have made her stand out. While others had opted for sequins, crystals, beads, and bright festive colors, she'd chosen a black gown that dipped low in front and lower in the back. But with firm, high breasts that would easily fit in the palm of his hand, a man's hand, not his, a tucked-in waist that emphasized the feminine flair of her hips, and an ass that rivaled the art on the walls, she didn't need anything other than the dangling onyx earrings to embellish the look. She was the adornment. Yet the lovely face and worship-worthy body couldn't even claim the title of crowning glory. That belonged to the long, silken waterfall that streamed over her shoulder. Blonde seemed an inadequate term for the color that gleamed like the purest gold underneath the brilliant lights of the chandelier. The glossy, sleek waves invited a man to sink his hands to the wrists in the strands, twisting his fingers, clutching. Alex blinked, fracturing the image like a shattered window. The hell? He clenched his jaw and deliberately called up the memory of how he'd first encountered her, the conversation he'd overheard. The unfamiliar, hell, unprecedented reaction she'd stirred in him, coupled with her earlier blasé observation that one deep pocket was the same as the next, incited an anger that didn't make sense. Hell, she wasn't sinking her greedy manicured claws into him, so what did it matter? Although, in spite of what she claimed, he couldn't imagine any man with a pair would be okay with the Backstreet Boys serenading him for his first wedding dance. That was just wrong. Shoving down his aversion to Morgan Lett, he nodded to the blonde. "Alexander Bishop, it's nice to formally meet you, Ms. Lett," he said, corralling the thoughts nipping at his brain like one of those annoying toy dogs. She arched a delicate eyebrow. "Really? Ms. Lett? After you've insinuated I'm a gold digger and I called you a prick? We shouldn't be standing on formality, Alex." She smiled, and he checked the sudden urge to form the sign of the cross, even though he wasn't Catholic. "Especially since I just spent $17,000 on you." Leaning in close, she whispered, "I own you. I own you." A curl of heat coiled in his chest, meandered down his gut, and headed toward his cock before he could extinguish it with a frigid blast of "What the hell?" "It's Alexander," he countered in a voice usually reserved for incompetent employees and his father. Only those closest to him used the abbreviated version of his name, and he definitely didn't count this woman among that admittedly very small group. Stiffening, he forced himself to remain still and not shift backward. Her scent teased him, warm, sensual, surprisingly earthy. Sandalwood, vanilla, and a sultry musk that reminded him of soft, perspiration-dampened skin. He mentally reared from the uncharacteristically fanciful thought. "And I'm sure the Blake Literary Foundation appreciates your generous donation, Ms. Lett," he said, stressing the formal title. Boundaries. She probably wouldn't know the definition of the word, but he did, and he firmly believed in erecting fences, particularly when the person on the other side of the gate was a mouthy, slightly scary blonde. "Excuse me, I think congratulations are in order," a welcome voice interrupted. Relieved more than his manhood cared to acknowledge, he met the curious gaze of his PR guru, Kim Matlock, whom he'd brought with him to the gala. The two of them had been close since they were teens, since the day his grandfather revealed Alex had a half-sister out there, and at 16 he'd jumped on a plane by himself, flown to Chicago, and located Kim. Only a year younger than he was, Kim could have been his Irish twin, if not for the fact she had a different mother, and their skin color. Yet, from the moment he'd stared down into her defiant 15-year-old face, Alex had claimed her as family, even though his father had threatened to disown him for the show of allegiance to a daughter he'd refused to admit existed. Now, 14 years later, she helped Alex continue to strengthen and grow the family company. Even Malcolm Bishop couldn't complain about the excellent job Kim did. She'd been key in shaping Bishop Enterprises into a well-recognized and respected name, something their father had tarnished when he'd manned the helm. "Kim, I'd like you to meet Morgan Lett, Ms. Lett." He swept an arm toward his sister. "This is Kim Matlock, Vice President of Public Relations with my company." "Very nice to meet you, Ms. Matlock. A Vice President! I love a woman in power." Morgan extended her hand toward Kim in greeting, which his sister accepted. Morgan then returned her attention to Alex, a speculative gleam lighting her eyes. "Your company? I would love to see your portfolio," she purred. "Christ." Kim coughed into her fist, but it didn't hide the wide smile curving her lips. He glared at her before shifting his narrowed gaze to the other woman, who peered up at him with an exaggerated innocence. Morgan shrugged. "For investment purposes, of course," she added. "Anywho, I was about to pull my ruler out of my purse and rap Xander's knuckles for leaving such a gorgeous date alone while he hawked his wares in the Bachelor auction, but—" She cocked her head to the side. "You're obviously related." Shock reverberated through Alex, temporarily dislodging his annoyance over the ridiculous nickname. No one, and he meant no one, had guessed or assumed the truth of his and Kim's relationship. And if they had, they'd never voiced it or discussed it so bluntly. Being siblings wasn't something they publicized, but they didn't deny it either, much to their father's displeasure. Kim glanced at him, then returned her gaze to Morgan. "True, he's my brother." Morgan nodded. "It's the eyes. Since you're giving me more Gabrielle Union than Gabrielle Reese, I'm guessing he's a brother from a different mother? The fuck? But your eyes? A dead giveaway. Although yours are a warm velvet gray, just beautiful, and his are hard, cold, ice, like his judgy heart." Kim blinked, stared, blinked again. Then a crack of laughter burst from his traitorous sister's mouth, so loud several heads turned in their direction. Kim continued cackling like a demented hen. Thank God she'd found a man who'd married her, because that laugh scraped a person's nerves like nails on a chalkboard. And Morgan smiled at him like an angel. An evil angel, with a footmark branded on her ass from being booted from heaven. "I take it you two know each other," Kim finally rasped, swiping a finger under her gleaming eyes. "Actually, we just met," Alexander ground out. "A pleasure I could have gone without." "Oh, go on, you sweet talker, you." Morgan patted the lapel of his tuxedo jacket. "If you'll excuse me, there's someone I need to speak with. Bye, Al." Winking at Kim, she strolled away, the thick crowd quickly swallowing her up. Thank Christ. "It's Alexander, damn it," he snapped to no one. Shit, now the woman had him talking to himself. "Oh, my God," Kim wheezed, still chuckling. "What did you do to offend her? Women usually find your broody aloofness irresistible. Epic fail with her, though. Like his judgy heart." She erupted into another round of cackling. "Priceless." Alex snorted. Aside from his ex-wife, who'd apparently found him very resistible, it was true he didn't have an issue with women, as long as he let them know up front what he was willing to offer. Sex. Then there were no misunderstandings or confusion. No emotional meltdowns or angry scenes. For the few who'd agreed to his terms, all the while believing they could change him or control him with flexible bodies or positions worthy of a porn star, he'd quickly disabused them of that idea. Tears, pleas, and eventually the shouting, none of that moved him. Not when he understood and accepted his main attraction wasn't his face, body, or in-depth knowledge of how to make a woman scream and shake in orgasm. In his experience, most women got off on his last name as much as they did on his dick. Truth be told, and this confession would have his man card snatched in utter disgust and horror, he would rather be holed up in his den with his battered print copy of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban and a couple of cold beers, his self-imposed limit, than out convincing a woman to spend the night with him. Granted, he enjoyed sex. It was the aftermath that proved a pain in the ass. Books didn't complain. Books didn't lie. Books didn't disappoint. Or call you a cold-hearted rat bastard while stomping away, throwing shit, and causing a messy, emotional scene. Cupping his elbow, Kim turned him toward the rear of the ballroom, the same direction Morgan had disappeared. "So, I'm guessing she isn't a possible candidate for engagement gate?" And just like that, his mood dropped from irritated to, for fuck's sake. How about that? For 15 whole minutes, he'd managed to forget about the deadline that loomed in his future, like an execution date. In exactly 7 weeks and 2 days, he would have to present his fiancée to Malcolm Bishop, or his father would turn over official reins of the company to another successor. It didn't matter that Alex had dragged Bishop Enterprises back from the brink of financial disaster, or that a man with almost as many marriages as Elizabeth Taylor under his belt should find it hypocritical to force his son to enter into a union Malcolm himself hated, or loved too much, depending on the point of view. But neither notion had occurred to his father, or if they had, he chose to ignore them. The bottom line was, come midnight on New Year's Day, Alex would be engaged, or lose the controlling rights to his family's business. The only loophole he'd found out of this whole ridiculousness was that his father had neglected to place a stipulation on how long Alex had to remain engaged. But that oversight still didn't prevent him from having to go through with the farce. He'd been aware of the ultimatum for 6 months now, and he'd spent the last 4.5 arguing with his father, hoping he could change the man's mind. A wasted effort, and now he stared down the barrel, frantically searching for a woman who would agree to a whirlwind fake engagement. Not as easy as it sounded. Another reason he'd agreed to take part in the Bachelor auction, possibly meeting the woman who would fulfill the requirements of his future fake wife. Instead, he'd been won by Morgan Lett. Epic fail indeed. "Hell no," he growled, answering Kim's question. "I need a woman who has a filter between her brain and mouth, wouldn't demand I turn over half my damn assets, and preferably is not certifiable." "I like her," Kim said, grinning. "But okay, you two obviously didn't hit it off. So the search continues." She paused, tilted her head back, and studied him for several moments. "I know you argued against being in the auction, but you did great. It was a good look for Bishop Enterprises' CEO to give his time and money to this event." "Acting CEO," Alex corrected on reflex. Hell, he'd said it so many times it was an automatic response, and damn if it didn't stick in his craw every time he had to utter it. "Whatever." Kim disregarded his words with a flick of her hand. "I don't care what a piece of paper says. Anyone who deals with Bishop Enterprises knows who hangs, bleeds, and dies over and over for this company." Her fierce show of unwavering loyalty never failed to surprise and humble him. "I think you might be just a little bit biased." "No," she scoffed. Then, "Maybe. Okay, yes, but no less true," she grumbled. "Anyway, now comes the hard part of the evening. Smile, damn it. What good is participating in this charity event and showing that Bishop Enterprises cares about the community if the head of said enterprises looks like he'd rather be out having his balls waxed rather than attending? Second," she continued, hooking her arm through his and guiding him forward, "Edward Patterson is here. We want to make sure we get several pictures of you two together, appearing cordial and, I know this is going to be a stretch for you, unintimidating. Lear Industries is an institution in Boston, and one way to pave a smooth transition of his company to ours in the public's eyes is if this buyout appears amicable on both sides." Alex specialized in the purchase and restructuring of failing companies to transform them into productive, profitable businesses. He'd done the same with Bishop Enterprises 4 years earlier. When his father had assumed the reins from Alex's grandfather, the corporation had been a titan in the financial industry. But several years under Malcolm Bishop's control, and the company started to go under. Horribly. At 26 years old, Alex had stepped in and labored tirelessly to drag his grandfather's business back from the brink of disaster. But one of the costs of his success was people resented him for playing savior or executioner, his father among them. There had always existed a sort of rivalry between Alex and his father. From the moment his grandfather had started to groom Alex to one day run the family company, Malcolm had seen his son as competition for control, power, his father's attention. And Alex stepping in and saving Bishop Enterprises had only solidified that grudge. While Malcolm had insisted the board of directors wanted a stable, family-friendly image for the business, Alex couldn't help but suspect his father had been behind the engagement stipulation. "Where is Patterson?" Alex asked, directing his focus away from his strained relationship with his father and back to the present situation, business. "We can do it now," he said. "Last time I saw him he was over by the fountain. He should still be near there. Don't forget, smile," he finished. "Yes, I got it. Here." He forced his lips to curve. Kim cringed. "Okay. Ixnay on the smiling. That just looks—" She shivered. "Wrong." He snickered, and within moments he spotted Edward Patterson, the CEO of the failing Lear Industries, the financial investments company that, come Monday morning, Bishop Enterprises would own. Alex, Patterson, and Lear's board had been in negotiations for a buyout for the last 6 months, and the final contract had just been signed the previous evening. The deal had been relatively amicable, but after helming the Boston-based company for decades, Patterson stepping down and selling couldn't be easy. Even if the only other choice had been bankruptcy and hundreds of employees losing their jobs. As they closed in on the tall, slim, gray-haired older gentleman, Alex couldn't help but notice the circle of people that surrounded him. Then one of the flock nabbed his attention, a slender woman in a black dress, a long, smooth expanse of skin from neck to the bottom of her spine, and a bright head of hair. Even without catching a glimpse of her face, he recognized her. Morgan Lett. "You've got to be kidding me," he snapped. As if she'd heard him, Morgan turned her head and from several feet away zeroed in on him. For a brief moment, anger and what he would have called sadness, if it had been someone else, flashed across her features. But in the next instant, that now familiar, taunting smile spread slowly across her mouth, the sex and sin lips curling up at the corners. "Oh, look," Kim murmured. "Your bachelorette must know Patterson. Small world, huh?" "You're taking entirely too much pleasure out of this," he growled under his breath as they approached the group. "You bet I am. I haven't had this much fun since—" She scrunched her nose. "Damn, I can't remember the last time. That's sad as hell," she grumbled seconds before her expression cleared, and she greeted Edward Patterson. "Hello, Mr. Patterson. It's so good to see you again." The older man smiled, extending a hand toward her and then Alex. "Mrs. Matlock, Alex, I didn't know you two were attending the auction." "When we received the invitation, we couldn't turn it down, and when the committee asked if Alex would participate, well, we couldn't turn that down either," she explained smoothly. Edward chuckled, arching a gray eyebrow at Alex. "I can't deny it. I was stunned to discover you were Bachelor 9, even more stunned when I realized Morgan had won the bid on you." He shook his head, smiling warmly down at the blonde. "Talk about a coincidence." "How so?" Alex asked, a heavy sense of foreboding dropping in his chest like a boulder. He never ignored his intuition. It had saved him from making deals that would have been disastrous, and right now the power of it warned him something truly fucked up was headed his way. Edward wrapped an arm around Morgan's shoulders. "Well, Morgan is my executive assistant, but now that your company is taking over Lear Industries, she's your executive assistant, at least until you hire your own personnel. But a word of advice, I would keep Morgan if I were you. The company only survived as long as it did because she knows where all the bodies are buried." Edward chuckled at his own joke. "I assumed the first time you two met would be on Monday, not tonight, winning you in the auction." His executive assistant won him in the auction. Shock slowed his usually sharp brain as he sluggishly connected the dots, and a quick glance at Morgan's wide eyes and parted lips revealed the same surprise vibrating inside him like a tuning fork. His executive assistant won him in the auction. The foreboding expanded and expanded, clanging in his head like a screaming loud warning. Morgan Lett was his new executive assistant. As of Monday, she worked for Alex every day. It was official. God hated him.
Chapter 3. Morgan's Monday morning had started only an hour ago at 7 a.m., and already she was prepared to call it quits. Usually, she enjoyed her job as executive assistant to the CEO. When she'd graduated from Boston University with a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's in project management, she hadn't pictured working as a secretary. But hey, when a girl's stepfather's will mandated she get one job and keep that one job for a year or else the building Phoenix House operated out of, the building he'd owned that now belonged to Cynthia, would be sold and the organization forced to find other accommodations. Beggars couldn't be choosers. At first, she'd bristled at her stepfather's blackmail. He might have considered her efforts to further her education and her commitment to volunteer work with Phoenix House busy work or hobbies, but Morgan hadn't. But, as it turned out, working for Edward Patterson, a friend of her biological father's, had been a pleasure. But as of 72 hours ago, she no longer worked for Edward. No, she was now employed by Satan. Correction, Jack Frost, the abominable snowman, Frosty's meanie half-brother. And unless she was willing to cause Phoenix House's eviction, she couldn't quit. Oh, freaking joy. She tightened her grip around her coffee mug and forced herself to focus on the man standing at her desk. Randall Moore, one of Lear Industries' VPs, was the third person who just happened to be over this way and had decided to drop by and catch a glimpse of or hope to chat with their new CEO. She could have told them they were wasting their time. While Edward had maintained an open-door policy, Alexander Bishop didn't strike her as being quite so amicable. An image of his stern, unsmiling face wavered and snapped in her head. The slash of dark eyebrows over heavily fringed, storm-gray eyes, the patrician nose and stark cheekbones, and that carnal mouth that would have a starring role in a woman's dreams. Not hers, of course. Those pretty lips were the only soft thing about him. Even his dark hair seemed afraid to have a strand out of place.
So, I knew it was a long shot that he probably wouldn't be in the office yet, but I figured, what the hell? I might as well try. At the very least, I get to visit with the prettiest woman in the company. I'd say that isn't a bad trade-off. So, have you met the new boss yet? What do you...
Good God! What was he jabbering about? Morgan tightened her grip around her coffee mug. How hadn't he blacked out from lack of air when he never paused to breathe? Randall Moore was the best at two things, brown-nosing and hitting on her, which made the VP wonderful at marketing and annoying as hell at the other. But as irritating as she found his passes, his wife would probably find them even more so.
I hadn't heard anything about plans to replace the employees. Especially you. Has he seen you yet? I bet he would keep you around just so he could look at you all day.
Shut the fuck up. Randall halted mid-prattle and blinked, resembling a spooked owl.
I'm sorry?
He stuttered. Oops. Had she said that out loud? Damn. I said, would you like a cup? She held up her mug, painting a bright smile on her face. Of coffee.
Oh.
He blinked again, then grinned.
Oh, sure. I appreciate that. I'm sure it'll be even more delicious since it's prepared by your hands. Excuse me.
A new dark rumble of a voice interrupted Randall's ode to her coffee-making skills. She didn't need to look behind her to identify the speaker. The shiver that tangoed down her back, culminating in a tingle of heat and electricity at the base of her spine, clued her in on who'd joined them. That voice, like a roll of soft thunder, had haunted her dreams, issuing demands and murmuring things that had flames licking at her skin, setting her on the most delicious, erotic fire. A damn inconvenience, that. Why couldn't she have dreamed of that Outlander guy? Or Shamar Moore whispering baby girl in her ear as he had his wicked way with her. Oh no. Instead, her traitorous mind insisted on conjuring him. Slowly turning around, she met the glacial stare of Alexander Bishop. Her judge and jury. Her nemesis. Her boss. The impact of him stunned her. She should have been prepared after experiencing it Friday night at the auction. But no, he still bitch-slapped her senses, stealing her breath, sending her nerve endings clamoring. Today, he traded the tuxedo for an elegant suit that appeared tailor-made to his sleek swimmer's build. The dark gray jacket and light blue shirt hugged his wide shoulders and chest, accentuating his tapered waist. Matching slacks fit his muscular long legs to perfection. Beautiful, like an ice sculpture. Still, her libido didn't seem to give a damn that his demeanor could inflict a nasty case of frostbite. And she was staring. "Good morning, Mr. Bishop," she greeted, forcing a pleasantness into her voice that she was far from feeling. When she didn't know he was her new employer, she could afford to be flippant. But she needed this job. Phoenix House needed her to keep this job, which meant not antagonizing the boss.
Ms. Lett?
He nodded, his gaze remaining on her a moment longer before shifting to Randall.
Mr. Moore, did we have an appointment scheduled for this morning? No,
Randall stammered, glancing at Morgan with a distinct plea of help shining in them. "Sorry, you're on your own, buddy."
I thought I'd stop by and welcome you to the company, Mr. Bishop. Maybe steal a few minutes of your time if possible.
Randall's smile, a pale imitation of the one he'd flashed her, wavered. Alexander glanced down at his watch.
This morning is impossible, but I've already planned a meeting of the vice presidents for tomorrow afternoon. I'll have Miss Lett send out a group email in the next hour. Fine. Great. Thank you.
One dismissive look from Alexander, and the normally gregarious head of marketing had been reduced to stammering.
Welcome to Lear, Mr. Bishop,
he said, backtracking toward the office door. With a small salute, he practically scampered toward the elevators like the hounds of hell nipped at his heels. Yeah, she understood his need to escape the abominable Frosty.
Ms. Lett, a word in my office.
He didn't wait for her to agree, but pivoted and disappeared in his inner sanctum. Swallowing a sigh, she set her cup on her desk, picked up her iPad, and followed him. Either Alexander hadn't had time to change the office to reflect his tastes, or he didn't plan on sticking around long enough to renovate. The desk, chairs, the furniture in the sitting area, even the paintings remained the same from when Edward had managed Lear Industries. The only different equipment was the newer and more expensive laptop that dominated the desk. In the limited amount of digging she'd done on Alexander Bishop, she'd discovered that swooping in and playing Superman for struggling, failing companies was his superpower. And once he saved them, sometimes with minimal loss to employees, sometimes a hemorrhaging, he sold the acquired, newly healthy business off for a profit. He didn't stick around, so maybe he didn't bother decorating since he wouldn't be there long enough to enjoy it. One could only hope.
Close the door behind you, please.
He might have worded it like a request, but the tone was all order. Gritting her teeth, she obeyed and crossed the floor to one of the visitor chairs in front of his desk. "I need this job. I need this job," she silently chanted. Preventing Phoenix House from being sold depended on her keeping this job. He didn't speak as he rounded the piece of furniture and lowered his large frame into the black office chair. Correction. The chair was new. Of course, Alexander fitting into Edward's old seat would have been like Goldilocks, squeezing into that baby bear's little chair. She didn't quite smother her snort at the image. A dark eyebrow jacked high.
Something amusing you'd like to share?
"Not especially, Mr. Bishop," she said. He stared at her, and though it seemed as if he could peer past every sarcastic comeback or comment that comprised her usual shields, she met his gaze.
Can we be frank with one another, Ms. Lett?
He asked, propping his elbows on the arm of his chair and steepling his fingertips beneath his chin. "By all means." Oh boy, this didn't bode well.
You're fired.
She stiffened, gripping the iPad in her lap so hard her fingers started to numb. A dull roar echoed in her ears, or it could have been her heart pounding out of fierce denial. Fired? She couldn't have heard correctly. "Excuse me?" she whispered.
Considering our illustrious meeting, this can't be a shock to you,
he drawled. You can't just fire me, she objected, the embers of anger stirring inside her.
Actually, I can. He paused. And I did. Take a pick of reasons. The most recent being telling a vice president to shut the fuck up.
She cringed. Well, damn. In my defense, I didn't realize I'd said that aloud, but, she added, popping a finger up in indignation, barely stopping herself from jabbing it at him. For the record, that vice president sexually harassed me, implying my biggest asset to you would be that I'm window dressing, giving you something to drool over all day. He's lucky all he got was a shut the fuck up, instead of the blunt end of my letter opener. Alex's dark eyebrows lowered into a frown, but before he could respond, she continued with a scoff. You know, I didn't take you as someone who would make a decision based on emotion. Especially considering he didn't seem to possess any. Let's not pretend this has anything to do with a financial bottom line or personnel preferences, and everything to do with me calling you a prick before I knew you would be my boss. He leaned forward in his chair, his arms dropping to the desktop.
I'm not pretending anything, Ms. Lett,
he said, that rumble of thunder voice lower and darker.
We need to get one thing straight. I don't condone any kind of sexual harassment or mistreatment. It's demeaning, ignorant, and cowardly. That will be the last time Randall Moore says anything inappropriate on my watch. And I'm sorry for not asking for all the facts before reprimanding you.
The unexpected, grim but sincere apology stunned her into momentary silence. Wow. Just... wow.
Still, my point isn't any less valid. I don't make it a habit of working closely with people who believe I'm synonymous with my Johnson, and I damn sure don't employ those who think they can tell me I'm a dick to my face.
Well, everyone should have a little tough love, she said with a knowing nod. Otherwise, we all end up pricks.
You're fired. Now.
Not going to happen. Panic clawed at her throat, but she swallowed it down. Letting him know she needed this job would be like lobbing chum in shark-infested waters. You have to at least give me 2 weeks' notice, or else I go straight to human resources and regale them with my sordid sexual harassment story, and the fact that my new boss fired me for standing up for myself. And then I go to the papers, the National Organization of Women, and the all-female Ghostbusters, plus get Leslie Jones to humiliate you and Bishop Enterprises on Twitter. I mean, is it right that I should be penalized and left unemployed in this unfriendly economic period because a man decides he can make my work environment uncomfortable? She heaved a gusty sigh. I'm sure the press would find it heartbreaking and cruel that a businessman so new to the Boston financial community would treat Edward Carrington's loyal executive assistant and daughter of his oldest dead friend so poorly.
Putting it on a little thick, aren't we?
Alexander pointed out between gritted teeth. 2 weeks, she reiterated. Inside, her heart banged against her ribcage like a loose storm door. Outside, she studied her French tips. Or I send the gossip mills churning about my unjust, smells-like-sexual harassment firing. Silence permeated the office, and though she could have gone the rest of the day analyzing her manicure, the weight of his stare stroked her face like a firm caress, like a hand cupping her cheek, holding her steady for a kiss that would be hard, demanding. Unbidden, her gaze dropped to the mouth of sensual curves that seemed at odds with the clean, slanting angles and planes of his face. Alexander wouldn't be a gentle kisser. Intuition blathered in her ear like a teen in a girl's locker room. Those carnal lips, which carried a hint of cruelty, would open a woman's mouth wide with a soft brush of greeting, and his tongue would thrust and conquer, claiming her and her pleasure as his due. A shiver fluttered deep in her belly, resonating between her legs in an ache that warned of damp panties ahead.
I believe I must have missed blackmail under your list of skills on your resume, Ms. Lett,
he finally said, his eyes like the shade of a darkened sky right before lightning strikes the earth. It was right under proficient in Excel spreadsheets, she replied, forcing a lightness into her voice that his piercing inspection damn near obliterated. Several more moments of unnerving quiet stretched between them, and for the first time since the morning she looked her mother in the eye after she lost her virginity, she fought not to fidget. Cocking his head, he studied her through narrowed silver eyes.
I've done my research on you, Ms. Lett. True, your stepfather didn't leave you anything, but you already possess a healthy inheritance that you came into after turning 25 this year. So why are you so eager to continue working here?
He had it wrong, as most people did. Friday night, the terrible twosome had implied the same thing, that Gerald had cut her out of his will. But that assumption wasn't entirely accurate. After his death 4 months ago, Gerald's will had left her and Mary, her natural sister, and his second stepdaughter very little. The bulk of his multi-million-dollar estate had gone to Cynthia, his biological daughter, though he had provided nicely for Morgan and Mary's mother. But there had been a stipulation. Morgan and her stepfather had never been close. She and Mary had been the baggage that had come along with the woman Gerald had loved and married. Still, Gerald had considered it his duty to make sure Morgan and Mary did something with their lives other than end up some man's trophy wife, quote, unquote. And his way of ensuring this was instituting a codicil in his will. The two of them had to find and hold down one steady job for a year, or Mary would lose the modest stipend he provided for her until she married, and Morgan would lose the one thing she cared about, Phoenix House. Initially, when she'd become involved with the nonprofit organization, it had been another of her mother's charity events that she'd roped Morgan into sitting on the committee with her. But after working closely with the Women's Center director, Morgan had become an impassioned convert to the charity. From organizing fundraisers and clothing drives, to helping to bring in more instructors who taught life skill classes, to locating and negotiating the building that currently housed Phoenix House, Morgan had become hands-on. She admired and had come to love the women who depended on the services, humbled by their strength and courage. She'd also become close to the staff who ran the organization, and before Gerald's death, at least 4 days of the week would find her at Phoenix House. Since she'd been active with the charity for the last year, she'd unwittingly offered Gerald the perfect bargaining chip. Her stepfather hadn't taken her devotion to Phoenix House seriously. He hadn't been aware that she'd started assuming more responsibilities, had become their major gifts officer. She'd turned down taking a salary from the organization because, 1, she didn't need the money thanks to her inheritance from her biological father, and 2, they couldn't really afford her. The lack of income had prevented Gerald from seeing the charity as any more than a pet project of a spoiled socialite, regardless of Morgan's degrees. He hadn't seen past the comparisons to his daughter Cynthia, who worked side by side with him in their family business. So, the stipulation to his will had been his solution to instilling a work ethic and a sense of independence in her, to transforming her into Cynthia. And if Morgan didn't honor it, the building Phoenix House leased, the building owned by Gerald's company, would be sold to anyone other than Morgan, and the nonprofit evicted. So, Mary, to earn her inheritance, had found a data entry job that bored her to tears because her modeling gigs didn't qualify as steady employment, and Morgan was stuck working for Alexander the Grouch. If she quit or was fired, then Phoenix House would be out on the street, literally. At least she'd bought herself some time with the 2 weeks salvo. He didn't have to know she had no intention of going anywhere. But no way in hell did she intend to admit any of that to Alexander Bishop. Obviously, his research hadn't revealed the will, and she was sick and tired of handing over ammunition. Her trust, her heart, the people she loved, to hurt and control her. The health insurance and 401k plan are excellent, she said in response to his question about why she wanted to work at Lear. He subjected her to another long sentence. After a moment, an image of the Egyptian god Anubis came to mind. Alexander could have been that god, with his intense gaze, weighing her heart against a feather, finding her lacking. Not that she cared. At all. Much.
Your stepfather was the CEO and majority shareholder of Carr, Inc. Why aren't you employed with them? But I suppose the situation with Troy Worthington and Cynthia Carrington would have made for an awkward working environment. Tell me, Ms. Lett, is your broken engagement the reason why you insist on staying here instead of going to your family's company?
Direct hit. If she glanced down, there would probably be a quivering arrow sticking out of her heart where his comment had stuck. She just barely managed not to flinch. Of course, his investigating would reveal her more recent humiliation, that the man she'd been about to pledge her life to had found a better option, who happened to be her perfect, beautiful, lovable, kind stepsister. The fucking story of her life since Cynthia had entered it 10 years ago. No, Morgan murmured. She had no smart-ass comeback or comment. Not at the moment. Not with a vision of Troy and Cynthia choking the hell out of her.
I love you. I can't go on like this anymore, Cynthia. I want you, not Morgan. Not anyone else. You.
I love you too, Troy. So much. The impassioned words they'd whispered to each other while Morgan had stood, unnoticed and unexpected, in the doorway of Troy's living room, jabbed her with 1,000 pointy pin tips. She'd gone to his condo intending to surprise him with an impromptu dinner. But she'd been the one surprised. And shattered. Right along with the dishes in the picnic basket she'd carried when it crashed to the floor from her limp hands.
Morgan.
She stood, practically launched to her feet, grasping the iPad so it didn't tumble to her feet like that basket. Are we finished here? She forced herself to meet his eyes, drawing on every lesson she'd learned from the brutal, bloodletting circles of the Boston social elite. Never show weakness. Schooling her features into a cool mask, she smiled, and if it felt brittle on her lips, well, contrary to popular opinion, she was human.
2 weeks,
he said, standing as well. Relief poured through her in a deluge that almost wobbled her knees. But fast on the heels of relief, nipped anger rimmed in mortification. Had he conceded because he somehow noticed the pain his comment about Troy and Cynthia had inflicted? Part of her wanted to yell, scream, inform him he could take this job and shove it up his frostbitten, perfectly muscled ass that she didn't need his pity. But yeah, she needed this job, so her shame had to take a back seat to obligation. She nodded. You have an appointment with the board at 10 o'clock, and I need to finalize the agenda for your approval. Chin up, she called over her shoulder, heading toward the office door. You might discover I'm an invaluable asset to you and you can't do without me. He didn't reply, but she was pretty sure she caught a muttered,
like hell.
And damn if that didn't restore just a bit of her humor. With her back toward him, she allowed a small smile that bloomed into a full-fledged grin when she pulled open the door and spotted the gorgeous woman on the other side. Kim Matlock lowered the fist she'd probably been about to knock on her brother's door. Surprise flashed across her lovely face, but in an instant, an answering smile curved her mouth. The resemblance between the other woman and Alexander struck Morgan again, as it had done the night of the auction. The obvious differences between them, her warm caramel skin tone, her breasts, probably distracted most people from the equally obvious similarities. At least to Morgan. The same shape of their mouths, the elegant patrician bone structure in their faces, those distinctive gray eyes. She really was a beauty, just like her brother. "Shut up, you!" Morgan snapped at the unruly, horny whisper in her head. "Good morning, Miss Matlock," Morgan greeted, shifting aside so the other woman could enter the office. "Please, it's Kim," she said. "It's nice seeing you again." She slipped into the room, glanced at her brother. "I didn't mean to interrupt." Morgan shook her head. "I've already been fired once this morning. I probably need to go before Mr. Bishop calls security to pack up my desk." A snort echoed from behind her, but she continued out of the office, pulling the door closed behind her. Only then did she lean against the jamb, her head pressed to the wood and eyes closed, dragging much-needed air into her tortured lungs. Air that had seemed in short supply around her new boss. "Get it together," she ordered herself, pushing off the wall. Either she learned how to breathe around Alexander Bishop, or she would need to add inhalers to her office supplies list. Pens, copier paper, binder clips, and albuterol pumps. She'd better get used to the vitality and energy that seemed to suck all the oxygen out of the room he was in. 2 weeks. That's all he'd allotted her to prove he needed her as much as that stick up his ass. Challenge accepted.
"You really fired her?" Kim demanded. Alex tore his stare from the office door his executive assistant had disappeared behind and focused it on his sister. He snorted. "She's still here, isn't she?" he asked, lowering back to his chair. "I can't believe you actually want to get rid of her," she said, shaking her head as she crossed the room. "You can't, really? You can't think of one reason why?" Kim waved her hand as if shoving aside his objection. "So you two got off on the wrong and awkward foot. Edward couldn't stop singing her praises. And you don't think that has anything to do with him having a young, beautiful woman at his beck and call all day?" he drawled. "You're such a cynic. Another reason for me to go scorched earth on Helena," Kim muttered. He didn't respond. It wouldn't do him any good. It had been 2 years since his divorce, and Kim still resented his ex-wife for trying to put him through the ringer during their proceedings. But the truth? She'd only been the latest in a list of women who'd taught him that beauty could hide a hardened, deceitful, greedy heart. His mother had been the first teacher and claimed the #1 spot on that list. And why the hell was he thinking of either of those women? Next subject. "So what happened?" his sister pressed. "Since she didn't seem upset, I'm guessing you changed your mind? Although," she added, drumming her fingernails against the file on her lap, "I've never known you to do that." "She blackmailed me," he confessed. "Told me she would go to human resources and spread gossip about her, and I quote, unjust, smells like sexual harassment firing." Kim's lips parted, her eyes widening. Then she threw back her head and cackles erupted from her, sounding like a hyena in mid-death throes. He rolled his eyes, waiting for her hilarity to pass. While she wheezed and wiped at her eyes, he let his thoughts drift to Morgan Lett. The same Morgan Lett that he'd had every intention of sending packing when he'd arrived that morning. The file his in-house private investigator had pulled together on her since Friday night had been thorough. Her father's death, her mother's 2 marriages, and the recent death of her stepfather, the charities she sponsored. Her education hadn't been a surprise, but the field of concentration had been. A woman with her degrees could demand a higher position in any company, and yet she'd spent the last few months as Edward Patterson's secretary. Or a better question, why was she working at all? David Lett, her biological father, had provided what her stepfather hadn't, a fortune left to Morgan. Enough to also provide for her younger sister, who wouldn't come into her inheritance until she reached 25 as well. Alex had labeled her a gold digger, and while, in his experience, he'd never known a woman who'd ever turned down money, something didn't fit in his initial impression of her. When he'd fired her, why hadn't she told him to take his job and shove it up his ass? Instead, she'd fought for the position, blackmailing him to keep it. It just didn't fit with the gold digger persona, or with a woman who had enough money to live in a mansion and file her nails for the rest of her life. The woman was an enigma, like a book that refused to give up its secrets until the last few pages. She confused him. He didn't like enigmas. Detested confusion. They belonged in fiction, but not his professional or personal life. And yet she sat outside his office, reviewing the agenda for his upcoming board meeting. "As funny as that is," Kim rasped, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a tissue she snatched out of the box left behind by Edward on the desk, "it still doesn't answer my question. Normally her threats wouldn't have meant shit to you. So what happened?" She was right. Usually he wouldn't care whether or not employees gossiped about him, or that he seemed like a cold-hearted bastard. He never stayed at a company long enough that their impressions mattered. Buy the business, strengthen it, sell it for a higher profit. That was his M.O., and it didn't leave much room for concerns about his reputation. He shrugged. "I don't have a replacement right now, and she knows how this office is run, since she's been with Edward for several months. And she'd been sexually harassed, and he'd hurt her feelings." An image of her shuttered expression when he'd mentioned her ex-fiancé and stepsister snapped in front of his face like a flag caught in a brisk breeze. A shuttered expression that hadn't been quick enough to hide the flash of pain in those sky-blue eyes. He was a self-admitted asshole, but in that moment, knowing he'd caused those clouds to darken her gaze, regret had raked him like nails on a chalkboard, discordant, unnerving. Didn't that sum up how Morgan always left him? Uncomfortable, unsettled. And yet, on impulse, he'd granted her the 2 weeks. Another thing that left him discomfited. He didn't do anything on impulse. Impulse implied lack of forethought, of control. Both were imperative, cornerstones of the life he'd built, of the person he'd become. "Well, I like her," Kim declared. "She's the first person who hasn't stumbled over or ignored the fact that we're related, or made me feel like I'm one of Thomas Jefferson's byblows," she drawled. "I'm glad you gave her another chance." Underneath the flippant tone, he caught Kim's hurt. She put on a good show, just like all bishops did, about their father not acknowledging her as his daughter. During those occasions where he couldn't avoid her, Malcolm Bishop treated Kim as if she were just another employee instead of his flesh and blood. His father cheating on his mother, that hadn't surprised Alex in the least. But fathering another child and hiding it all those years, that had shocked the hell out of him. Malcolm Bishop might have been self-absorbed, distant, and a person who cared more about his dick than spending time with his son, but an absentee father? A bastard who would ignore his own child for years, except for the cutting of a monthly check? Alex wouldn't have believed that of him if he hadn't been witness to the rejection that still continued today. The rejection that continued to wound Kim, even though she would never admit it. Alex nodded toward the manila folder his sister clutched on her lap. "Who'd you come up with?" Kim rose from the chair and rounded his desk, placing the file down in front of him. "3 possibles," she said, perching on the edge of his desk. "And for the record, I'd just like to add that my job is promoting the company's and your image, not this," she said with a flick of her hand at the file. "It smacks too much of mail-order bride from me, or pimping. I know you don't agree, but what other choice do I have, Superfly?" As if the folder contained a rattlesnake, he cautiously opened it. Actually, he wasn't far off the mark, he mused, studying the photo of the brunette paper-clipped to a typed report. If he didn't correctly handle choosing a woman to be his fake fiancée, it would come back to strike him right in the ass. Either I find a fiancée, or I lose the company, and I'll be damned if Dad hands over Bishop Enterprises to one of his lackeys just to spite me. Resentment flared in his chest. He hated the necessity of this charade, hated being forced into a union that he'd tried and failed at before. Marriage. Two people promising to love and commit to one another until death. Or until the novelty wore off, and one decided to pack up their shit and leave. That was the one guarantee in marriage, in relationships, in life. People, women, left. And now, in order to claim his birthright, Alex had to enter into the sham again, or at least the prelude to it. But it would be on his terms. His father might be waving the prize over his head, but nothing in the terms said Alex had to play fair. Malcolm wanted an engagement and future daughter-in-law? Alex would give him one. Nothing in the agreement addressed the amount of time required to walk her down the aisle. Quickly he scanned the gathered information on the three women who Kim had found as potential candidates. A celebutante, a socialite famous for being rich and connected, a businesswoman out of New York, and another less-known socialite, but just as rich as her counterpart. Not her. He returned his attention to the brief dossiers on the women and tapped the picture of the brunette celebutante. She apparently needs attention more than her next breath or Gucci purse, and I don't have the time or the patience to babysit someone. She'll bail or start talking the moment something comes up and steals the focus away from her. And not her. He moved to the report on the businesswoman. I know her reputation, and while I admire the barracuda mentality in the boardroom, I don't really look forward to having to negotiate my soul away in order to get her to agree to this. Her. He picked up the picture of the socialite, peered at it. The photo of her, apparently taken at some kind of formal function, given her gown and jewelry, revealed a lovely blonde with green eyes and a slim figure. She's a possibility. Can you arrange a meeting? Sure. I think she's attending the new French restaurant opening on Boylston Street Thursday night. I'll get you an invite. Kim plucked the blonde's photograph and the accompanying thin sheaf of papers from his hand, and, tilting her head, studied the image. She kind of reminds me of Morgan, don't you think? No. Yes. He'd immediately noticed the surface resemblance. Blonde, slender, beautiful, but the woman in the photo's eyes weren't a crystal blue, nor did they glint with a hint of wickedness, usually right before something bizarre popped out of a sinfully curved mouth. Another difference, the blonde in the photo's lips were perfect, not too big or too small, shaped into a perfect, polite smile, unlike the woman's outside his office, whose mouth was a tad too wide and entirely too lush. One inspired teas and socials, and the other hot, illicit fumblings in the coat room. He couldn't imagine being so hungry and hard for the cool, unruffled socialite that he pulled her from a gala into a dark room filled with furs and overcoats and pushed her to her knees in front of him. Couldn't picture shoving aside every self-imposed rule about decorum and control just to take and corrupt her mouth. Couldn't envision feeling primal satisfaction and pride in sending her back to the party with her lips swollen and tender from being used by him. Yes, he couldn't see him doing any of that with the woman in the photo, which made her perfect. You know, Kim trailed off, glanced toward the closed office door, tapping her bottom lip with a fingertip. What about Morgan? Have you thought maybe she could— No, he repeated. Don't forget to send me the information on the restaurant opening. When her eyes narrowed, he added, Please? She snorted, rising. You just make sure you show up. I don't want to hear an excuse about an unexpected business meeting, she drawled. When we both know that's just code for you holing up in that fortress you call a home with the latest book in your to-be-read pile. Unless there's a bunch of lamentors keeping you hostage, you better show. I'll be there. Pause. And that's dementors, not lamentors, he corrected, referring to the robed, soulless guards of Azkaban prison in Harry Potter. He'd tried, and failed, several times over the years to convince her of the brilliance that comprised J.K. Rowling's boy wizard, but his sister had, sadly, never converted. Muggle. Your inner nerd is showing, Alex, she shot over her shoulder before exiting his office. He shook his head, and returned his attention to the photo of the woman who might end up being his Hail Mary. As of Thursday night, the cloud that had been hanging over his head for 6 months might start clearing, and the company that he'd sacrificed, protected, and loved would be his. Finally.
Chapter 4. Next time, I pick the movie. Mary grumbled, picking up the bottle of red wine off the coffee table. Her sister pinned Morgan with a look that clearly stated her opinion of Morgan's choice. And in case Morgan had any doubts, she added, "That sucked." Morgan extended her empty glass toward Mary. "When I sat through Get Rich or Die Tryin' last month, did I complain?" "Yeah, bitch, you did," Mary drawled, refilling Morgan's glass and her own damn near to the rims. "And at least my movie was about overcoming adverse circumstances and following dreams against all odds. Yours is about—" She flicked a hand toward the mounted television screen in their mother's den. "Hell, I still don't know what it's about." Divergent is about the search for identity, how the lust for power can corrupt as well as the power of choice. If you bothered to read something besides Vogue and TMZ, you would know all this. Mary, a 21-year-old model when she wasn't typing in data at a bank operations center, had 2 interests: fashion and celebrity gossip. "Is that right?" Mary scratched her head with her middle finger. "Girls, please." Their mother glanced up from her laptop, a wealth of long suffering contained in 2 words. "How old are you 2? 12, Morgan said. 10, Mary chimed in. Their mom sighed, returning her attention back to the computer and whatever committee plan, invitation list, or social calendar she worked on. "I know this makes me a bad mother to say this, but drink more wine and put in another movie." Chuckling, Morgan pushed herself off the couch and crossed the floor to the state-of-the-art entertainment system their mother owned, but had no clue how to operate. Catherine only spent time in the room when Morgan and Mary came over for their monthly dinner and a movie nights. Otherwise, most days, she would be in her upstairs office or out, consumed with whatever philanthropic event demanded her attention. Since Gerald's death, she'd become even more involved with her charities, as if as long as she kept busy, she wouldn't grieve. Morgan and Mary had learned their defensive mechanisms from the best. Shaking her head, Morgan ejected the DVD of Divergent. She'd never admit it, but Mary had a point. The book had been better than the movie. Then again, when wasn't it? Still, she snorted. It was much better than 50 Cent's autobiography. Holding the DVD case, she studied the image on the front. The actor who played 4 in the movie, Theo James, reminded her of Alexander Bishop, only with lighter hair. They both shared the same dark, slashing, imperious eyebrows. And yes, eyebrows could be imperious. The striking features, full mouth, even the haircut was identical. In the world of Divergent, Alexander would be an erudite, a seeker of knowledge, intelligent, power-hungry, and emotionless, while she would be dauntless, brave, a fighter, fearless. Oh, hell, who was she kidding? She'd be factionless, not belonging to any of the groups. She could be selfish as hell, believed in a good lie when useful, thought peace was a pipe dream, sneezed and itched inside of libraries, and was scared as hell most of the time. Alexander knew himself, wore confidence, like one of his $3,000 suits. Her? She deserved an Emmy for the role of bored, don't-fuck-with-me socialite she performed every day. The role that hid the truth. She questioned everything. Who she was, where she was going, what the hell she was doing. And she could even turn a dystopian YA movie into a self-pitying session. Jesus, she was sick of her own self. "Honey, how's the job going? I saw Edward Patterson at a dinner party last week, and he mentioned you. Is the new owner pleasant?" Her mother asked. Good Lord, was the woman a mind reader? No sooner had Morgan pushed Alexander out of her head than her mother brought him up again. "He's fine," she said, suddenly reluctant to share too much about him with her mother and sister, which was odd since she didn't keep much from them. And there wasn't much to tell anyway. It had been 2 weeks since he'd taken over and tried to fire her. He was a demanding, exacting employer, but fair, she grudgingly admitted. Not just to her, but to all the employees. Even the personnel who'd been let go, mostly executives who had assisted in placing Lear Industries in their troubled financial situation, had been released with dignity. He hadn't ordered them ushered out by security with boxes under their arms. Instead, he'd allowed them to resign and to pack up their offices after hours to avoid the walk of shame. She'd been working her ass off to prove her value to him, putting in extra hours to help the transition roll as smoothly as possible. And since he hadn't issued her walking papers yesterday when she left for the weekend, maybe the firing had been postponed. But with Alexander, one could never tell. The man's emotions and thoughts were locked up tighter than RuPaul's wig collection.
Fine being the key word here.
Mary sipped her wine, and Morgan couldn't tell if her hum of pleasure could be attributed to the alcohol or Alexander.
I saw him at a restaurant opening last week. The man is sex on a stick, double dipped in hot damn.
Nice and classy, sweetie, their mother drawled, lifting a perfectly arched eyebrow. Mary shrugged, flipping her long, dark blonde hair over her shoulder with a grin.
I'm just saying, is he single? She asked. He looked kind of cozy with Chelsea Benson.
Chelsea Benson. Morgan knew her. Nice, which was saying something for the circles they traveled in. Beautiful, very proper. And she must have been the possible Alexander and Kim had discussed in his office that first day. Yes, Morgan had shamelessly eavesdropped on their conversation, but in her defense, she'd meant to shut the door completely behind her, but hadn't, and their voices had carried. And if Morgan had scooted her chair closer to the door to listen, well, she was only human. Nosy as hell, but still human.
Either I find a fiance or I lose the company, and I'll be damned if Dad hands over Bishop Enterprises to one of his lackeys just to spite me.
Alexander's statement echoed in her thoughts. From the gist of his discussion with Kim, she'd surmised he needed a woman to marry him, or he would no longer head up his family business. If her assumption was correct, then someone had really screwed him over. Maybe she should have confided in him about Gerald's stipulation in his will. Apparently he understood about overbearing, interfering fathers. But any sympathy she might have momentarily had for him evaporated as his flat-out refusal to consider her in his inane arrangement. Not that she would ever have agreed to voluntarily spend time with him, much less become fake engaged to him, but hell, he could do worse. She was a catch, damn it. That is, if she wanted to be caught, which she didn't. Ah, hell. The man wasn't even here, and he had her arguing with herself. I don't know if he's single or not, she said, answering Mary's question. His need a fiance situation hovered on the tip of her tongue, but at the last second, she kept her mouth shut. Mary, God love her, was a notorious gossip, and Morgan doubted even her mother could contain juicy news like that from spilling during one of her teas. And, for some inexplicable reason, she didn't want to subject Alexander to their wagging tongues and speculation.
Speaking of being single...
Their mother laid aside the laptop on the table next to her chair, and Morgan's belly executed a flip that would have won Simone Biles another gold medal. Those words alone were enough to send Morgan running for the door, but they didn't contain the usual exasperation. Though her mother's expression remained composed, the hint of sadness in the tone set Morgan on edge. What now? Placing the DVD on the shelf, she turned to fully face the older woman. Uh-oh, Mary murmured, setting her half-full glass on the table and crossing her long legs under her.
What's wrong?
What appeared to be regret flickered across their mother's face, and Morgan's stomach tightened even further. "I received an invitation in the mail today," Catherine said, voice soft, her gaze focused on Morgan. "It's to Cynthia and Troy's engagement party next month." Pain burst in her chest, stealing her breath and leaving behind a hot, burning red poker in its place. She'd known this was coming. It had only been a month since Troy's defection, but she'd assumed one day he and Cynthia would announce their intent to marry. But so soon? So fucking soon? Had she been that easy to get over? Had he ever loved her in the first place? No, he hadn't. He loved Cynthia. She squeezed her eyes shut. The whispers, gossip, innuendos. They'd just started to dissipate, but now she would be on the end of more catty remarks, more hushed murmurings that abruptly stopped when she neared, more pitying glances.
"I can't!"
The yell ricocheted off the walls of her head, mixing with the hurt that still scorched her. "I can't," she repeated, her voice raspy from the scream she'd held back. "You can, and you will," her mother stated, steel running through the order. She stood and strode across the room. Delicate but strong arms and the familiar scent of Chanel No. 5 enveloped Morgan. "You're stronger than this, honey," she said against Morgan's hair. No, she wasn't. One more blow and she'd break.
"That bitch," Mary hissed, jumping up from the couch. "I still can't believe Cynthia went behind your back like that. And Troy? I never liked him anyway. Anyone who uses that much gel on his hair is questionable."
The snicker caught Morgan by surprise. Leave it to Mary to drag laughter out of her when all she wanted to do was curl up and hide. Sighing, she stepped out of her mother's embrace.
"Mary, language,"
Catherine scolded.
"Sorry, Mom,"
she said, sounding decidedly unapologetic.
"But what she did was unforgivable. I still say you and Morgan should have let me put dem paws on her."
Morgan rolled her eyes. "You model in one rap music video, and suddenly you're gangsta-boo."
"Hey!"
Mary jabbed a finger in her direction.
"I'm trying to support you here, I swear,"
she grumbled, flopping back down on the couch.
"Haters gonna hate."
A bark of laughter escaped Morgan, and damn if it didn't feel good. The pain still pulsed in her heart, but the sharp edge of it dulled with her mother and sister's love.
"Are you going?"
Mary asked their mother, picking up her wine again. Catherine glanced at Morgan, a frown creasing her brow. "I think I should, since Gerald isn't there, but..." Her struggle between hurting her and supporting her husband's daughter in his absence was evident, and the selfish part of Morgan wanted to stomp her foot and demand her mother not go and celebrate the engagement of the woman and man who had betrayed her. But for once, the selfless side of her reared its dusty head. She couldn't force her mother to choose. Gerald had adored his only daughter, and with him gone, Catherine would represent the only parent Cynthia had left. And the truth was, she didn't hate Cynthia. Oh, Morgan had called her stepsister all kinds of bitches and hoes after she discovered her and Troy together. But as much as she wanted to despise Cynthia, she couldn't. Other women would have said to hell with it and slept with Troy, but Cynthia hadn't, because she wasn't that kind of person. She was nice. She always had been from the time Gerald and Catherine had introduced them as teens. Not too nice to fall in love with her stepsister's fiance, but her kindness and sense of humor had kept her from going that extra step of screwing Troy while he was still engaged to Morgan. Was Morgan thankful? Hell no. She wasn't that hypocritical or saintly. But still. Running her fingers through her hair, she dragged the strands away from her face. "No, Mom. You should go. I'll be okay."
"To hell with that," Mary snarled. "I'm not. They can take that party and shove..."
The peal of her cell phone interrupted her sister's tirade about bodily orifices. Hold that thought. With a chuckle, she crossed to the sofa and retrieved her phone out of her purse. One glance at the screen, and all her amusement evaporated like water under a blazing desert sun. Her thumb hovered above the answer bar, her heart beating a ponderous rhythm in her throat. Swallowing, she finally swiped the screen and pressed the phone to her ear. "Hello, Cynthia." Her mother and sister whipped around to face her. Mary's shock quickly gave way to anger, and she stalked across the room, her arms stretched out, palm facing up. But Morgan shook her head, tightening her grip on the cell in case Mary tried to snatch it from her. She didn't put it past her. "Hi, Morgan." Cynthia's sweet, cultured voice resonated over the line. A pause and then, "How are you?" she asked softly. "Seriously?" "Well, I just received news of your engagement party, so I'm not that well, fuck you very much." The snarky comeback skated on her tongue, but instead she said, "Fine. I hear congratulations are in order. Mom just told me about your engagement." "Yes, I wanted to tell you, but I didn't think you wanted to hear from me." Silence reverberated over their connection. Damn if she would lie to make Cynthia feel better. She hadn't wanted to hear from her. Still didn't. "I mailed you an invitation, but I understand if you—" Her voice trailed off, and Morgan inhaled, battling the need to deliver platitudes to assuage her stepsister's guilt. Only 2 years separated them, Cynthia being the oldest, but at one time they'd been friends, if not as close as Morgan and Mary. That's why the betrayal dug so deep. She'd never have expected it of Cynthia. "Anyway, thank you for speaking with me." "Sure," she said, eager to end this awkward conversation. Also, what the hell could Cynthia want? It must be important to brave reaching out to her. "What can I do for you?" "I'm afraid it's not good, Morgan." Another of those sighs that sounded like it carried the weight of the universe. "The board met yesterday afternoon and they have voted and decided to sell the building that Phoenix House is in." Shock pummeled her, driving the air from her lungs. Scrabbling for the arm of the couch, she gripped it and sank down onto its cushions, her legs losing their ability to hold her up. Horror mingled with the astonishment. Horror and grief. "No," she rasped. "They can't. Gerald promised." She sucked in a breath, willing the roar in her ears to ease. "Gerald promised it to me in his will." They had the legal department dissect the will, and there was a codicil in the document that the lawyer neglected to tell you or me about at the reading. If the company is in financial stress, the building is part of a list of assets that can be sold or liquidated for infusion of cash. This clause supersedes what he willed you. And the business is in trouble. It has been for the last 6 months, so the board decided to sell the building. I'm so sorry. The board decided to sell the building. The board decided to sell the building. It crashed and rebounded against her skull, growing louder until she missed the first part of Cynthia's continued explanation. Argued that it was Dad's wishes, but they outvoted me. I failed you, but I did convince them to let you have the right to put in an offer. I know it isn't much, she murmured. How much? The shock ebbed and the fear and utter sense of loss flooded her, threatened to drown her. What are they asking? It's a prime location in West Roxbury, Morgan. The highest offer we've received is $1.5 million. None of the others have come in that high, so you would have to meet or top that. I don't... She bit off the rest of her sentence, but they both knew the rest of it without it being voiced. She didn't have that kind of money. Yes, she had the inheritance her father had left her. It had been hers earlier in the year when she'd turned 25. But his will had also stipulated she received it in monthly installments, meted out by a conservator. She wouldn't receive full control over the bulk of it until she turned 28. One thing she knew about the conservatorship: it wouldn't allow her to spend money she didn't yet fully possess on a mortgage. She'd failed. Failed Phoenix House. Failed all those women who depended on their services. Failed the staff, who had moved into the building on Morgan's word that they would always have a roof over their heads. But now Gerald's board would evict the nonprofit, not caring that thousands of people depended on their services, their support. What could she? The seed of an idea took root. Even as logic rejected the thought, she could. It was a long shot, like Kanye and Taylor Swift had a better chance of brokering a truce long shot. But no matter how small a chance, it existed, and she had to take it. "How long do I have?" she asked, jumping to her feet and snatching up her purse. She raced from the room and heard her mother and sister's footsteps behind her. But she didn't have time to explain. If she was going to do this, she had to move now, before the opportunity passed. Before she lost her nerve. "A week," Cynthia replied. "Morgan, I really am sorry." "Yeah, I know. I am too. So make sure you hold them to that week. I have to go. Bye." She jerked her coat from the hall closet and yanked it on, stuffing the cell phone in the pocket. "Morgan, what's going on? What did Cynthia want?" her mother demanded. "I can't talk right now, but I'll explain later, promise." She cut through the living room, into the kitchen, and out the side door that led into the garage.
"Where are you going?"
Mary called after her. Pulling open her car door, she slid into the driver's seat and slammed the door shut. Where was she going? To make a deal with the devil.
Chapter 5. Alexander flipped the next page of The Fever Code, the second prequel in the Maze Runner series. He'd read every book in the series, and the story of the Gladers, the Maze, and the shadowy organization Wicked was addictive. This is what a perfect Saturday night entailed: kicked back in the study, feet up, a great book, and a beer. He lifted his Corona, but before he could take a sip, the doorbell echoed through the house. Scowling, he lowered the beer. Who the hell could that be? Kim's husband Matt was in town for a couple of days, so they would be, well, he didn't want to imagine what the hell they were doing, but that didn't leave anyone else who'd be leaning on his damned doorbell at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night. Setting the hardcover and beer on the table, he rose from the couch and strode through the adjacent library and out into the long hallway that ran the length of the home he rented. He'd purposefully selected a home in Weston instead of a condo in downtown Boston or a section of the city closer to the office. Privacy, quiet, space. He required them, needed them. Growing up in the city that never slept had been claustrophobic. That sounded ridiculous considering the luxury townhome he'd lived in as a child had been bigger than most people's houses. But that townhome hadn't been a haven. Manhattan had been a hub of activity, like an anthill filled with workers forever scurrying from one place to the next, and his home had been a reflection of the city. His father had seemed to hate being alone, detested quiet. Women, guests, business associates, their townhouse had always hosted someone, and more often than not, when Alex couldn't escape to his room into a book or to his grandfather's, his father forced him to join. And by join, Alex would find the nearest wall to hold up and brood. His aloofness had annoyed Malcolm. He'd believed Alex segregated himself on purpose to embarrass him. That couldn't have been further from the truth. He hated crowds, hated having to make awkward small talk, despised fake people who pretended to be interested in you when they couldn't care less. But while socializing and networking was unavoidable, his space wasn't. He always rented a home whenever he had an extended stay in a city outside of New York, maybe because of the quiet and peace. Maybe because his home had never been one. Either way, the fact remained no one should be showing up at his. He reached the front door and peeked out of one of the windows bracketing either side. What the fuck? Shock winging through him, he glanced out the glass again. But the beer didn't have him imagining things. Morgan stood on his doorstep. Shifting back from the window, he jerked the door open and stared. Even shivering in the cold November night, her golden hair bundled on top of her hair in a messy knot, she sent his senses on high alert. For the last 2 weeks, his eyesight had never been as sharp as when she was near. He caught every detail about her. The birthmark that dotted her right cheekbone, the almost invisible sickle-shaped scar that nicked her collarbone, the small butterfly tattoo on the inside of her left ankle. His nose detected her sultry vanilla and sandalwood fragrance, even when she wasn't in his office. His ears picked up her slightly husky 800 sex operator voice like a homing pigeon. His senses. Hell, she made his cock hard. He clenched his jaw. Just went to show that no matter how much he prided himself on not being slave to his emotions and baser instincts, he was no better than other men. He could dislike a woman and still want to push her up against the nearest flat surface, close his mouth over her mouth, and swallow the screams of pleasure he dragged from her. Danger. The woman was a walking, snark-wielding danger sign, and if he possessed any of the reason he claimed to own, he would tell her whatever she wanted could wait until Monday, and to go home. Instead, he stepped back, silently inviting her into his sanctuary. And all because she gave another shiver in the cold. "Thank you," she said, moving into the foyer. He didn't immediately reply, but shut the door, and, crossing his arms, watched her survey the cavernous area. The chandelier, marble floor, large fireplace, and curving staircase were impressive, but she came from wealth. This show of luxury wouldn't be anything new to her. Yet, when she nodded and turned to face him, pleasure lit her blue eyes. "Beautiful place. I like it." He narrowed his eyes on her. "Still, I'm sure the decor didn't bring you all the way out here on a Saturday night, uninvited." She didn't even blush or appear properly chagrined. But he'd yet to see Morgan Lett blush about anything. Maybe she wasn't capable. "How did you know where I live?" he asked, a kernel of unease skittering over his skin. As unpredictable as she could be, he doubted even she would drive the 30 minutes from Boston for kicks and giggles. Well, he was almost certain she wouldn't do something as outlandish as that. "I'm your assistant," she reminded him with a flick of her fingers. "I know your address, phone number, social security number, and shoe size. And just let me say—" She wriggled her eyebrows up and down. Resisting the urge to cup his hands over his dick, he snapped, "What are you doing here?" Sighing, she tugged on the sash of her coat and grasped the top button. "Do you mind?" she asked. "You plan on staying that long?" He had a book to get back to, and the less time in her unsettling presence, the better. She tilted her head, nodding. "Afraid so. This is going to be one of those you'd-better-sit-down-for-this conversations." Damn. Heaving his own sigh, he extended his hand, and she swiftly released the remaining buttons on the coat and shrugged out of it before passing the garment to him. Against his will, curiosity wormed its way inside him and quickened his movements to the hall closet. But as he hung the coat on a hanger, the sense of disquiet thickened. Her reply might have been flippant, but as carefully as he studied her, always studied her, he didn't miss the apprehension that had flashed in her eyes or momentarily tightened her mouth. Whatever she'd shown up at his home to speak with him about made her nervous. And a nervous Morgan should be terrifying. Again, the notion that he should be shoving her arms back in her coat and escorting her to and out the front door flickered in his head. But an unknown streak of masochism had him closing the closet door and returning to her. He dipped his head in the direction of the nearest living room and strode toward it, leaving her to follow. The house boasted 2 living areas, and this one, larger than the other, had been intended for formal guests, not comfort. The stark white couch and love seat complemented the pristine glass table and scattering of delicate antique furniture, but none of them put a visitor at ease. Instead of relaxing and comforting, the pieces practically screamed, "Don't eat on me. Don't drink on me. Matter of fact, just don't touch me." Only the wide, large enough for a man to stand inside of fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling windows that offered an amazing view of the surrounding lawn and wooded area combated the sterile feeling of the room. He didn't spend any time here, preferring the small, more intimate living area. But for Morgan, who wasn't a guest or a friend, this would do perfectly. It reflected the relationship they shared. Impersonal, distant, careful. He didn't bother to sit, but pivoted to face her, waiting. She didn't lower to one of the couches or chairs either, and they stood across from one another in a timeless standoff. Arms by her side, and wearing a long-sleeved floor-length dress that managed to look both casual and elegant, all she needed was a hip holster and silver-handled gun to complete the image of a woman about to enter a showdown. "You're barefoot," she pointed out, her first shot unexpected. And so Morgan. "And you're wearing jeans," she whispered, the tone almost scandalized. He glanced down. He often eschewed suits and shoes when home. Since turning 21, his everyday uniform was a suit and tie, and as at ease as he was in them, removing the business attire in the privacy of his home was like removing armor. "You showed up at my house on a Saturday night," he said, irritation he couldn't keep at bay crawling into his voice. "Presumably to discuss something other than my home or choice in wardrobe?" "Yes." But she didn't continue, her gaze taking another slow, unabashed tour of his body. He shouldn't like her eyes on him, should be offended by the brazen inspection, but he wasn't in the habit of lying to himself. He did like it. Part of him, the raw, primal side only she seemed to awaken, wanted to challenge her, demand if she needed him to lift up his shirt or drop his pants so she could get a better look. But he tightened the chains on that part of his psyche. Out-of-control behavior only led to chaos and regretful choices and actions that couldn't be taken back. "Right." She cleared her throat, returned her gaze to his. "Why I'm here." A grimace floated over her lovely features. "To fully explain, I have to admit to something that's rude and could potentially have me fired. I need you to grant me immunity first before we begin." He frowned, confused. Fired? Immunity? What the hell was she talking about? Yes, on his first day, he'd had every intention of letting her go at the end of the 2 weeks she'd requested. But surprisingly, Morgan had proven to be efficient, hard-working, extremely knowledgeable, and professional. Without her, the initial phase of the transition wouldn't have run so smoothly. He still didn't understand why a woman with her intelligence and a master's degree wasn't in a senior or even vice president position. It was as much a mystery as it had been when he'd read her file. A riddle. And he couldn't leave a riddle alone. Not until he solved it. Like the one explaining why she was here demanding immunity, like she was about to face a DA and a 10-year stretch in jail. "I'll grant you 10 more minutes. How about that?" he countered. Throwing her palms up, she shrugged. "Okay, I tried." She started to pace, her long, graceful legs carrying her to the couch, then to the love seat, then back to the couch. "Remember the first day you came to Lear, and you and Kim were in your office? Well, I might have overheard part of your conversation." Eavesdropping. Disbelief ricocheted through him. "You eavesdropped on a private discussion, your employer's private discussion." "No," she objected, pausing mid-pace. "Well, yeah, I did, but I wasn't trying to steal company secrets. Just find out whether or not you intended to fire me." "That possibility is looking better and better, Ms. Lett," he snapped. "Oh, shit," she winced. "Can you hear me out before you give me the boot, please?" Taking his silence for acquiescence, she continued. "Like I said, my bad about the whole eavesdropping thing. Nasty habit, I admit. Still, I can't unhear what I heard. And I heard that you're looking for a... She paused, rubbed her palm across the back of her neck. Fake fiancé? She mumbled. Astonishment blasted him, leaving him frozen. Quickly, he flipped through his memory's Rolodex back to that day and his exact words to Kim. She'd brought the file with the information on the two women and Chelsea Benson. They'd talked about how he needed to find a fiancé or lose the opportunity to take over Bishop Enterprises. The unease that had taunted him since he'd opened the door expanded until it mushroomed in his chest like an atom bomb cloud. Morgan knew about his search, his plans. Anger churned with humiliation, burned a hole in his chest. Had she told anyone? Why was she bringing it up? Did she intend to blackmail him with the information? He should have fucking sent her packing day one. Instead, he'd allowed a flash of vulnerability to deter him, convince him to relent. Now she had him by the short hairs. He knew better than to allow emotion to enter into a decision, damn it. "What do you want?" he asked, voice flat. "To volunteer for the job. To be your fiancé." Again, surprise rocketed through him, almost sent him rocking back on his bare feet. She wanted to... "What?" he damn near stuttered. "Are you crazy?" Her chin jerked up as if she were offended. He swallowed a snort. Right, that couldn't have possibly been the first time she'd been on the receiving end of that question. "No, I'm not crazy," she carefully enunciated. Then, seconds later, muttered, "Desperate maybe, not crazy." "Explain," he ordered. Christ, the woman had reduced him to monosyllabic words like a fucking caveman. Heaving a loud gust of breath, she resumed her pacing. "I guess I need to start with my stepfather's will." She narrated a tale about work ethic, wills, and stipulations. It all sounded too familiar to his own father and his antiquated and obtrusive demands. "So this Phoenix house means so much to you that you capitulated to the terms?" he questioned. She paused in her compulsive walking back and forth. "Yes, it does," she said, her shoulders straightening, and he recognized the gesture for what it was, a bracing for an attack. "I know what you're thinking. What's one more charity to a socialite, right? Sign a check like I do to the others and move on. But Phoenix House is more than a signature on a check. They are important to this community, to the women who go there, to the children who depend on those mothers for security." She trailed off, glancing away, her teeth sinking into the plump curve of her bottom lip. "They're important," she repeated, voice soft. "I wasn't thinking that," he murmured, and her head jerked up, the crystal blue scrutiny studying him, as if searching for any sign of derision. Who had belittled her obvious commitment to this organization? Who had dismissed her? Someone had, and that person had been a fool. A deaf and blind person could have caught the zeal in her voice while speaking of Phoenix House, noted the devotion in her fervent expression. "I understand why you wanted to keep your job, though." "Yes." She swept a palm over her hair, narrowly missing dislodging the knot at the top of her head. "But now, none of that matters. My stepsister called me." Her full mouth thinned into a grim line. "The board decided to sell the building. They found a way of getting past the stipulation, and they're selling it to someone else. Phoenix House will most likely be evicted, and since finding another place to lease would take time, the services would be discontinued, the classes canceled. The women who depend on them, shit out of luck," she sneered. For the first time since meeting her, the flippant veneer she wore like one of her expensive dresses slipped, and he glimpsed another side of the sarcastic, devil-may-care woman who'd told him he needed tough love and blackmailed him for her job. This one was more serious, committed, and impassioned. He almost demanded the return of the socialite who wielded snark like a broadsword. Her he understood, her he was familiar with and could withstand, even though she tempted him. But this woman? She stirred the need to take her in his arms, not to fuck, but to hold, to promise he'd solve her problems. She could be even more dangerous because she made him want to dig deeper, to find all the other fascinating facets of her. In his mind, he took a step back. A shrill warning joined the neon, blinking sign of danger that surrounded her. Fascination represented a slippery slope. First the infatuation, the attraction, then curiosity to know more, followed by a need to keep and hold, to commit. Then came the desertion. Shit, he needed to get back to the fever code, or he would suddenly start watching Gilmore Girls or something else equally as emasculating. "I'm sorry," he said, and meant it. She had kept, and had been keeping, her end of the bargain. It wasn't fair that they flipped the tables on her. What does that have to do with me? Or being my fiancé? Cynthia convinced the board to give me 1 week to come up with the funds to purchase the building, she explained, her thick fringe of lashes lowering over her eyes. "I know you're aware of my trust fund from my biological father, but I can't access all of it until I'm 28. I don't have $1.5 million. The lashes lifted, and he stared into the shadowed blue depths. "But you do." Comprehension dawned like the sun breaking through a bank of storm clouds. "Yes, I do," he agreed. "And in exchange for playing the role of my fiancé, you want that amount." She nodded. "To buy the building for the Phoenix House. If you'll give me enough money to outbid anyone else interested in it, I'll be your fake bride-to-be." He cocked his head. "And how do you know I haven't already found someone? If you heard my entire conversation with Kim, then you also know I had selected a person." "A possible," she corrected, proving she had indeed heard everything. "And tonight, my sister mentioned to me that she saw you and Chelsea Benton together last week. I'm willing to bet you haven't delivered your offer yet." "1." She ticked up a finger. "As pressed as you sounded a couple of weeks ago, I think I would have read something in those nosy-ass gossip columns about your engagement. You don't strike me as the type to waste time when he has a goal set. And 2." She flipped up another finger. "If you're planning on asking her, let me caution you first. Chelsea is a sweetheart, but she's like a toddler who's drunk too much Kool-Aid. Can't hold her water. She wouldn't maliciously spill your business, but she also wouldn't be able to help sharing it with her 15 closest friends who wouldn't tell a soul," she drawled. "Also, Claudia Benson, her mother, is on the hunt, and she's chasing down a potential husband for her daughter. So, unless you want the details of your arrangement fodder for the beautification committee and an overbearing, hands-on mother-in-law, I'd pass on that option." Well, shit. He had no idea if her claims about Chelsea's propensity to gossip was true, but everything she'd said about the other woman's mother hit the nail on the head. As soon as he'd sat down with Chelsea at the restaurant opening, Claudia Benson had dropped by the table no less than 4 times, a speculative glint in her eyes. Morgan had missed one more thing about Chelsea, though. Yes, she was nice, and boring as hell. She didn't even talk about herself, just nothing but single-word answers and giggles. Fucking giggles. He couldn't be with a woman who giggled, not even for a fake engagement. That was a deal-breaker. But Morgan didn't know he'd already scratched Chelsea off his list of 1, leaving him with no one. All week, panic had been tormenting him like a bad case of heartburn. He could feel his time ticking by, feel the phantom brush of the CEO position as it slipped through his fingers. And now Morgan offered him his Hail Mary. Her. Hell no. He wasn't that desperate or cracked. "Whether or not Chelsea is an option doesn't change the fact that you aren't," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. "Since being blunt and saying hell no might be misconstrued as rude, I'll just say no thank you." Matching his stance, she folded her arms, tilted her head. "Give me one good reason why." "We don't like each other," he bit out. "I might not have fired you yet, and considering this new revelation of your predilection toward eavesdropping, I stress yet, but that doesn't mean I'm going to willingly chain myself to you for the next few months." Pfft. She waved aside his words as if swatting an annoying gnat. In the immortal words of Tina Turner, what's love, or like, got to do with it? We're going to be pretending. Two people pulling a sham over people's eyes for our own avaricious ends. If that's not motivation, I don't know what is. And personally, a little hate will really fuel the passion we fake feel for each other. Do you fully understand what we would have to do? He growled, advancing on her, momentarily forgetting his resolve to maintain distance between them. My father isn't an idiot. He knows how much I despise the idea of marrying again. Wait, hold up. She threw up a hand, palm out. Again? Won't easily be fooled. I need to convince him that I've done the impossible, that I've found a woman I not only want to be with, but who's also fallen in love with me, which would explain the whirlwind romance and quick engagement. The words tasted like day-old ashes in his mouth. It's going to be hard enough pretending I've gone stupid over a woman, any woman. But can you be that woman, Morgan? Can you pretend you want me, my touch, and not just for a night, but for weeks, months if necessary? I don't think... Morgan moved forward. No, prowled forward with a sensual sway of her hips that had the moisture in his mouth drying up like a drought. She didn't stop until her chest pressed against him, and her thighs brushed his. Jesus. He ground his teeth together, caging the groan that climbed up the back of his throat. The layers of her dress and his sweater didn't hide the firmness of her breasts. The soft weight of them had his hands itching to yank down the top, slide down the cups of her bra, and cradle the tempting flesh, to thumb nipples he knew would be a delicate pink, at least until he had his mouth and tongue on them. Then the color would deepen into a dark, beautiful rose. Do you know why I came here tonight? She whispered, lifting a hand and cradling his face. Slumberous blue eyes stared up at him, the same need winding through his blood reflected there. I couldn't stop myself, even though I know this is the last place I should be. You... A breath shuddered out from between her lips, caressing his chin. She whisked her thumb over his cheekbone, shaking her head. You are like a drug. I shouldn't want you. I know you're bad for me. Will probably hurt me, but I don't care. I need you. Want to just look at you, touch you. She trailed her fingertips down his temple, over his jaw, grazed his lips. You're all I think about, and I can't fight it anymore. She confessed on a trembling sigh as her gaze dropped to his mouth. I don't want to fight it anymore. Abruptly, she dropped her hand from him and stepped back. And scene. She flung an arm out to the side and folded over at the waist into a flamboyant, exaggerated bow, the knot of hair at the top of her head bouncing. When she straightened, a smirk quirked her lips. The arousal that had hooded her eyes and softened her generous, a shade too wide mouth had disappeared as if it had never been. As you were saying? She asked, arching a dark blonde eyebrow high. I can't pretend to want you? You are amazing, scary as fuck. But he couldn't force out anything else past the lust strangling him. His body still hummed with arousal, the need droning inside him like 100 angry bees. Awesome, I know, she nodded. I told Mrs. Bradley she should have let me play Peter Cottontail in our third-grade play instead of Tree Number 1. She missed out on all this. She swept a hand down her body. So? She held her palms up. Do we have a deal? When he was still trying to convince his cock that it wouldn't be finding its way inside her? If anything, his body's instant reaction to her was another reason to turn her down flat. At least with Chelsea, he hadn't felt the urgent, primal need to drag her off and bury himself in her as soon as possible like a goddamn caveman. Not like Morgan. She was everything his body craved, and the very thing he couldn't allow himself to have. To hell with playing with fire. She was dancing around a 10-alarm fire in gasoline drawers. As if sensing his imminent denial, her eyes narrowed. Did I also mention Chelsea's a level 10 clinger? Ask her last boyfriend. I think he had to go into witness protection. And here I thought you said she was a sweetheart, not a stalker. He drawled. Christ, what would she come up with next? He had to give it to Morgan, though. She was a fighter. She shrugged. She is, but one who doesn't know how to let go. Me, on the other hand, I'll walk away at the end of this. Run, as far as I can, far, far away, leaving only my skid marks behind me. Her promise to leave rang in his chest, striking something discordant inside him like a gong. Isn't that what he wanted, though? Of course, this whole plan wasn't about finding a wife, but gaining his birthright. And afterward, he would send his fiancée away so he wouldn't have to watch another woman walk. With a hard mental shake of his head, he shied away from that thought. He had one goal, become CEO of Bishop Enterprises, and finding the right partner to play the role that would help him attain that goal. And that partner wasn't Chelsea Benson, or any of the other women Kim had suggested. He'd rejected them for various reasons, but there'd been one thing that had been common with all the candidates. Him. His reaction to them, or rather lack of reaction. He sighed. His father was shrewd. He would take one look at the women and know something was up because of the absence of chemistry. And if Alex was going to convince his father the engagement wasn't a farce, then he had to make Malcolm believe Alex was head over ass in love, that he couldn't keep his hands off the woman and needed to make her his. Only one person fit that bill so far. The one person he might not like, but damn sure kept his dick in a state of perpetual semi-arousal. And from that display moments ago, Morgan could pull this act off. He just had to keep his hands to himself. Shit. He dragged a hand over his head, scrubbing the short strands. "Look," Morgan said, a note of resignation weighing down her voice. "I don't know how much longer you have to find a fiancé, or who else you're considering, but none of the women need this as bad as I do. This isn't just about me, but about Phoenix House and all the women who depend on it. Yes, okay, we don't really care for each other, but that's a pro, isn't it? You know I won't demand more at the end of this. I damn sure won't claim to love you and change up the terms. I'm walking into this with my eyes wide open. I don't need more from you than the purchase of the building. And in 3 years, when I fully come into my inheritance from my father, I'll buy it back from you. So really you're not losing money. With another woman, you would have to pay off her silence and pray she keeps her mouth shut. After the shit with my own broken engagement, do you think I want people to know my next one was a business transaction?" He turned away from her, from the pleading in those suddenly somber eyes. Rubbing a hand over the nape of his neck, he shoved out everything but the pros and cons of this decision that couldn't be based on anything but logic, not emotion. 2 weeks ago, he'd had 7 weeks to find a fiancée. Now he had 5. He was running out of time. She'd made it clear she wanted him only for the building, and he'd actually planned on paying the person he chose more than $1.5 million. Living a lie for possibly months deserved to be compensated. Most importantly, though, she wouldn't turn the tables on him and demand more than they'd agreed upon when the time to call it quits arrived. Not a relationship or real commitment. That had been one of his main worries. But with Morgan, that concern didn't exist, not on her part, and damn sure not on his. After several moments, he pivoted and faced her again. "You can't tell anyone, and I do mean anyone, about this arrangement, not even your mother or sister," he ordered. She blinked, but then quickly nodded. "Done. Second, I'll purchase the building for you, and at the end of this, I'll sign the deed over to you. You won't pay me back for it." "Now, wait, you can't—" She shook her head, but he held up a hand, halting her argument. "Non-negotiable. I intended to pay whoever I chose, and you will be too. This is a job, one that will entail social events, business functions, as well as personal family obligations several times a week. Your time should be well compensated. And third, I sign the paperwork to officially take over Bishop Enterprises on New Year's Day. You have to agree to continue the pretense until 2 months after that date. About that, I have a condition of my own. She crossed her arms, her gaze shifting away from his to a point somewhere over his shoulder. When we have to announce the end of the engagement, the story goes, "I broke up with you." She dipped her head, but he caught the frown creasing her brow. "I don't think my pride can take another hit," she muttered. He tamped down the urge to hunt down Troy Worthington, drag his ass out into the middle of Commonwealth Avenue, and slam his fist into him, over and over again. "I know that probably sounds really shallow to you." "No, it doesn't," he murmured. "And I agree." She lifted her head, and the vulnerability in those blue eyes punched him in the gut. Then she blinked, and the emotion disappeared, and her clear stare, devoid of shadows, met his. The familiar, smooth, unruffled mask fell back in place. She'd already shown him she was a consummate actress. But which side was the real Morgan? The cool socialite, with a sharp wit and even sharper armor? Or the softer, compassionate philanthropist, with pain in her eyes? He didn't want to know, because that meant she stirred his curiosity, and he didn't want to be curious about her either. "Should we shake on it?" she asked, extending an arm toward him. Bracing himself for even this slight contact with her, he grasped her palm in his, and didn't miss her almost hushed intake of breath, though her smile remained in place. "We'll shake on it," he agreed, squeezing her hand. "Until I have the contract written up and delivered to you on Monday." She sighed. "And they say romance is dead." He grunted and released her, resisting the impulse to rub his hand along his pants leg to alleviate the tingle her touch had stirred. "Since we're technically engaged, does this mean I can call you Al?" He snorted. "Not if you want me to answer." Humming, she tapped a fingertip against her full bottom lip, and just like that, his thoughts zeroed in on the caress she'd given him during that audition. "What about Lex?" she proposed. "No. Oh, come on." She pouted, popping her fists on her hips. "I should have a pet name for my fiancé, something no one else calls you. Pookie Bear? Pumpkin? Hufflepuff?" Surprise threaded through his irritation at her insistence on, nicknames. Maybe it made him a narrow-minded asshole, but he'd pictured People and Vogue magazines on her bedside table, not YA novels. Not that he imagined her in bed. Much. Hufflepuff isn't a term of endearment. It's a house at Hogwarts. A man who knows his Harry Potter. I'm impressed. Pleasure lit up her face, a slow smile curling the corners of her mouth. "Okay, then. How about Mr. Bishop?" he suggested, sarcasm dripping from his tone. "Ooh, kinky," she purred, widening her eyes in an exaggerated innocence. "Yes, sir, Mr. Bishop. I've been a naughty girl, Mr. Bishop. I need to be punished." That shouldn't have been hot, but damn if it wasn't. "Alex," he ground out. "Alex is fine." "Kind of meh, but—" She shrugged a shoulder. "Okay, we'll go with it." Closing the distance between them, she settled a hand on his upper arm. He stiffened, not sure if he wanted to remove her touch or cover her fingers and press it into his flesh. Before he could make a decision, she lowered her arm and gave him a small smile. "Thank you. She dipped her chin, hiding her eyes from him, and he almost surrendered to the need to pinch her chin and lift her face to him so he could determine which Morgan stood before him, the eccentric, wisecracking socialite or the vulnerable woman with the bruised heart. But he kept his arms down by his sides. Now that he'd agreed to accept her offer of posing as his fiancée, any touching, any tenderness had to be limited to the ruse. He couldn't allow pretense to mingle with or muddy reality. Anyway, she stepped back. "Thank you for helping me." "It's not charity," he said, turning and leading the way out of the living room and toward the foyer. He retrieved her coat and held it up. As she slipped her arms into the sleeves, several strands of her hair grazed his chin, teasing him. He dropped his gaze to the elegant column of her neck, focusing on the soft, exposed nape. It tempted him, invited him to trail his lips across the smooth patch of skin, feel her shiver beneath him. Hear her gasp in pleasure as she leaned into him. He moved away from the lure of that skin. Striding past her, he headed toward the front door and grasped the doorknob. Her scent reached him before she did. "What now?" she asked, tightening the sash of her coat. "What's our first step?" "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 12 o'clock, he said. "What's happening tomorrow?" He pulled open the door and rested his palm high on the edge. A sense of finality filled him. There was no turning back. Most men would find their engagement a time of happiness. After his divorce, he'd vowed not to end up here again, but now he found himself tied to a woman he wasn't even sure he liked, but who tempted the tight leashes on his control as no other had. Resolve filled his chest. Resolve and more than a little bit of unease. Because Morgan Lett was trouble, wrapped in an alluring package. Trouble that he'd invited through his front door, literally. But he couldn't regret or question his decision now, not when everything he'd wanted, his birthright, recognition, acceptance, was so close. He could brush his fingertips against its elusive edges. He had to remain focused on the goal, and Morgan's new role in his life was just one of the steps there. Keep focused, keep his mind clear and sharp, and keep his hands off Morgan. Meeting her gaze, he replied, "Ring shopping. We're going to buy you an engagement ring."
Chapter 6. Morgan paced the foyer of her Back Bay brownstone, the clicking of her boot heels against the hardwood floors providing a soundtrack for the epic shitstorm whirling around in her mind, clogging her throat, pressing against her ribcage. She shouldn't have looked. Shouldn't have opened the thick, cream-colored piece of mail with its elegant black scroll. One glance at the card-size envelope stuck between mailers, bills, and magazines, and she'd known. She'd fucking known what it contained. And if her intuition hadn't been enough of a warning, the return address at the left-hand top corner should have been a huge, waving red flag clue. Cynthia's name and address. The same address she'd used for 8 years. She should have expected this. Hadn't her mother just mentioned the night before that she'd received one? But even the knowledge of its contents hadn't prevented her from withdrawing the heavy piece of cardstock. Didn't stop her from reading every word. Mr. and Mrs. Troy Worthington II cordially invite you to a dinner party to celebrate the engagement of their son, Troy Anthony Worthington III, to Cynthia Ella Carrington on Saturday, December 17th at 7 p.m. at... The invitation went on to detail the location and RSVP instructions. Every word in the announcement sliced 1,000 tiny cuts into her heart. And the semblance of peace, of confidence and strength she'd believed she'd gathered, bled out. If things had gone differently, if her fiance hadn't decided he'd loved her stepsister instead of her, this invitation, filled with such joy and pride, would have had her name etched into it. It would have been requesting people to come rejoice in her happy future filled with love, family, and security. But that future, just like the man, didn't belong to her. It wasn't meant for her. And she still held the proof in her hand. A strangled cry she wasn't quick enough to smother escaped her. No. She squeezed her eyes shut against the sting that heralded an onslaught of tears. She'd cried already. Cried until her eyes scratched like grit lined her lids, and her throat was a raw, sore mess. They didn't get any more of her tears. They didn't get any more of her. Besides, if she started by the time Alex, as of last night, showed up, she would be a swollen, blotchy mess. The sob transformed into a sharp crack of laughter that echoed off the walls. She was headed to buy a ring for a fake engagement while holding an invitation to a very real engagement, one that had almost been hers. God, life wasn't just fickle. It had one hell of a sick sense of humor. The peal of "I love rock and roll," her custom-ordered doorbell, rang through the house, alerting her to a visitor on the other side of the front door. And the large, wide-shouldered shadow visible through the beveled glass clued her in on who awaited her, as did a glance at the wall clock. 12 o'clock on the dot. Only one other person in her acquaintance was that punctual. Alexander. Her fiance as of 14 hours ago. She unlocked the door and yanked it open, and met the storm-heavy gray eyes that were both her torment and her pleasure. Since the night of the Bachelor's auction, he, with his cold and distant demeanor, had haunted her dreams. Except in that nebulous place where reality bent to her subconscious's will, he was neither cold nor distant. There, his liquid silver gaze burned, the aloof mask dissolved by lust. His hard, swimmer's body void of his customary suits, bared to her touch. And damn did she touch. In her fantasies, Alex needed her, was damn near feral to have her. But the real flesh-and-bone Alex only tolerated her, and even now stood on her doorstep because she represented his last option. Then why did she want to fall against flesh-and-bone Alex's chest, wrap her arms around his narrow waist and bawl? He was the last person who would welcome any kind of emotional outburst, especially from her. Seeing as he didn't seem to have any emotions himself, he probably abhorred any messy display of feelings. That didn't stop her from longing to curl up against him like a kitten who'd found a warm, solid, safe space to nap. God, maybe she was crazy as he believed her to be. Alex surveyed her from her hair that she'd taken the time to curl into loose spirals, down to her coat and denim-clad legs, and lower still to her knee-high brown boots. She resisted fidgeting under his direct perusal, and when he returned his attention to her face, she notched her chin up, portraying a confidence that had taken a hit minutes before he arrived.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. The blunt, brusque question almost rocked her back on her stiletto heels. She blinked, surprised, but that piercing stare didn't waver. "You mean besides the fact that I'm up and dressed at noon on a Sunday? I'm just peachy pumpkin." The flippant response tumbled off her tongue on reflex, and she forced the slightly mocking smile that she'd perfected. A muscle ticked along his jaw, telegraphing his irritation. But then again, this was Alex, and annoying him had become a pastime for her. Could anyone really blame her? It was so easy.
"What's wrong?"
he repeated, though a low rumble had entered his voice. Again, shock shot through her. No one, as in no one, ever saw past what she wanted them to see. Through the years, she'd mastered the impenetrable armor, comprised of sarcasm, ennui, with a dose of I don't give a damn. Especially since the shit hit the fan with Cynthia and Troy. Even her mother and sister had started to believe she'd recovered from their very public betrayal. And to everyone else, she was the same sharp-tongued shrew. Business as usual. That Alex, who didn't even like her, barely knew her, could peer past the iron curtain covering her true scattered and bruised emotions, unnerved her. For an instant, he had her second-guessing this decision to be his fake fiance. Because her reaction to the engagement party invitation and her inexplicable longing to lay her head on his chest and let him block out the world blared a warning that her defenses were compromised. The last time she'd allowed a man even a glimpse of the real her, had opened up just a little, he'd rejected her. And the strangest but strongest intuition niggled at her. If she let Alex inside, what Troy did to her would look like a gentle summer shower compared to the natural disaster Alex already felt like he'd leave behind. "Nothing, sunshine," she said, pouring false cheer into her voice as she strode out of the foyer onto the doorstep and turned to pull the door shut behind her. The envelope crinkled in her hand, the edges poking her palm as she grabbed the knob. Damn it, she'd forgotten about the invitation. Shaking her head in disgust, she stuffed the mail into her coat pocket and finished locking the door. Using the excuse of her turned back to compose herself, she whipped around and stuck her hand into the air, wiggling her fingers. Just imagining the rock you're going to buy. She cocked her head to the side and narrowed her eyes. The ring I'm going to choose will need a 24-hour armed security detail. Are you sure you can afford me?
Yes, though I don't love the idea of it costing me another $1.5 million.
He drawled, cupping her elbow as they descended the brownstone's front steps. She smiled, satisfaction sliding through her. Back on solid ground. Score 1 for the gold digger. Moments later, he opened the rear door of the black, sleek town car at the curb and guided her inside. The sides of his long, wool coat gaped open as he bent and followed her, settling in on the seat beside her with enough space to fit another person. Even though it was Sunday, he wore another of his suits, this one a charcoal gray several shades darker than his eyes. With his perfectly styled, short black hair and clean-shaven jaw, he was as impeccable as always. But she couldn't help but recall the more relaxed man she'd intruded upon the night before. The one who wore thick sweaters and jeans that would have had Calvin Klein down on one knee begging him to model, and went barefoot. Barefoot? Who could have thought the sight of his big, long feet could be so hot? Could make him seem almost human? So, I've been thinking. She thought she caught a muttered, "Oh, hell," from the other side of the car, but she continued undeterred. We need a story. As far as most people know, the first time we met was at the auction, and then working for you doesn't look all that above board. So, we have to come up with a believable tale regarding our passionate love affair.
Let's just keep it simple and stick as close to the truth as possible,
he said, his tone a bland whatever. That would mean we decided to get married after knowing each other for a whole 2 weeks. While that might be a long time for Britney Spears, it's not for us. And claiming it is will only raise suspicion. She turned, propping her back against the corner so she could have an unhindered view of his etched-in-stone profile. Since I'm obviously the most creative one of this duo, I'll take a shot at it. We met a month ago at a friend's dinner party in New York. I was actually at that party, and I don't think you were in Boston yet, right? He faced her, and she trapped a wayward sigh. The frontal view was even more stunning on the side. Not fair that someone as gorgeous as he was only 2 steps and a fake engagement away from being her mortal enemy. Now they were uneasy allies.
No, I hadn't, he said. But will your friend vouch for me being at her party?
She waved a hand. She was so plastered she didn't even know she was there. We're good. I'll just say you were a business associate of her husband's. So, our eyes met across a crowded room. At his snort, she jabbed a finger in his direction. I know, cliché, but it's a cliché for a reason. So, our eyes met across a crowded room, and time stood still. The earth paused on its axis. Everything ceased to exist.
I get it,
he drawled. So from that night on, we were inseparable. And what a coincidence that you were in the process of buying the very company I worked for. Fate, right? Because we wanted to keep business separate from, oh, so much pleasure. She gave a mock shiver that had his eyebrows jacking down into a scowl. We decided to keep our relationship hush-hush, but now that you've proposed, we can tell the world so they can celebrate our love with us. The end.
That was inspiring, and anyone who knows me will never buy it.
He shook his head and returned his gaze to the side window.
Simple as best. We met at the auction.
But don't you see? That's the beauty of the story. You said so yourself. If we're going to pull this off, then people are going to need to believe you fell head over heels onto your overly analytical, emotionally stunted ass. No offense. She offered him a smile when he glanced at her, eyes narrowed. Our story needs to be so unexpected and contrary to your usual behavior that it's actually believable. A secret love affair. Boss and the secretary. Insta-love. Harlequin would be salivating for this story, and so will everyone else, she pointed out. He didn't reply, just continued to stare at her with that unnerving, steady focus. The silence in the rear of the car thickened until it seemed like another invisible person occupied the interior with them. She barely squelched the urge to jerk the car door open and bail out the moving vehicle. Anything to escape his piercing scrutiny.
Is that how it was with you and your ex? Eyes across a crowded room and time standing still?
He finally asked, his voice low, almost a murmur. She flinched. Wasn't fast enough to control it. The question slapped her, leaving a stinging pain behind. As if of its own accord, her hand slid into her coat pocket and she curled her fingers around the invitation. She didn't discuss Troy, not with anyone. And the very last person would be Alex. Not only because the topic still retained the power to humiliate her, but also. She tried to smother the sly thought, but it slithered past her mental guards anyway. The truth had a way of doing that. Alex hadn't known her before hell had broken loose. He hadn't seen her in love, excited about her engagement, about her future, and he hadn't witnessed her desperate attempts to keep it together after the shit had hit the fan. She would rather be the shallow opportunist he thought she was than pathetic and damaged. Shoving the pain behind brittle walls, she forced a smile to her lips. No, she said. Actually, we met at a Phoenix House clothing drive. He helped his sister cart in a load of clothes and walked out with my number and a date for dinner that night. A real smooth operator. Sometimes she wondered if Cynthia had been in attendance. Would their history have been written differently? Would he have recognized Cynthia as his soulmate and she would have joined him that evening instead of Morgan? Shaking off the thought, she removed her grip from around the invitation and clasped her fingers in her lap. What about you and your ex-wife? She questioned and ignored the hint of desperation tingeing the words. Love at first sight. One night stand you couldn't force to go home.
The old-fashioned way. She targeted me as someone who could provide her with the lifestyle she wanted and arranged to meet me at a function. His bland tone didn't reflect anger, sadness, or regret. No hint of emotion shadowed his eyes. Just nothing. That's, cold? Cold, hell, it was mercenary. How do you know that's true? Maybe it just seemed that way in hindsight. She admitted it to me, he said flatly.
Well, damn, she breathed. No wonder he had a thing against gold diggers. His ex-wife sounded like a piece of work. The sadness missing from his tone settled like a rock in her chest. We're a pair, aren't we? Two people left disillusioned by those who were supposed to love us. He didn't reply. Instead, as the car pulled to a stop, he turned from her. We're here. Then he pushed the door open and stepped out. Only his outstretched hand remained in the car. I guess we're here. And just like that, the subject was closed. Good. Because thinking the two of them could have anything in common was ridiculous. A moment of lunacy. Placing her hand in his, she braced herself for the same electrical current that had zigzagged through her last night when she'd cupped his face and stroked his cheekbone. She'd overplayed her hand. Badly. She hadn't expected the charge of lust that had nearly sent her reeling away from him then. It had required every bit of self-control not to snatch her hand back and tell him to forget it. But a stronger, deeper, harder need had kept her palm there, touching him, feeling the warmth under his skin soaking into her. She'd shivered then, but prepared, suppressed the one working its way down her spine now. Sliding him a side glance, she copped a peek at his mouth. The same mouth she'd brushed her fingertips across the previous evening. Even now, the firmness of his full bottom lip seemed grafted on her skin, like a damn fingerprint. A hot pulsing set up low in her belly, and she squeezed her thighs in response to the ache, which only caused her to stumble since lust pooling between her legs and walking at the same time didn't exactly go hand in hand. Alex shot her a questioning look, but she waved it off. Fine, doing just fine. Turned on as hell from a simple hand-holding, but nothing to see here. Carry on. Good God. Last night, today, it had to be an anomaly, a side effect of abstinence. This was the most skin-on-skin action she'd seen since breaking up with Troy. That had to be why her sex was sending up SOS signals like a shipwrecked sailor. Not because she wanted to get naked with Alex. Because that was ridiculous, preposterous. Yes, he possessed the kind of looks that would have a David Gandy model slinking off with a brown paper bag over his face, and he owned a body that would give Michael Phelps a run for his money and make him lose. But as stated and proven time and again since meeting, they didn't like each other. And she knew how it was to give her body to a man who didn't appreciate her, only saw her as a pretty face and a hot body to fuck. The men, using that term loosely, she'd been intimate with hadn't cared about her dreams, her ideas, or that she'd earned 2 degrees in finance with a 3.9 GPA. They'd been more concerned with what lay between her legs than between her ears. That's why Troy had been so different. And she'd fallen so quickly. He'd listened. He'd cared. He'd respected her. And while they hadn't exactly had Boston FD kicking in their bedroom door, it had been warm and nice because of the emotional connection. Or so she'd believed. As loony as it sounded, this thing with Alex was her most honest relationship. We don't like each other. The words echoed in her head again. At least she knew where he stood, where they stood. Business, supply and demand. No hearts or messy emotions involved, so no chance of pain, shame, or humiliation when it ended. A short knock on the door drew her from the sticky morass her thoughts had become. Gratefully, she escaped and focused on the store they'd waited in front of. A small, closed for private showings sign hung in the window. Through the glass top half of the door, she spotted a short, impeccably suited older man emerge from the rear of the store, a pleased smile lighting up his face. Moments later, he opened the door. With a wide sweep of his arm, he welcomed them inside, locking it behind them. Large windows and a glowing chandelier provided natural and artificial light for the shining displays showcasing gorgeous jewelry. Necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and rings containing every imaginable gem twinkled at her. The elegance and luxury of the store spoke of wealth that only a small percentage of people could afford. And though she had her own money, she was not included in that tax bracket that could purchase a 7-figure pair of earrings. But apparently, the man beside her was.
Welcome, Mr. Bishop. We're so pleased to have you and your lovely fiance with us today. Morgan, this is Mr. Hammond, owner of Hammond's Jewelry. Mr. Hammond, this is my fiance, Morgan Lett.
Alex introduced her, releasing her and settling his palm on the small of her back. Nice to meet you, Mr. Hammond. She accepted his outstretched hand, and he gave it a firm shake.
You as well, Ms. Lett, and we're honored you chose us to provide you with a ring for this special occasion.
As if he'd emitted a silent signal, 3 women dressed in black dresses, all wearing the same polite smiles, appeared and moved to stand behind different sparkling glass cases.
Let me show you several engagement rings that I pre-selected for you to view. Of course, none are as beautiful as your bride-to-be.
He gushed. Nice. Morgan smothered a burst of laughter and followed Mr. Hammond and Alex to the nearest display. Large, blinding diamonds nestled in gold and silver settings winked up at them. She'd joked about wanting a ring that would require a security detail, but these definitely fit that requirement. And they all left her feeling nothing. All of them reminded her of the 3-carat diamond ring Troy had given her. It had been big, flashy, ostentatious, and so not her. That should have been her first clue. Something so important. A symbol of his intention to spend the rest of his life with her, and he hadn't even known her well enough to see that it had been too much, too cold. Then again, maybe it had been a perfect reflection of how he'd seen her, and how Alex saw her too, since he carefully studied the jewelry. She made a pretense of surveying the rings as well, but already her mind wandered. Alex didn't comment, and when he moved on to peruse another display, she remained behind. What was the point? This was just for show. Not even a real engagement. So what did it matter which ring he chose?
Congratulations, Ms. Lett,
the slender brunette behind the glass counter said.
You two make a stunning couple.
Thank you, she beamed. He's pretty wonderful. When he's not being a grouch, that is. She slid a glance in his direction, and though he didn't glance up from his inspection of the rings, she caught the slight stiffening of his shoulders. Oh, he was listening. The devil inside her that insisted on raising its naughty head when it came to needling him cackled in glee. But that's how I knew I loved him. When he gets all growly like a bear with a sore paw. And even while I wanted to smack him one, I still needed to smother him with kisses and soothe the pain.
Oh, that's so sweet,
the other woman cooed. He's such a romantic. Morgan leaned forward, folding her arms on the glass top and probably leaving a smudge Mr. Hammond would scrub clean as soon as she left. She leaned forward as if about to impart a huge secret. I know this is scandalous, but he proposed after we've been together for a month. He just popped the question, and I couldn't say no. Which is why we're here buying a ring after the fact. But I had to accept. I can't imagine spending my life without my cuddle bunny. She shot Alex another adoring look. He'd ceased studying the rings and slowly straightened, his long, rangy body unfolding and reminding her of a scary, sexy jungle cat. His hooded gaze remained fixed on her, ignoring the flutter in her belly at that weighty scrutiny. She turned up the wattage on her smile.
It was the most romantic thing ever. She
sighed.
You tell them how you proposed, Pumpkin.
Alex stared at her, his storm-heavy eyes shuddered, but she could easily guess what thoughts crowded his head.
She's crazy as a shithouse rat. What is wrong with her? I'm going to kill her.
Biting the inside of her lip, she struggled to maintain the besotted expression on her face. He should consider this practice for when they had to face his family and friends, as well as their nosy and adversarious social circle.
This one.
He tapped the top of the glass, and Mr. Hammond bent and removed another velvet-covered platform. Carefully, he removed the ring, but she couldn't catch a glimpse of it as he placed it in Alex's cupped hand. Turning back to Morgan, he pinned her with a stare that had her heart tap-dancing against her ribcage. Her breath short-circuited along with her brain, and she could only stand there, frozen, trying to conceal her soft pants as he strode over to her with a panther-like prowl, or stalk, because she definitely felt hunted. All that dark intensity centered on her. It was intimidating, daunting, hot.
We were dining at my home, and I made an awful joke, and I knew it was bad, because until she came into my life, I didn't tell jokes, didn't find much reason to laugh. But then I met Morgan, and all that changed.
He murmured, finally reaching her. His big hands bracketed her hips, and she gasped, both from his electric touch and his words. They stunned her into absolute silence, enraptured her, held her as much a spellbound witness as the other people in the store.
But still, she laughed, like I was the funniest, wittiest person who existed. And in that moment, She made me feel that way. It was right then, as the candlelight reflected in her gorgeous blue eyes. I knew I couldn't let her go. That smile and laughter. I couldn't live without it lighting up my days. My world.
That sin and sex voice deepened to a sensual caress that hypnotized her, had her heart thumping, her blood thickening into a warm molasses sliding through her veins. She'd had no idea that underneath all that ice, he could match her acting skills word for word. He shifted forward and she moved backward until her ass hit the edge of the display case. His hands tightened on her, and between one blink and the next, he lifted her, settling her on the glass top. Oh, Jesus. A rush of arousal flooded her, and she just barely managed to stifle a whimper. The casual show of strength had her nipples beating underneath her bra, had her poor, aching sex swelling, right there in the jewelry store.
So, I stood, shoved aside the dishes, picked her up, and sat her on the table.
He grasped a lock of her hair and tugged, twisting the strands around a blunt-tipped finger. She bit her lip at the minute, dull tingle on her scalp. The pull raced straight to the flesh between her legs, adding to the throb there.
I stared into her eyes.
The other hand pinched her chin, tilting her head back.
And said, I wasn't looking for you. Didn't know I needed you. Not until I looked across that crowded room and saw you. In that moment, my life changed. I changed. From one second to the next, I wasn't the same man. And I owe that to you. And I don't want to go back to a life where you're not in it. I love you, Morgan Lett. But more than that, I can't exist without you. Bring me in from the cold and tell me you'll be my wife.
Yes, she whispered, the answer popping out of her as if she were sitting on that table with the scattered dishes instead of a jewelry store counter. Fire streamed up her chest and throat and into her face. Oh, damn, But whatever she would have said stuttered and died on her tongue when he reached into his pocket and withdrew the ring he'd chosen for her. The white, diamond-encrusted, double-strand band twisted together like embracing lovers, and in the middle sat a large, blush-colored diamond shaped like a pink tear. The smaller, paler gems surrounding it seemed to glitter under the store's artificial light. It was gorgeous, stunning, and had tears prickling her eyes. There was nothing sterile or cold about this ring. It spoke of passion and heat and life. And unlike the other solitaires that could double as the Hope Diamond, this touched her, clutched her throat and filled it with emotion that seemed disproportionate to a simple ring. She lifted her head, met his silver gaze. It cut through her, penetrated her walls of sarcasm and I don't give a fuck that she'd erected. She tried to look away, but that stare wouldn't allow it. Not even when he slipped the jewelry on her left ring finger. That is the most romantic thing ever, the brunette breathed behind Morgan. Tearing her gaze away from his, she stared at how the beautiful gem gleamed against her skin.
"Bring me in from the cold and tell me you'll be my wife."
The words echoed in her head, and she squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, her fingers curling to trap the slightly loose band.
"Bring me in from the cold."
For a crazy moment, she wanted to truly be the one who could do that for him. With his cool demeanor and locked-up tight reserve, he looked like he'd been out there a long time. Exhaling, she lifted her head, curving her lips in a smile that trembled on her mouth. A charade. This is all about the charade. She couldn't afford to forget that, not even for a second.
"Didn't I tell you he was sweet?"
She glanced over her shoulder at the brunette.
"How could I resist a proposal like that?"
Scooting forward, she prepared to jump down off the glass top, but strong hands grasped her waist once more and lowered her to the floor. Clearing her throat, she sidled out from between his big body and the case.
"You know, while we're here, Pumpkin, we should choose our wedding bands. No time like the present, right?"
She didn't wait for his reply, but sailed off in search of a ring for her fiance, and in search of the space needed to remind herself why they'd agreed to this farce. Control of Bishop Enterprises. Phoenix House. Freedom. Not love. Never love.
Chapter 7. "So how did it go?" Morgan asked, closing Alex's office door behind them. He rounded his desk, flipping through the messages his former secretary, as of 10 minutes ago, had handed him when he returned to the office from a meeting with the officers of the company. Setting the notes on the desktop, he turned his attention to his fiancée. No, didn't matter how many times he said it aloud or in his head, it didn't feel any less weird. He dropped his gaze to her left hand and the pink diamond that glittered there. Unbidden, his thoughts traveled back to yesterday afternoon when he'd slipped the jewelry on her finger. The spontaneously spun story about his proposal, touching Morgan, her surprise at his choice of ring. God, her astonishment at the ring. Until that moment when her eyes had glistened with tears, he'd been calling himself all kinds of fools for his choice. The large diamond solitaires Hammond had pre-selected had been perfectly suitable. He didn't fault Hammond for his selections. But none of them had seemed right. The rose-colored teardrop diamond had been gorgeous, but different, eye-catching. The whimsy of the jewelry reminded him of the impish, if not sometimes frenetic light that glowed like a beacon inside Morgan. A light that simultaneously unsettled him, even as it beckoned him closer like moths to one of those electrical lanterns. Certain pain and doom awaited him, but there were times he wondered if the sizzle wouldn't be worth it. But then she usually opened her mouth, uttered something that had him grinding his molars to dust, and the moment would pass. Although, since her impromptu visit and offer at his home Saturday night, he'd come to suspect that sardonic, often outlandish wit was more a defense than a character trait. He'd caught glimpses of the other vulnerable woman in between her verbal haymakers that seemed orchestrated to put people off or keep them at a safe distance, like in the jewelry store. Anger stirred in his chest as he lowered to his chair behind the desk. Because, in spite of Morgan's cavalier attitude toward her broken engagement, he sensed she hurt. And no matter her denial, he knew Troy and her stepsister were behind the wounded shadows in Morgan's eyes when he'd picked her up the day before. Maybe she still loved the bastard. Maybe her offer to marry Alex had as much to do with distracting herself from the pain as it did with saving her Phoenix house. The thought of being a distraction scraped at his skin like a bad case of road rash. "It went fine, as expected," he said, answering her question. "Oh, before I forget, there's a message in there from your father's secretary, a reminder about dinner at his house this weekend. So, Will I be meeting my future father-in-law Saturday night?" She pointed to the small stack as she lowered into the chair in front of his desk. "I haven't decided yet. I still have to let him know I've become engaged." He picked up the stack of memos again and separated them into levels of importance. "Well, he should be happy, right? You're doing what he wanted," she said. Alex grunted a reply. His father might be satisfied he'd achieved his goal of forcing Alex to find a fiancé, or he might be the exact opposite, suspicious and annoyed. Their relationship was complicated. "I'll take that manly grunt as confirmation," she drawled. "Well, being your intended means I'm unemployed, since I can't mix business with pleasure, thanks to Lear's no fraternization rule, and work for my soon-to-be hubby. So you achieved what you wanted anyway, not just getting a fiancé, but getting me fired." She grinned. "When does my replacement arrive?" "Tomorrow. I've already spoken with Human Resources, but I would appreciate you staying a couple of days and training her on her responsibilities." He paused. "And I'm sorry to let you go. You helped make the transition here very smooth. Wait." She shot to her feet and strode to his office window. He swiveled around in his chair in time to see her craning her neck, first to the left, then the right, as she peered out the glass. "Huh. No flying pigs, or Jesus floating down on a cloud. Still, I'm pretty sure I just heard you compliment me." "Morgan," he growled. "Yes," she purred, turning around and, crossing her arms, leaned a shoulder against the window. He frowned, briefly shifting his gaze to the view behind her before meeting her eyes again. "Thank you," he murmured. Surprise flashed over her face, and he caught the low intake of breath. Slowly she straightened, a wariness chasing the astonishment. She cleared her throat and glanced away. Jesus, was she blushing? On anyone else he would have said yes, but this was Morgan. She probably hadn't blushed since birth. "You're welcome," she said softly. "And no problem. By the way, I'll train the new person." Her smile, slightly devilish, returned. "Though they could never be me." "What are your plans now that you're unemployed?" He could have ended their conversation there, told her he had some work to finish up and that he would see her tomorrow. It was true, the company was hardly out of the financial woods yet, but he possessed no doubt he would have it profitable soon. But that meant hours of work ahead of him. Still, he wasn't ready to send Morgan away, not yet. For some reason he couldn't explain, and didn't delve too deep to analyze. The thought of being alone right now had a small, empty hole in his gut. "I don't know," she said, but an odd note in her voice had his focus sharpening on her face. "You don't know? Or you don't want to tell me?" he pressed, leaning back in his chair. She studied him, her eyes shuttered, but he caught the telltale clenching of her fingers at her sides. "How crazy is it that I trust you with this more than anyone else?" She tipped her head back and loosed a sharp crack of laughter. "Before Gerald died, the director of Phoenix House asked me to become her assistant director. With the full-time job the will mandated I have, I couldn't accept because I could only work at the center several hours a week. But now you have the time to devote your full attention to it. So what's behind your hesitation?" She fell silent, her gaze shifting over his shoulder. When she returned her gaze to him several moments later, the shadows had darkened. "You asked me before if my broken engagement was the reason I didn't work at my stepfather's company. I told you the truth when I said no. Cynthia and Troy's betrayal wasn't the reason. I found out about them a month ago. The truth is, my stepfather didn't ask me to come work with him. Most likely never even considered it, in spite of the fact that I had a bachelor's and master's in business administration and finance. He'd been the reason I pursued those degrees, you know. I wanted to make Carr Incorporated a true family business. But Gerald never considered me family." Her matter-of-fact tone didn't change, but the twisting of her fingers increased. Kim had been the only woman he'd ever offered comfort to, after one of their own father's snubs, but he found himself needing to add Morgan to that very abbreviated list. He clenched his own fingers around the arms of his chair to prevent himself from leaning forward and covering her hands with his. "My sister Mary and I were his wife's daughters," she continued. "He already had a daughter and had no more room in his heart for another. Cynthia owned all of his affection, his love, and with her by his side at the family company, he didn't need me. An outsider, a pretty, shiny, useless social butterfly who he decided had a head for the latest fashion shows in New York or Paris, but not for business." A heavy quiet pervaded the room, and even though she'd stated that she could trust him with the confession, he couldn't help but notice the tightness of her shoulders, as if she braced herself for what? Rejection? Ridicule? Anger flared inside him as he scanned her carefully, wondering what kind of blind or heartless, or both, asshole would dismiss not just her intelligence, but her. "Your stepfather was an idiot," he rumbled. She shook her head. "Don't get me wrong. Gerald wasn't mean. He never mistreated me. He was indifferent, which sometimes can hurt just as bad as a bitch or a slap to the face. Or worse." The words reverberated against his skull. He knew about being ignored, about not being a priority and a casualty of hit-and-miss parenting. Memories he'd buried in a dark mental vault crept through a rusty, cracked door. Sitting on the top step of a staircase as his mother raged about not being able to take it anymore, her slamming out the front door, never returning. Standing, silent, as his father waved a careless goodbye while escorting his newest woman out for a special date, forgetting his son's birthday. Walking across a stage in a cap and gown to accept his high school diploma. No family in the audience screaming his name. It would no doubt shock Morgan to know that they shared something in common, but where she'd longed for a father's affirmation and affection, he'd learned early that wanting something so desperately only set a person up for disappointment. So he'd stopped wanting. Then again, maybe Morgan had stopped too. "You're afraid to accept the position," he murmured. "Yes," she replied frankly, simply. Then, softer, "Yes. What if Gerald was right?" A swift denial rose to his tongue. Alex had known Morgan for a little over 2 weeks, but in that time her intelligence and skill had become evident. Hell, the week before, he'd thought more than once that her talent was wasted as his assistant, that she could easily replace one of the department heads he'd had to fire and run the area with no problems at all. No, she might doubt her ability to help direct Phoenix House, but he didn't, not with her passion for the nonprofit organization leading the way. He leaned forward, prepared to tell her just that, when her expression shifted, and her usual sardonic smile slid back into place, accompanied by a slightly mocking tilt of her eyebrow. "Anyway, back to the meeting. Details. They didn't give you the 'you're an old lecherous coot for poking your secretary' look at the announcement of our engagement?" she pressed, rounding his desk in her sensual, long-legged stride. Did she do that on purpose, sway her hips in a walk meant to seduce? The effect should have been wasted on him, but it wasn't. Far fucking from it. Clenching his jaw until a dull ache twinged in protest, he dragged his scrutiny up from her slender hips and endless legs, showed to perfection in a red pencil skirt. Her lips wore the same color lipstick, bringing to mind the fresh strawberries one of his father's ex-mistresses used to religiously keep in their refrigerator. The reason for the fruit he chose not to dwell on, but her mouth, ripe, lush, red, tempted as the strawberries had, made him as hungry. "No," he said, his voice roughened by the unwelcome lust crawling around in his veins. Shit. She should be outlawed from wearing crimson lipstick. "They didn't comment at all, except to say congratulations, and I've never poked a day in my life," he added, snorting at the ridiculous phrase for sex. "A virgin?" she gasped, eyes widening. "Why didn't you say so? I promised to be extra gentle with you on our wedding night." "Jesus Christ," he muttered. No, this would answer some of my questions, actually." She tilted her head to the side. Since you're my betrothed, I can share my worries with you. I'm not going to pretend a humility I don't have. I'm hot. You're right. He paused. You don't possess any humility. She propped a hip on the edge of his desk. The point is, men have been hitting on me since before I grew breasts. But not you. Of course, I could chalk that up to you being a little, She pursed her lips, squinting her eyes. A little emotionally challenged? That wasn't the first time he'd heard that particular accusation. When he was 16, one of his father's mistresses, who'd been some kind of a pet psychologist to the stars, had told him the reason behind his emotional detachment was directly related to his mother leaving him at 7 years of age, and his fear of connecting due to abandonment issues, blah, blah, blah. Then she'd tried to put her hand down his pants and her tongue in his mouth. But then it occurred to me that, in addition to not liking me, you just might not be attracted to me, she said. From the act you did in the jewelry store, I know you can pretend affection toward me, but physical attraction is something else. She rose from her perch and flattened her palms on the desktop, leaning forward. Her breasts pushed against the silken material of her shirt, the tiny row of buttons earning their keep by containing the soft weight of her flesh. And he knew it was soft yet firm, because no matter how he tried to scrub the sensory memory free of his brain and body, he couldn't forget how those breasts felt against his chest. His body tightened, a rush of lust pouring through his veins and culminating in his cock. His erection strained behind his zipper, and he grasped hold of every scrap of control he possessed not to fist the thickening column through his pants. He dragged his gaze up, away from the temptation of touch more than a handful mounds, to the blue eyes that seemed to dare him, challenge him, as if that stare seemed to perceive the struggle waging in his body, the struggle to remain in his seat or grab her, spread her out on his desk, and discover for himself the color of her nipples. Fuck, this was crazy. He wasn't even sure he liked her. And yet thoughts of shoving that tight skirt up around her hips and tasting everything the clothing hid consumed him. And when had he shifted from not liking her to not being sure if he did? The woman was slowly shredding his control, and he hated it, feared it. Yet, as he stared into her eyes that glittered with something reckless, a little bit wild, he felt nothing but hot, control-searing need. I think you should kiss me, Morgan stated. The matter-of-fact tone didn't match the slightly taunting smile she wore, or the hooded gaze that barely concealed a sensual gleam. For him, when had that changed? Or was that glint of arousal another one of her acts? His mind questioned the veracity of her attraction. His body didn't give a good goddamn. What are you doing, Morgan? He couldn't eliminate the rasp from his voice, not with lust roughening it like a plow churning up newly turned earth. What game are you playing? The game you're buying me a building for? I'm trying to cover all our bases, be the best fake fiancé possible. And as two people desperately and deeply in love, PDA will be expected. So let's do a trial run. Kiss me. See if we need to work on it before taking this show on the road. So, kiss me, she murmured. No, he ground out. Why not? She countered. Scared you won't be able to live up? Her gaze dropped to his lap and the rigid flesh that mocked him. To the occasion? When she returned her attention to his face, that blue scrutiny fucking smoldered. With a growl, he rocketed to his feet. In 3 long strides, he rounded the desk, and as she turned to face him, he cupped the back of her neck, dragged her forward until her chest and thighs pressed against his. The heat in those eyes had accomplished what her words couldn't. They snapped his restraints, sent him charging head first, out of I'm in control into I don't give a fuck. He crushed his mouth to hers, answering the siren's call that had been tempting him since they'd walked into the office. On another, deeper growl, he thrust his tongue into her mouth, parting those pretty lips. Jesus, the taste of her, sultry, sweet, like ripe, delicious fruit. He entwined his tongue around hers, licked the roof of her mouth, drawing on more of her flavor. Burying his other hand in her hair, he fisted the strands and tilted her head to the side and dove deeper, demanding she give him what he needed, wanted. Not that she was holding back. She opened wide for him, meeting him thrust for thrust, lick for lick, suck for suck, groan for groan. Her fingers curled around the lapels of his jacket, and she rose on her toes, grinding her mouth to his. The kiss was wild, a little messy, a lot raw, carnal, addictive, and not enough. He lowered a hand from her neck to her ass, cupping the curves he'd been admiring and fantasizing about for over 2 damn weeks. Even through her tight skirt, she filled his palm. And damn, she was perfect. Squeezing her ass, he moaned, grinding his cock against her lower belly. Still not enough. With a growl, he dropped his hands to her thighs and clutched the hem of her skirt. He worked the material up her legs, gathering it in his fists. Oh, Christ. The more skin he revealed, the more he hardened, the more he needed. Smooth, golden, fucking lickable. And goddamn did he want to lick. With hands that were probably rougher than he intended, he gripped her hips and hiked her onto the desk. The skirt bunched around her upper thighs, but still not high enough that he could get her to spread those endless legs. And more than his next breath, he kneaded into that soft flesh between her thighs. A loud rap sounded on his office door, penetrating the lust-soaked haze that fogged his brain. With a will he didn't know he possessed, he dragged his mouth from hers. Lungs working overtime, he stared down into her passion-glazed eyes and swollen mouth, nude of the red lipstick that had taunted him like a flag with a bull. His throbbing cock and flexing hands called him all kinds of asshole as he stepped back, depriving them of close contact with this woman. Their harsh breath peppered the silence, and slowly the arousal cleared from her gaze, a stunned but sharp awareness creeping into them. The knock reverberated in the room again, more insistent. Morgan shifted backward, stumbling a little as her hip hit the edge of the desk. She steadied herself against the furniture, never removing her guarded contemplation from him. They were even. He couldn't rip his off of her either. Not when color flagged her cheekbones, her lips parted around her low pants, and her eyes remained dark with need. I'll get that, she murmured. Then, after another long instant, she turned and crossed to the office door. Not if his next breath depended on it could he have prevented his scrutiny from lowering to the flesh he'd cupped and shaped only moments ago. He could still feel the imprint of it on his hand. He curled his fingers into his palm, capturing the sensation, or trying to blot it out. He didn't know, didn't want to analyze it. He didn't move from his spot as she opened the door and revealed Kim on the other side, hand raised and obviously poised to knock again. "Oh, hi," she said, lowering her arm, her curious gaze moving from her to him, then back to her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You didn't." His paralysis broke, and he returned to his office chair, lowering into it, hoping like hell his sister hadn't spotted the erection trying to blast a hole through the front of his pants. "I'll just let you two have quality time, then." Morgan stepped back and let Kim enter the office before she exited without a goodbye or backward glance at him. Good. Given the hunger still clawing at his gut, he didn't know if he wouldn't have pushed Kim out and yanked Morgan back in to finish what his sister had disrupted. Kim tossed a look over her shoulder at the closed door before she faced him again, a grin tugging at one corner of her mouth. "I have to say, I'm really liking that particular shade of red on you." Shit. He rubbed his fingers over his lips and peered at the crimson streaks that tinged the tips. Snatching a tissue out of the box on his desktop, he wiped his mouth and the area around it clean. "I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you two are getting along," Kim drawled, crossing her arms. Getting along? Was that a euphemism for a kiss that had him rock-hard and aching? If so, then yes, they were getting along. Famously.
Chapter 8. Wow, Morgan whispered. She stared up at the towering Upper West Side building that had the nerve to be labeled a townhome. Against the backdrop of the dark, cloudy November sky, the stone structure soared like a glowering sentinel. Warm, golden light shining from the large arched windows, along with decorative wreaths, helped to soften the imposing exterior. If not for being minutes away from joining a dinner party where she would meet Alex's father for the first time, she might have enjoyed spending a Saturday night exploring this place. "You grew up here?" she asked the silent man beside her. She couldn't help comparing the man with the building, both commanding but with a stony reserve that could be daunting.
"Yes,"
Alex said after a few moments.
"Every generation for the last 130 years has. It was built 20 years after the Civil War and has been in our family ever since. The male heir inherits it after he marries and begins his family."
"So when you marry, you would move here with your wife?"
"No."
The answer was abrupt, stark, final, and didn't invite more questions. That had never stopped her before. "Why not? Isn't it tradition?" she pressed. She didn't miss the tick along his jaw, but when he cupped her elbow and guided her up the front steps, his touch was gentle. Okay, so he wasn't going to answer.
"Tradition doesn't make a home."
The explanation, though short and given in the same flat tone, might as well have been a dissertation. She understood what he meant. Tradition didn't kiss you on the forehead and tuck you in at night. Tradition didn't laugh or hold you while you cried over your first heartbreak. Even after her father died, at least she'd had her sister. While she hadn't heard details of Alex's childhood, she could only guess what environment had nurtured, or hadn't nurtured, a boy who had grown to be a man who kept most people at arm's length. A man she'd yet to see smile, or laugh. What would he look like with those smoky eyes bright with humor? What did his laughter sound like? A roll of booming thunder? A low rumble? He was already gorgeous with his stoicism. Lines crinkling the corner of his eyes, those sensual lips curved in amusement? Devastating. Maybe she should be careful what she wished for.
"Are you ready?"
he asked, his fingers lightly squeezing her elbow. She inhaled, blew the breath out. "I was born ready." The boast sounded cocky, but it belied the butterflies that were playing kickball with her organs. They were about to face their most important hurdle as an engaged couple. Everything hinged on this meeting. His assuming reins of Bishop Enterprises, the Phoenix House. "Let's do it." They stepped into the recessed doorway and he pressed a doorbell next to the glass front entrance. Seconds later, a black-suited older man appeared, unlocking the door and ushering them inside. Morgan couldn't contain her awe as they went in the cavernous entryway. It wouldn't have been out of place in a Catholic church. Oak flooring, stone mantels, antique furniture. It all stole her breath. "This is amazing," she murmured. "How many rooms are there?"
14. 6 floors including the roof terrace, 5 bedrooms, 8 bathrooms, 2 dining rooms, a library, gym, and media room. He recited the layout of the townhome by rote as if unimpressed by its grandiosity. Maybe he was. Growing up here had probably immunized him to this kind of wealth. "It's good to see you, sir,"
the butler greeted.
"You too, Tom."
Alex's hand slid from her elbow to the middle of her spine.
"I'd like you to meet my fiance, Morgan Lett. Morgan, this is Thomas Boston, our family butler, and, at more than a few times, my disciplinarian."
She tried to imagine the older gentleman who had only a couple of inches on her manhandling the giant next to her. More difficult than that? was picturing even a younger Alex misbehaving enough to earn boxed ears. If that mischievous boy had existed, very little of him remained in the man today. She extended her hand toward the older man. "You're named after my favorite city, Tom, so that already makes us fast friends." Smiling, Tom shook her hand.
"It's nice to meet you, ma'am."
Releasing her, he swept an arm toward an oak elegant staircase.
"Everyone's gathered in the formal living room." "Thanks. We'll go up in just a minute,"
Alex said. Tom nodded and headed down the hallway toward the back of the house.
"Are you ready?"
He repeated his question from moments earlier, grasping her shoulders and turning her to face him.
"It isn't too late to back out, Morgan. But once we walk up those stairs, there's no going back."
His silver gaze roamed her face as if searching for any sign of indecision. "I'm ready, and I'm in." Inhaling, she lifted an arm and closed her fingers around his hand on her shoulder. "Now, let's go get our fake engagement on." He studied her an instant longer, and maybe she imagined it, but she caught a glimmer of admiration and, gasp, humor in his eyes. Yes, she definitely must have conjured the glimmer.
"Okay."
But he didn't move, didn't release her shoulder or shake free of her hand.
"Thank you, Morgan,"
he murmured. Pleasure trickled through her like a watery beam of sunshine. It left her warm and uncomfortable. She and Alex shared a grudging respect, a tenuous working association. Pleasure didn't factor into their relationship. Oh, but didn't it? Before she could shush that traitorous voice up, pictures from Monday evening skipped through her mind. With one thrust of his tongue, one nibble of his teeth, one rumbling moan, he twisted her inside out, sent her reeling. Even now, her lips tingled with the phantom press of his mouth to hers. Who knew that when someone so bottled up just barely released his constraints to indulge in a kiss, he burned? There had to have been a time in her past that she'd bitten off more than she could chew, but right now nothing as colossal as asking for that kiss came to mind. This charade might call for the PDA expected of a couple, but they couldn't take it any further than that. She couldn't allow it to go any further. Alex, he could shake her foundation with a kiss and walk away unscathed, but her... Scorch marks and charring were surely in her future if she didn't keep her emotional distance. Troy had taught her well about becoming invested in a man who didn't return the same passion and feelings. She'd made a mistake. She wouldn't again. "Thank me after you're seated in the CEO chair." She dipped her head toward the staircase. "Let's go. I have a future father-in-law to impress." Nodding, he released her and led the way up the steps. As they cleared the landing, the low drone of voices and higher-pitched laughter reached them. She'd been in circumstances like these hundreds of times over the years, but she'd never experienced nerves that had her belly fluttering like hummingbird wings. She could do this. The women, they were counting on her to do this. He needs you too. Either she learned how to shut that bitch in her head up, or a lobotomy was going on the Christmas list. They treaded down a hallway and soon paused in the doorway of a huge, opulently appointed room that contained about 30 people, and yet still didn't appear crowded. A tall, dark-haired man broke away from a small circle near the fireplace and approached them, a wide smile lighting his face. Huh. So that's what Alex would look like if he smiled. Alex's father. He couldn't be anyone else. Not with that face with its sharp cheekbones and solid jaw. Not with the same bottom lip-heavy mouth. Not with those stunning gray eyes. Malcolm Bishop stretched his arms out in welcome, and she couldn't help but admire his showmanship. Every eye in the room was on them.
"Alex,"
he greeted, clapping his hands around his son's upper arms.
About time you arrived. I've been eager to meet my future daughter-in-law.
Malcolm turned that beaming smile on her, and she didn't have any more time to wonder when Alex had informed his father about her or what his reaction had been.
Welcome, Morgan.
He clasped her hands in between his and brushed a kiss over her cheek.
Alex has spoken so highly of you. I've been excited to meet you. I was certain you couldn't be as perfect as he described, but now I see, if anything, he wasn't effusive enough. You're gorgeous.
She tried not to wince under the flattery. No one could ever doubt Malcolm Bishop's charisma. Thank you. She looped her arm through Alex's and cuddled against his side. Tipping her head back, she smiled up at him. I see where Alex gets his looks and charm from. She patted his chest. Well, looks anyway. We're working on the charm, aren't we, Pumpkin? Malcolm arched a dark eyebrow.
Pumpkin? Morgan.
Alex warned. What? She blinked. I told you I love you regardless, although, I must admit, the growly thing has grown on me.
Behave yourself,
he murmured, his hand lowering to her hip and squeezing. This time she didn't have to hide the shiver that worked through her, one that Alex probably believed was for show. Good. Malcolm glanced from her to his son and back to her, then back to his son.
I can't wait to hear the story of how you two met,
he said, a half smile lifting the corner of his mouth, though his gaze narrowed on Alex's face. She flicked a hand. Just your average story of insta-love. You know, girl sees guy across a crowded room. Girl asks friend who the scowly hottie is. Girl relentlessly hunts him down until he caves and admits he loves her forever.
I gave in. It seemed the easiest course of action.
Alex drawled. Gasping, she splayed her fingers over his chest. You made a joke, she whispered, teasing him, and yet not. I'm starting to rub off on you. Rising on the toes of her heels, she pressed her lips to his jaw. Leaning down, he nuzzled her hair above her ear. To his father and any other onlooker, the gesture probably appeared affectionate.
Like a virus,
he murmured in her ear. Not so much. Still, when she grinned as if he'd just shared the most romantic thing ever with her, not all the delight was for show. Alex had made a joke. Wow. Hey, you two. Both she and Alex turned at the sound of the familiar voice. Kim stood to the side, a glass of wine in her hand and a slightly strained smile on her face. Joy at a familiar face and ally in this bunch warmed her like a friendly embrace. Yes, Kim was Alex's sister, but Morgan really liked the other woman. Too bad she wasn't marrying Kim instead of her brother.
When did you get here?
Alex asked, momentarily releasing Morgan to slide an arm around his sister and hug her to his side, brushing a kiss over her cheek.
And where's Matt?
At the mention of her husband's name, something flickered in Kim's gray eyes, but it disappeared in the next instant. But not quickly enough. Huh. Morgan had never met the football player signed with the Miami Dolphins, but even with the distance, she'd assumed Kim had a happy marriage. That quickly concealed emotion in her gaze, though. It hinted that all might not be so happy. He couldn't get away, she explained, voice as flat and smooth as glass. I haven't been here too long, maybe 20 minutes.
It really wasn't necessary for you to travel the distance from Boston, Kimberly,
Malcolm said, motioning to a server bearing a tray of tall, slim glasses filled with the same pale gold champagne Kim drank. He selected 2 glasses, handing them to Morgan and Alex, then accepting one for himself. He sipped the alcohol, his gaze leveled on his daughter. Though from the chilly manner in which he'd addressed her, she could have been a guest, an unwanted guest.
This is just a small dinner party for friends and family.
Oh, damn. The shot hadn't even been directed at her, but it struck her right in the chest, propelled the breath from her lungs on a pained gust she barely managed to trap. Beside her, Alex stiffened, then tensed, as if 2 seconds from pouncing on his father in a room full of guests. But Kim, Jesus. Kim's reaction nearly tore Morgan's heart from her chest. Because there wasn't one. Nothing. Not a flinch, a gasp, or sharp comeback. The lack of reaction saddened her as much as if Kim had stormed away, maybe saddened her more, because it declared that she was accustomed to his attitude toward her, and accepted it.
Are you fucking kid?
Alex snapped, leaning forward, his father a cold, furious mask tightening his features. Before he could finish, Morgan grabbed his arm, squeezed. Leaving Alex's side, she crossed the few inches separating her and Kim and slipped her arm around the other woman's waist. "Of course she has to come," Morgan said, pouring so much sugar into the tone all of them should have cavities. "She's not just my future sister-in-law and friend, but my maid of honor. How can I not include her in the festivities?" She cocked her head to the side, wincing. "Sorry to pop the question on you like that, Kimmy. I meant to ask you with roses, wine, and lots of begging a little later. But now is as good a time as any. Will you be my maid of honor?" A grin tugged at Kim's mouth, and some of that emptiness in her eyes faded. "Of course, bestie," she agreed. She bumped Kim's hip with her own, laughing, then turning her smile on Malcolm, as if unaware of the effect publicly claiming Kim as family and Malcolm's daughter wreaked on the room. The chatter dipped significantly, and she didn't give a hot damn. He and these so-called friends might not recognize Kim, but fuck if she wasn't going to. Anger firmed his mouth into a grim line, the emotion flashing in his eyes so like the ones he shared with his son and daughter. But ever the consummate and gracious host, he quickly hid the irritation under an affable, if tense, smile.
"I wasn't aware you and Kimberly had become so close,"
he murmured in a pale imitation of an apology. She caught her snort before it slipped free. Somehow, she doubted Malcolm had ever issued an apology to anyone.
"Dinner should be served shortly, but Morgan, let me introduce you to everyone."
He grasped her elbow and gently guided her across the room, but she didn't release Kim, tugging her along. And when they sat down to dinner in the dining room that would have been out of place in a castle, she ensured Kim sat next to her at the long table that easily fit the 30 guests. Malcolm held court at the head of the table with Alex on his left. She couldn't help but study him. Alex was a conundrum, a puzzle. With his masculine beauty, wealth, cultured demeanor, and reserve, he easily fit in this setting. But he didn't blend in. He would always stand out, and not just because of his height or wide-shouldered frame. The same thing that prevented him from disappearing into a crowd was also the same reason the fit didn't appear right. While others around him laughed and chattered and drank, making merry, Alex seemed removed, distant, as if he were an observer but not a participant, although he did speak with his father and the woman next to him. The woman who couldn't seem to not speak without brushing her fingertips over the back of his hand or his arm. As crazy as it seemed, in a room full of people, he appeared alone. And she wanted nothing more than to ease the loneliness, break through the barricade of aloofness. As if sensing her scrutiny, he shifted his attention away from handsy Hannah and met her contemplation. She'd read about the phenomenon described in countless romance novels, where the world faded for the hopelessly enamored heroine, and only the hero existed. She'd always chalked that up to a literary device. But that was before. Before now. In this moment, she fully understood how noise, a room, the whole world could disappear, leaving only the one person who commanded so much energy and focus. when nothing was as important as the heat and damn near visceral vitality that emanated from the other person. How that heat and vitality could reach you from across a table and stroke your skin and invade your body until the same energy vibrated inside you. She blinked, breaking the connection. Exhaling, she leaned back in her high-backed chair, grateful for that scant half an inch more of space between them. She blamed the kiss. Ever since his tongue had been inside her mouth, the attraction— what a pitiful word to describe the relentless primal urges he incited inside her— had squared. I want your mouth on me? Squared. I wonder what you look like naked? Squared. I want to know what it feels like to have you fill and stretch me? Squared. Yep, that damn kiss.
So, Morgan,
Malcolm said, interrupting her session of self-flagellation.
You still haven't told me the story of how you and my son met. I heard a rumor that it was at the Bachelor auction. That you bid on Alex and won him.
Maybe her imagination taunted her, but she caught a calculating glint in the man's eyes. Did he not believe their story? Did he suspect the truth, that this engagement was a charade for his benefit? Now, the part about bidding on him and winning is true. And I'm thinking Punta Mita, Mexico is a fabulous place for a honeymoon. She tilted her head to the side. After all, I won fair and square. But no, we didn't meet there, but a couple of weeks earlier.
Are you referring to the road night masquerade auction?
Hansy asked, touching her fingers to Alex's wrist. Of their own accord, Morgan's fingers curled into a fist under the table. A defense mechanism against reaching across table settings and snatching the grabby woman's hands off Alex. The man was engaged. Damn, bitches be trippin'.
I've attended it before. How could you tell it was Alex if all the bachelors wore masks?
One of the handsy dark auburn eyebrows arched in question. Or at least it tried to arch. Botox probably prevented any substantial movement. Okay, that was mean. True, but mean. Still, she'd called him Alex as if they were bosom buddies, and while the redhead's bosom might want to be his buddy, she didn't get to be so familiar. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Morgan was jealous. Reaching for her glass of wine, she took a much-needed sip before replying. Yes, they all wore masks. Tuxedos, too. But little details like that couldn't conceal his identity. At least, not from me. She set the flute on the table and absently toyed with the stem, switching her gaze from Hansy to the man under discussion. I knew him as soon as he walked out on stage. Since I've met Alex, I've made a study of the way he moves. It's confident, but so much more. It's powerful, commanding, like he owns the world and everything in it. Sexy. No one could mimic that, and no mask could hide it. She murmured. For one hot moment, the world did that vanishing thing again. But before she could get sucked in, she returned her attention to the redhead with a forced smirk, pretending a simmering need hadn't replaced the blood flowing through her veins. And then there's that body, she added. No, I recognized my pumpkin as soon as I saw him. Kim's low chuckle reached Morgan's ears, and her smile widened when Alex narrowed his eyes across from her.
Does she seriously call you that nickname?
Malcolm asked Alex, disbelief rife in his tone. Without removing his hooded stare from her, Alex drawled.
Believe me, it's preferable to the others. Cuddle Bunny, Pookie Bear.
He paused.
Hufflepuff.
Swallowing a crack of laughter, Morgan tried to ignore Kim, whose shoulders had started to shake with the hilarity she seemed to be having a tough time containing. But the redhead wasn't through. I have a good friend who lives in Boston, so I spend some time there.
I do believe I heard about Alette being engaged to a Worthington.
She frowned, and Morgan's chest tightened.
Was that you, Morgan, or another Let?
The avaricious gleam in the woman's eyes clearly telegraphed that she had full knowledge of Morgan's failed relationship. An uneasy silence tumbled like dominoes over the table, punctuated by hushed whispers. Pain and humiliation slapped at her, and she couldn't dodge the blows. Beneath the table, Kim slid a hand over hers and clutched it. But Morgan could barely feel it, numb except for the mortification and needle-like stares from the other guests. And here, she'd thought suffering through the worst of it right after her ex's defection had hardened her some. No, her underbelly was still soft and vulnerable. She inhaled, struggling to maintain her composure, when inside she shook like a storm-whipped leaf. Parting her lips, she prepared to.
I apologize in advance if this sounds rude, although you don't seem too concerned with manners,
Alex said, his voice hardening on the admonishment. He didn't bother glancing at the woman seated next to him as her outraged gasp echoed in the room.
But I'm ashamed to admit I'm one of those annoyingly jealous men who don't want to hear or discuss another man. So while some people might find the topic fodder for ignorant gossip, I had a hard enough time convincing Morgan to take a chance on me when another person hadn't valued the beautiful woman he had.
The breath rushed out of her on a low exhalation, and the trembling she'd managed to hold off worked a path through her body. Emotion. Shock. Sadness. Gratefulness. God, even delight. Lodged in her throat, preventing any further air from entering or escaping her lungs. Not only had he turned the tables so he appeared flawed instead of her, but he'd championed her. Had anyone ever done that for her before? No, no one had. Except for Alexander Bishop, her so-called nemesis and partner in crime. Conversation continued to flow around them, and she even engaged in it, but the rest of the meal passed in a fog. When the last course ended, she gratefully stood from the table, intent on escaping the room and the increasingly cloying sense of being boxed in. She'd been doing so well, playing her part to perfection. But one mention of Troy and she'd slipped up. How could Malcolm believe she was in love with his son when just the topic of her ex had sent her reeling? He would assume she still loved another man when that couldn't be further from the truth. Was she hurt? Angry? Embarrassed? Yes, but her love for Troy had vanished when he'd betrayed her. Does that mean you really loved him then? That's it. She was buying her subconscious a mental muzzle and throwing away the damn key. Nosy bitch. Still, as she followed Kim out of the dining room and into another, smaller living room, she couldn't evict the thought from her mind either. If she had loved Troy, enough to pledge the rest of her life to him, would she have been able to stop loving him so quickly? Had she loved him? Or the idea of him, of being married with a family? Had he shattered her heart, or her dreams? Oh, shit. It was all too much to think about without wine. And with enough alcohol, she didn't have to think at all.
Chapter 9. Son, I'd like a word with you. His father's request reached Alex seconds before his hand settled down on his shoulder, preventing him from following Morgan. For an instant, he didn't turn around to face Malcolm, instead taking that extra moment to study the woman who deserved an Academy Award for her stellar performance all evening long. If he hadn't been aware of the truth, he would have believed the sultry glances, the gentle teasing, and flirtatious words, the way she'd looked at him at the dinner table, how she'd described his walk, for Christ's sake. He'd heard plenty of compliments and come-ons from women about his looks, his body, hell, his dick, but none of them had ever described how he walked, It had been more erotic and arousing than the filthiest dirty talk. It had taken every ounce of control not to shove his chair back, stalk around the table, and pull her up and against him. Take another taste of the mouth he'd forbidden himself from having again. Only he didn't want to stop with her mouth. Though he longed to deny the truth about his body's reaction to Morgan, he couldn't. Damn, that low, husky voice alone was oral sex. His gaze dipped over her slim back and hips and perfect ass. The ivory sheath hugged her curves without crossing the line into cheap, and the mid-thigh hem showcased those sexy, endless legs, while never verging into street-walking territory. Morganlette was the ultimate temptation, and now that he'd surrendered to it once, he craved more. Her mouth, breasts, the curve of her waist, flare of her hips, the crease where her torso met her legs, the soft, swollen flesh between her thighs, where her earthy vanilla and sandalwood fragrance would be strongest, especially the wetter and hotter she became. Yes, he wanted her, under him, over him, on top of him, but that didn't mean he could have her. If there was one woman completely off limits to him, it was Morgan. She was that tree in Eden, but unlike Eve, he understood perfectly the consequences of touching and feasting on her. Didn't mean his body wasn't flipping him the finger for denying it. Tearing his scrutiny from the sensual sway of her hips, he nodded. Fine. Without any further instruction, he headed in the opposite direction of the guests toward the library and study. Since he was younger, whenever his father issued a command to talk, the conversations had taken place in the study. As a child and teen, the topics had been Alex's misbehavior, his grades, antisocial tendencies, and later, Kim. He had a pretty good idea what this discussion would entail. They entered the library, Alex's favorite room in the huge mausoleum that was his ancestral home. Hell, how pompous did that sound? He shook his head, following his father into the room off the library, and had a case of déjà vu as Malcolm rounded his desk and settled in the chair behind it. Alex remained standing, sliding his hands in his pants pockets. "Well, Alex, I have to admit, I'm surprised. Pleasantly so, but still surprised," Malcolm said, his gaze inscrutable. "I don't know why," Alex replied, keeping his tone calm and even. "I assured you Morgan was perfect, and you would like her." "She definitely is everything you described. Beautiful, witty, smart, independently wealthy. I also did some investigating of my own. Aside from the messy recent business with her engagement, her reputation is impeccable. She comes from a good family with an equally unblemished reputation. I couldn't have chosen a better wife for you." "But," Alex added. With his father, the but was inevitable. "But," Malcolm added, leaning forward and clasping his hands on the desktop, "the timing seems awfully convenient. Only weeks to go before the deadline, and suddenly you have a fiance that you're in love with? Even with a woman like Morgan, it just seems coincidental." Uneasiness crowded in his chest. Maybe his father hadn't been the best steward over the family company, but no one had ever accused him of being dumb. Quite the opposite. Alex had prepared himself for this, though. If he didn't convince Malcolm about his relationship with Morgan, then all their efforts up until now would be worthless. He shrugged a shoulder. "What do you want me to say? Yes, I fought against this asinine idea of forcing me into an engagement and marriage, especially when you haven't adhered to the same standard you're trying to hold me to?" His father's body stiffened, eyes narrowing. "Watch your tongue, Alex. I was married when I took over Bishop Enterprises." Alex grunted. "To wife number 3, and you were divorced a couple of years afterward. Marriage has nothing to do with successfully running a company, and we both know it." "It's the image," Malcolm snapped, "of stability, family, and duty. Image is everything, and we both know that," he said, tossing his words back at him. Unfortunately, Alex did. He didn't believe in burying his head in the sand. He fully grasped how the board viewed Malcolm's philandering and merry-go-round system of wives. Usually it was the playboy, rebellious son who ended up in the gossip section of society columns with various women hanging from his arm, not the father. Compared to Malcolm, Alex was a goddamn monk. His father's behavior was even more glaring when held up against Alex's grandfather, Richard Bishop's sterling reputation. Alex took after Richard, both in an instinct and passion for business and discretion. It had been Malcolm's decisions and investments that had almost sent Bishop Enterprises into financial ruin. That, coupled with his active social life, hadn't endeared him to the board, and those bastards had long memories. "Yes, I do get it," Alex said in agreement. "Which is why I gave in and decided to find a wife. I was just as surprised as you to find Morgan. But, well, you've met Morgan, and while the timing might seem suspicious to you, it's a sign to me that this was meant to be. It's right, and after Lisa, I didn't think I'd ever want to marry again. Morgan did the impossible." His words echoed in the silence, as did the sincerity that rang in them. Hell, maybe he deserved an Academy Award, too, because he would have believed himself. After several long moments, his father nodded. "Okay, I'll accept that." He leaned back in his chair, a smile spreading across his face. "Well done, Alex. I'm proud of you. Morgan will be a wonderful addition to our family." "Family," Alex drawled, the anger kindling in his chest belying the casual tone. How could he sit there, smug and self-righteous? He was so quick to accept a stranger, but not Kim, his own flesh and blood. The hypocrisy disgusted him. "You mentioned earlier about how we need to project an image of family. Which part? Loyalty? Acceptance? Or how about love?" he snorted. "You blackmail the one child you have a relationship with and refuse to acknowledge the other. What family values are we portraying again?" "I won't talk about her with you," his father stated in a voice cold enough to compete with an Arctic winter night. "Of course you won't." Alex crossed his arms over his chest. "You're my father, and in spite of your many comments, I do respect you. But with Kim," he shook his head, "you're wrong and mean-spirited, and stubborn as hell. She is your daughter, a bishop. Just because you refuse to recognize that doesn't make her cease to exist. One day you're going to wake up, old and lonely, and recognize what a fool you've been. Maybe she'll forgive you, I don't know. But me? You pull any more shit like you did tonight, and I won't be forgiving. And this family that you're so intent on pushing me on? It'll be a memory, a figment of your dreams of grandeur, because you're going to lose me. I won't recognize you." Pivoting sharply, he stalked from the study, rage propelling him from the room. He needed to get out of there before that future became their present.
Morgan exited her hotel bedroom and entered the suite's main living area. Automatically, she glanced across the room toward the second closed bedroom door. Had Alex decided to retire already? It was only a little after 10 o'clock, but he'd been very quiet on the drive home from his father's home a half-hour earlier. Well, quieter than usual. She'd expected a critique of her performance that evening, but nothing. As a matter of fact, his whole demeanor had changed after dinner. More specifically, after he'd returned from momentarily disappearing with his father. And the tension that seemed to hum under his skin had remained the rest of the evening and the ride to their hotel. What had been discussed to place him on edge? The only thing she could assume was Malcolm had grilled him over their engagement, and his father hadn't been convinced. She sighed. At the onset of this whole arrangement, she'd believed it would be simple. But that had been before he'd started inching under her skin, before she'd caught glimpses of the emotions she hadn't believed he possessed, before he'd kissed the ever-loving hell out of her. Damn it. Common sense and self-preservation begged her to return to her room and call it a night. But apparently, her fate decided to disobey marching orders, because she started across the living area toward his bedroom door. But then a breeze skated across her cheek, drawing her attention to the other side of the suite. She frowned, shifting direction and moving toward the floor-to-ceiling windows that made up the back wall. When they'd first arrived at the hotel earlier, before leaving for his father's house, she hadn't been able to resist opening the double balcony doors and getting closer to the breathtaking view of the New York skyline. Now one of those doors stood open, allowing in a chilly night breeze, and as she neared it, she noticed the tall figure standing on the large terrace. Alex. Like he was the last 2 pairs of Louboutins at a BOGO sale, he lured her. Again, that self-protection flare lit up the night sky of her mind. Why he stood out on the balcony alone, appearing like Atlas with the weight of the world on his shoulders, wasn't her concern. And once again, she ignored that sense of self-preservation. Who needed that 50 Shades Millionaire's tools of masochism when she had her own lack of sense? "It's colder than a witch's tit out here," Morgan muttered, stepping out onto the balcony. Hugging her arms around herself, she moved to the railing, shivering. Yes, coming out into the November night wearing only a robe, nightgown, and slippers wasn't one of her smartest decisions. Alex didn't reply, but one glance at her, and he stripped out of the suit jacket he hadn't removed and draped it over her shoulders. The jacket retained his body heat, and she bit back a moan as it enveloped her in his warmth. His earthy scent embraced her, and when he returned his gaze to the stunning New York skyline, she couldn't resist burying her nose into the material and inhaling more of him. Slipping her arms into the overlong sleeves, she slid her hands into the cuffs like a makeshift muff. "I thought dinner went relatively well," she observed after several silent seconds. "Score 1 for subtlety," she scoffed, leaning against the stone balcony railing.
"Define relatively,"
he murmured. "Well, your father didn't take one look at me, point a shaking finger, and pull a Joe Wilson screaming, 'You lie!'" He snorted.
"There is that."
More silence. Oh, hell. Beating around the bush was for Australian crocodile hunters and lesbians, not her. "What happened when you and your father disappeared after dinner?"
"He wanted to talk to me about you,"
he stated.
"About how the timing of our relationship seemed suspicious with the deadline only weeks away."
Damn. She winced. "So he didn't believe us?"
"More like fishing. He accepted the story, though."
She sighed, relief pouring through her. "Well, that's good news." Tilting her head, she studied his profile that could have been carved from the stone she leaned against. "So what's wrong? And don't tell me nothing, because I think, God help me, that I'm coming to know the difference between your regular Spock demeanor and your something is bothering me face."
"And the number of times I ask myself, what the hell, when you talk has actually lessened,"
he said, arching an eyebrow. "See?" She shrugged. "Progress. I think that puts us somewhere between eat shit and die and friends. I mean, I put up with your father tonight, who, by the way, is a bit of an asshole."
"I'm a prick and he's an asshole. The Bishop men haven't really impressed you, have they?"
he said, voice quiet. "No, I thought you were a prick. Big difference. We had kind of a rocky start. Mount Rushmore rocky. But we've come some distance since then. Hell, we're engaged now. We're picking out china patterns and brainstorming baby names. So stop trying to change the topic and tell me what's wrong." He huffed out a breath, and, be still her heart, it actually almost sounded like a laugh. Not quite, but the closest she'd ever heard from him. In spite of the chilly night air, warmth slid through her, and in that instant, hearing him laugh outright became her mission. Seeing a smile curve his sensual, hard mouth ran a close second. Alex studied her, the darkness casting half his face in shadows.
"I hate going to that house,"
he finally said.
It wasn't a happy place to grow up in.
Nothing in his flat tone or shuttered expression correlated with the poignant, heart-rending statement. But she didn't need to hear or see his pain to get it. She'd seen his childhood home. While it had been gorgeous, she couldn't imagine a child running down its halls or writing scribble-scrabble in markers on its pristine walls. Her childhood hadn't been the most stable with her father's death and her mother's subsequent marriages, but she'd had Mary, and later even Cynthia, and never once had Morgan doubted her mother's love for her. For all the moments of grief, uncertainty, and rejection, there'd been an equal, if not more, amount of joy, laughter, and even peace. Alex hadn't been that blessed, and she hated that for him, wished more for him.
It was a cold place, but at the same time chaotic. My earliest memories were of the fighting. When my parents and I went out as a family, they were nice to each other, civil, even affectionate. But as soon as we were behind closed doors, the fighting started. Shouting, screaming, shattered glass. As a child, I thought this was normal behavior, and so I had terrible tantrums mimicking them. One day, after a really bad one where I bit and kicked my mother, she shouted she'd had enough and was done. The next morning, she left and didn't come back. And I never threw another tantrum.
Oh, God. The breath stuttered in her throat, a fist of horror squeezing the hell out of her lungs. Alex blamed himself for his mother's leaving. She heard it clearly in what he hadn't said, even after all these years. How old were you? She breathed.
7.
Alex. God, she wanted to touch him, hold him, kick his mother's selfish ass. You have to know you weren't to blame for... He nodded.
As a man, of course, she and my father weren't happy together. But as a boy...
His voice trailed off, and he turned, staring off again into the New York night.
After she left, my father married again, divorced again, brought girlfriends to live. He hosted an endless stream of parties and dinners, even a gala once. It seemed as if he couldn't stand to be by himself, to be still or quiet. Tom pretty much raised me, him and my grandfather. I felt more at home with my grandfather and at Bishop Enterprises' offices than I did there.
It doesn't have to be that way for you. When you marry and have a family, it doesn't have to be a miserable place, but a home. She objected gently. But he gave his head one hard, abrupt shake.
This engagement with you is the closest I'll come to marriage again, Morgan. I don't want or need that kind of commitment. Once was enough.
His jaw tautened, a tiny muscle flicking along the strong, forbidding line. What about children? Don't you want a son or daughter too?
No.
The answer was brutal, final.
What kind of father would I make?
He asked, voice rough.
I've had such a great example. Mine neglected me and rejected his other child. No.
He repeated.
I don't want children that I can fuck up.
Silence throbbed between them. One that pulsed with unsaid words, unleashed emotion, and the life of the city beneath them. Stunned, she stared at his harsh profile. Had she really believed he didn't feel? Maybe that icy reserve served as a shield to ward people off and keep his emotions in. A heavy sigh floated on the air.
I wanted to thank you for taking up for Kim tonight. It's difficult for her knowing how Malcolm's going to act. I hate subjecting her to Malcolm, the whispers and the outright snubbing, but she insisted on being there for us tonight. So thank you for making her feel welcome, for acknowledging her as family.
Please, she scoffed, waving off his gratitude, although sadness rose in her chest. Kim's my girl. I actually plan on keeping her in our divorce. I should have had you add that to our contract. You go, but she stays. Alex shook his head.
Too late to renegotiate now.
Damn. She leaned a hip against the wall, debating whether to ask the next question. Part of her didn't want to dig deeper into his world, because that would mean she would have more to force herself to forget. But the other half, that half wanted to, needed to, know more. To obtain more pieces of the man beneath the reserve and fit them together like a jigsaw puzzle. Why is he like that with her? Why won't he recognize her, if you don't mind telling me? He stepped back from the railing and slid his hands in his pants pockets. Once more silence fell between them and her belly dipped. Had she pushed too far, too fast?
Kim's mother was a supermodel from Britain. I've seen pictures of her from then. She was gorgeous. Still is. I can see why my father became involved with her. But he neglected to tell her he was already engaged to another woman here in New York. My mother. Kim's mom became pregnant, refused to have an abortion, and Malcolm cut off all ties with her. I didn't find out any of this until I was 16, and my grandfather told me. He was dying and having regrets. He wanted me to do what he'd been too stubborn to do. Reach out to my half-sister.
Jesus, Morgan whispered. That's one hell of a burden to lay on a kid. A corner of his mouth quirked, but not in a smile.
I hadn't been a kid for a while by then. But after my grandfather told me about Kim, nothing could have kept me from seeing her. I flew out to Chicago the next day and showed up at their house. She actually hadn't seemed surprised to see me. Her mother hadn't kept her in the dark about the father and half-brother she'd never met. It's funny, but we never had an awkward moment. We just clicked. Something my father wasn't too happy about when I returned home. He threatened to disown me if I didn't cut all ties with her, but at that point, I didn't give a fuck. There was nothing he could say to me. At that moment, as he ordered me to forget that girl, I lost some respect for him that I've never gotten back. Up until then, he'd been uninvolved and a more than a little absentee.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
But I'd never thought of him as vindictive or spiteful. Except for a check he'd had his accountant cut every month. He'd been a deadbeat dad.
Anger on behalf of Kim and Alex flickered in her chest. She'd witnessed the charming side of Malcolm this evening, but she'd also seen a glimpse of the man Alex described, which she still couldn't grasp. Morgan had only known Kim for 2 weeks, and the other woman was gorgeous, intelligent, confident, and successful. Any father would be, should be, proud to claim her as his own. Why Malcolm couldn't open himself to the 2 children he had instead of just the one with balls? She curled her fingers into a fist inside the jacket's sleeve. That only makes me more infuriated with your father. But why does he blame Kim? Reject her? She asked. It's not her fault she was born. It can't be because she's half black. He was with her mother.
It's not about race. Well, at least not for Malcolm. No, with my father it has to do with control and image. Kim's mother defied him and refused to have an abortion as he demanded. An illegitimate child would have jeopardized his engagement to my mother. A marriage pretty much arranged by my grandparents. Embarrass his parents? Shame the bishop name? No. And while my father didn't have a problem being with a black woman, I'm sorry to say, my grandfather did. Her mother wasn't acceptable. My father wasn't about to go against their wishes, so Kim was a constant reminder of his fall from grace. Bishops didn't have outside children. They might be cheating bastards, but they didn't make mistakes. And that's what Kim represented to Malcolm, his mistake, his fallibility. Another time he disappointed my grandfather. She still does remind him of that.
He gripped the railing. Even in the muted glow of the suite that barely penetrated the darkness surrounding the balcony, she noticed the paleness of his knuckles as his fingers tightened. His chin dipped, and he stared into the night, his body rigid. Only his chest rose and fell on deep, rough breaths. Concern rippled through her. And though no one was there for them to put on the fake engagement act for, she touched him, covered his hand with hers, laced her fingers through his so they both clutched the railing.
Sometimes
He paused. After a moment he continued, his voice like gravel.
I look at her, catch the pain, the insecurity in her eyes before she conceals it, and I feel guilty for being the chosen one. But she had a loving mother who gave her more attention and affection than either of my parents did. If she only knew the truth, that I've been envious of her.
Oh, God. Something creaked in her chest. A tiny fissure zigzagged across her heart and slowly inched wider. Damn it. She desperately tried to patch up the crack with emotional mortar, frantically reminding herself of every time she'd been hurt, disappointed, broken. But it seemed none of those mental recaps could compare to the first time Alex let her in for a peek into the man behind the ice. She shifted forward, slid her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek and breasts to his back. He stiffened, his big hands cupping hers and squeezing.
What are you doing?
Shut up and take this hug. And in spite of his rigid frame, she hung on, holding him tighter. Gradually, degree by degree, he relaxed against her. An image from one of her favorite books, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, flickered across her mind. C.S. Lewis's lion, Aslan, blowing on the stone against Rumblebuffin, and watching him slowly come to life. That's who Alex reminded her of. That giant shaking off the stone fragments coming to life in her arms. He turned, and in the next moment she found herself in his embrace. Her body didn't press against his now. With just a small step, his chest, abdomen, and thighs imprinted themselves on hers. And Jesus H. Christ, his erection. She swallowed, or tried to. She couldn't get air or moisture past the arousal strangling her in its noose. Long, thick, hard. His pants and her robe and nightgown separated them, but his cock branded her belly like hot steel. Move back, get away. Mayday, mayday. She shuddered, shifted closer, and her resistance plummeted in a screaming, fantastic blaze of glory. The chilly night air would be a handy excuse she could grab onto to explain the shivers coursing through her, but it would be a lie. Not when the heat from his big body melted the cold and set her on fire. No. This man caused the shaking, was responsible for the need pouring through her like gasoline. And his touch? It was the match. He cupped her face between his wide palms, and she tilted her head back, relying on his strength, telling him without words how much she craved his kiss. She curled her fingers around his thick wrists and clung, hanging on, waiting. She'd expected him to take her mouth, claim it like he'd done in his office. But instead, He slowly lowered his head and brushed his lips over hers in a barely there caress. Once. Twice. Then a gentle nibble to her bottom lip. A flick of his tongue over the top one before sucking the flesh and letting it go with a soft pop. He didn't feast on her. He sampled, savored, and it was as devastating as if he'd consumed her. Moisture pricked her closed eyelids, and a tremulous breath escaped her. Who would have thought in the middle of the hunger twisting her belly so hard she ached and shook with it, there would be tenderness? That even with his cock prodding her, he could make her feel worshipped, special. No. She jerked free of his hold, panic surging through her like a lightning bolt. Her feet tangled and she stumbled, but a firm, gentle hold steadied her before her ass met the ground.
Morgan.
That's it. Just her name. But enough to ratchet up the arousal still thick in her veins, and her anxiety spiked right along with the need. Not like that, she rasped. Belatedly realizing she twisted her fingers together in front of her like some distressed damsel, she forced her arms to her sides and met his hooded stare. "Kiss me like you did in your office," she demanded. Give her fire, desperate greed, and equally ravenous groping hands, not soft caresses and tender holds. Give her hard kisses where teeth clacked and tongues dueled, not teasing licks and reverent, affectionate graces of lips. Hot, burn-me-down-to-the-ground lust, not something that resembled, even in the smallest of ways, making love. Because while her body and mind might know the difference, her heart wouldn't. Not her traitorous, stubborn as fuck and refuses to give up on fairy tale's heart. Her bruised heart that longed to be cherished and protected. Her needy heart that would believe someone desired her for more than her face and body, but for her. That lover's kiss reminded her she'd been a fool once, a blind, heart-on-her-sleeve fool, and she didn't want to be that with him, for him.
"What are you hiding, Morgan?"
he murmured, stepping forward and reclaiming the space she desperately placed between them. His arm lifted, his fingers already bent as if to cradle her cheek again. But she didn't give him the chance to touch her with that gentleness that would break her. She charged him, threw her arms around his neck, and used her hold as leverage to jump and wrap her legs around his hips. The rigid column of flesh nestled between her legs, right up against her sex, and she moaned, low and long. A shiver rippled through her as moisture dampened her folds, pooled in her clenching core as if preparing itself for an invasion that had been a long time in coming. His hands gripped her ass, easily supporting her weight. He didn't grunt, nor did his muscles strain as he pulled her closer. God, that was sexy. Utterly and completely. She tightened her arms around his neck, slid her fingers up the nape of his neck and over his head. The surprisingly soft strands tickled her palms, adding another sensory memory to the collection she was building. Palming his head and trusting him to hold her, she hitched higher up his body until they were mouth to mouth, giving breath for heated breath. "Like this," she whispered. "Kiss me like this." And she crashed her lips over his. Without hesitation, she thrust her tongue forward, tangling around his. She sucked on him, and he fed her his growl of pleasure, which vibrated against her chest like electrical pulses, pebbling her nipples into aching points. But just one couldn't satisfy this hunger he'd stirred and detonated inside her. Maybe 100 of those greedy rumbles wouldn't be enough. But as she delved deeper for more, he snatched the reins from her. Angling his head, he plunged inside her, and she had a vivid, astonishingly carnal preview of what it would be like when his cock tunneled through her sex, when he penetrated, possessed and branded. She whimpered, opening wider for him, but not submitting. As much as she wanted to be taken, she wanted to take. and for every demanding stroke and hard sweep and insistent suckle, she returned every one of them. They clashed like warriors meeting on a battlefield of lust, never retreating, both giving and staking ownership, at least for this moment. His grip on her ass tightened, and with an almost casual flex of muscle, he ground her against Dick, circling her flesh over his, sliding her up and down his length. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. Desperate, she released her hold on his head and clawed at the tangle of her nightgown around her legs. Too many seconds later, she had the silk bunched around her hips, the only barrier between them her lace panties and his pants. Digging her fingernails into his broad shoulders, she ripped her mouth from his and tipped her head back, closing her eyes. "Again, please, again," she begged. Pride had no place right now on this shadowed balcony. Lust had razed pride to the ground, and the night wind had scattered its ashes. He opened his mouth over her neck, his teeth grazing the column, and he complied. Her underwear was an insubstantial barrier to the wide, dense weight of his cock. Even though his pants still covered him, the material added a friction over her slick sex that had her sinking her teeth into her bottom lip. Slowly, so slowly, he rolled her over him, pausing at the tip of his erection to grind and circle directly over her clit. Stars burst behind her eyelids, and she couldn't contain the needy groan that tore out of her.
"I want more of that,"
he murmured in her ear, nipping the lobe, then licking the tiny sting away.
"More of those sounds out of you. More of your pleas. More of you. Are you going to give it to me, baby?"
She lifted her head, met his piercing, intense stare that glittered with arousal. He asked for her body, her pleasure. Yes, she could give him those. They were physical, temporary, safe. And if a little pang of hurt twinged inside her chest because he didn't ask for more, she quickly submerged it under the passion. She didn't need to give more, didn't want to. This, being in his arms with the promise of oblivion wrapped in an orgasm, was more than enough. "Yes," she said aloud, crushing her mouth to his once more. Then they were moving, off the balcony, through the suite, into her bedroom. When she'd left the room earlier to seek him out, she'd left one of the lamps on the bedside dresser on. And now, with its soft glow bathing the room in a low light, she congratulated herself on her foresight. Because to miss any bared inch of Alexander Bishop would have been a crime. He crossed the room to the bed and stopped in front of it. Carefully, he eased his hold on her, waiting for her to unwrap her legs from around his waist and lower her feet to the floor. Only then did he remove his support. Big, long-fingered hands slid up her back, over her shoulders, and glided down her arms. She trained her gaze on the base of his strong throat, her lashes fluttering down again at his just this side of rough stroke over her body.
"Look at me,"
he rumbled. Not waiting for her compliance, he pinched her chin between his fingers and thumb and tipped her head up. He rubbed the pad of his thumb over her bottom lip, tugging it down just a bit before releasing and repeating the caress.
"Keep those pretty eyes on me. I need to know what you're thinking."
He would be the first man to request that, to know her thoughts, to want them. Still, it was a moot point. She could barely remember her name, much less think. But keep her eyes on him? Watch need darken those gray eyes to nearly black? Witness the flush that stained his lust-tautened features? Greedily note how his chest rose and fell on deep, harsh breaths? Not a hardship at all. "Whatever you want," she whispered.
"Whatever?"
he repeated, pressing harder against her bottom lip until her teeth lightly abraded the tender flesh on the inside. Not enough to hurt, but more than sufficient to give her a clue that offering him carte blanche with her body might not be the wisest decision. "Yes," she breathed, slipping her tongue out for a quick swipe over his fingertip. "Whatever." Heat flashed like lightning in his stormy gaze, and his lips replaced his thumb. She rose on tiptoes to meet him, open wider for him. Their tongues engaged in an erotic duel, parrying, thrusting, and sliding over each other. One of his hands slid up her nape, burrowing in her hair and fisting the strands. She gasped, her lashes fluttering but not lowering at the carnal sting. His other hand lowered between them and tugged at the sash on her robe. She didn't help him, too busy mapping the broad, solid width of his shoulders. God, he was firm, strong. A man who made a living out of sitting behind a desk and running companies shouldn't have dense muscles with no give that she could barely squeeze. On the balcony, she'd compared him to a statue. She hadn't been wrong. Indomitable. Hard. But no monument of plaster or stone had ever burned with heat or practically vibrated with intense vitality and sexuality. One more tug at her robe and it parted. Alex freed her mouth, dipping his head to stare at what he'd uncovered. Both of them watched as he settled his palms over the tops of her breasts, his long fingers sliding under the silk. Slowly, he eased the robe from her shoulders, and with the smallest of nudges, sent it shimmying down her arms and to the floor. She couldn't move, could barely breathe under the power of his gaze, yet, as if he had reached out and trailed one of those blunt-tipped fingers over her skin, her nipples peaked, telegraphing her arousal. Her desire to exchange his visual caress for a physical one. Leaning forward, he brushed a kiss along her jaw, trailing his lips to her ear.
"You're beautiful."
Against his order, she closed her eyes. 2 simple words. Words she'd heard hundreds of times before. But when he said them in that shiver-inducing rough growl, so different from his usual unruffled tone, she might as well have heard the compliment for the very first time. They touched something deep inside her, something that she covered with bravado and sarcasm, something she rarely allowed people to see because they might use it as a weapon against her. "Kiss me," she ordered, needing him to draw out the vulnerability he'd unknowingly revealed with lust and pleasure. He didn't reply. Or, yes, he did. By lowering his head and sucking her nipple into his mouth through the silk of her negligee. She cried out, clutching his head to her, arching into his mouth. The insistent hard tug echoed in her sex and moisture spilled onto her folds. She tightened her thighs, pressing them together. But the movement only intensified the ache. Hell, the only thing that would ease the hot throbbing was him, inside her. Alex released her flesh with a soft pop, but then returned, drawing a circle around the stiff bead with the tip of his tongue, flicking it before engulfing her again. Whimpering, she twisted, trying to get closer to his big body, and what? Rub over him like a damn cat in heat? Hike her thigh on his hip and notch that big, thick erection against her? Yes, and yes. Something. Anything. But firm hands gripped her hips, preventing her from crowding closer. No, he made her stand still and take the pleasurable torture he inflicted. Air kissed her damp flesh as he drew the strap of her nightgown down, baring her breasts to him. Lifting his arms, he gently removed her hand from his head so he could slide the straps off. Like the robe, the negligee floated down her body and pooled around her feet, leaving her clothed in a lacy pair of black panties. Wide hands spanned the width of her torso, making her feel delicate and feminine. He stroked up her abdomen, not stopping until he cupped her breasts. She stared down as he whisked his thumbs back and forth over her nipples, the view adding to the fiery darts of desire setting her aflame. She moaned, covering his hands with hers, squeezing, molding. Together they shaped her, and when he replaced his fingers with hers on her pebbled tips, she unashamedly twisted and tugged, showing him what she liked. Dipping his head, he opened his mouth, sucking her fingers and nipples. His tongue came into play, and together they caressed her flesh. She couldn't contain her whimpers that tumbled freely out of her parted lips. God, it was hot. So damn hot. With a growl that smacked of impatience, Alex backed her up the scant distance to the bed and, picking her up, lay her on the mattress. He followed her down for another luxurious lick over each nipple before straightening, his fingers going to the buttons running down the front of his dress shirt. Pushing herself onto her elbows, she watched, enraptured, as he revealed slice after slice of taut skin. With a yank at his cuffs and bottom of his shirt, he shrugged the clothing off, tossing it to the floor, and... holy shit. She gasped, shoving to a sitting position on the bed. Taut, olive-tinted flesh, tight, firm muscles, strong, thick arms, a wide, deep chest, a flat, ridged abdomen, all gorgeous. But they didn't suck the air from her lungs, widen her eyes in shock, or have her gaping like a fish. That honor belonged to the ink. The dark scrolls and splashes of color that covered the right side of his torso reached over his shoulder and stretched down the top half of his arm. Tattoos. Reserved, proper Alexander Bishop had tattoos. But she scooted toward the edge of the bed, leaning forward. They weren't just random images. Yes, a beautiful rose trimmed in a dark violet bloomed along his side, but script circled the rose. You think the dead we loved truly ever leave us? You think that we don't recall them more clearly in times of great trouble? Under the talons of a brown, gold, and black eagle, more words. I will not say, do not weep, for not all tears are an evil. And running along the trunk of a Celtic tree, some walks you have to take alone. Quotes from books: Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, The Return of the King, and Mockingjay. More script was cleverly entwined among other images or beautifully inked on its own along his ribcage, the crest of his shoulder, the inside of his arm. He was a walking, breathing work of literature. She extended a hand toward him, but after a moment lowered it to her thigh. God, she whispered, awed. I don't know whether to touch you or read you. He took his head, huffing out a breath that seemed caught somewhere between a chuckle and a groan. More shock pummeled her as he climbed on the bed, forcing her to slide back on the mattress. Did you just laugh? She demanded, clapping her hands to either side of his face and studying his mouth and eyes for hints of amusement.
Morgan,
he drawled, grasping her wrists and removing her palms. Entwining their fingers, he pressed her hands down beside her head.
You talk too much,
he murmured, claiming her mouth in a burning kiss that almost incinerated thoughts of tattoos from her mind. Almost. You're the beautiful one, she breathed against his lips, tracing the leathery-looking wing of an emerald dragon. He stilled above her, his eyes darkening. Before she could decipher the emotion, though, he lowered his head, trailing a hot path down her neck, between her breasts and over her belly. She sucked in a breath, moaning, her fingers curling into the covers under her. Alex, she whimpered, guessing where he headed. Of her own volition, her legs spread wider, accommodating the width of his shoulders. Not that she was arguing with them. Between her thighs was exactly where she wanted him. He didn't hesitate, didn't keep her waiting. A low rumble that vibrated against the insides of her thighs was her only warning before his mouth opened over the heart of her. A cry tore free of her throat, and she grabbed him. her fingernails scrabbling at his shoulders. She didn't wait for him to rid her of her panties. Instead, desperate for his mouth on her bare sex, she pushed at the underwear herself. He aided her, rearing back to strip the flimsy material down her legs, but he didn't immediately return. His hooded gaze settled on her, and the intensity had her modesty creeping in. She fidgeted, unable to remain still, inching her hands toward the part of her that revealed the full power of his heavy stare.
Don't,
he rasped, his eyes flicking up to her face before pinning back on her swollen flesh. Her swollen, wet flesh. God, she could feel how drenched she was, and he had a front-row seat.
So pretty,
he murmured, trailing a feather-like caress over one fold and then the other. So gentle, and yet it had her squirming, had the flames inside her leaping higher.
I would say just as I imagined, but my fantasies don't compare to reality. Look at you, all flushed, pink and wet. So fucking wet. And all for me.
His gaze roamed up her torso to meet hers.
This is all for me, isn't it, Morgan?
She nodded, unable to speak, but it must have been enough because with a low hum he replaced his fingers with his lips, rubbing them over her sex. And when he lifted his head and slid his tongue over his moist mouth, his lids were heavy as he savored her. Jesus. The sight of him enjoying her taste set a blowtorch to her insides. Could anything be more erotic? He licked a path up her cleft, circling her clit, her back arched, a cry breaking free of her throat. Yes, damn it. Something could be more erotic. He feasted on her, devoured her, spread her wide, lifted her to his mouth and ate her like she was the finest meal and he a starving man. Fingertips pressed into her ass, he lapped at the bundle of nerves cresting her sex, teasing it before sucking it. He wasn't neat about it, not shy. He left no part of her undiscovered, from her pulsing clit to the clenching entrance that he teased with shallow thrusts of his tongue, and the sounds he made. Oh, God. They were dark, hungry, desperate, and the vibration against her flesh added another sensation. A big finger pressed to her core, then slid inside, filling her. Then he added another, stretching her. He withdrew, then thrust forward, his knuckles bumping her folds. Shuddering, she groaned, unable to watch, to see him taking her for the first time, even if it was just his fingers. Lust tightened his features, and the liquid evidence of her desire gleamed on his full lips. Like her, he steadied his hand as he slowly pumped her flesh. He didn't hurry torturing and pleasuring her. "Alex, please," she pleaded, twisting her body, adding to her begging.
Please what?
Another slow slide and gradual withdrawal that set her nerve endings crackling, had her sex spasming.
Tell me what you need, baby.
She whimpered, bucking her hips. "Harder, faster, I need," she moaned. "Make me come. God, make me come." The low rumble in his throat was her only warning before he plunged hard and high inside her, giving her exactly what she'd asked for. And fuck, did he give it to her. Stroke after stroke, he drove her toward an orgasm that she raced toward and skittered away from, faintly intimidated by the power of it. But her body had no such fear. Her sex rippled, throbbed. He latched onto her clit, his tongue tugging as his fingers pounded into her, pushing her, and with one crook and rub of his fingers against a place high inside her that no man had ever searched for, much less reached, she exploded. The orgasm seized her in its relentless, mind-shattering grip and refused to let go. It sizzled through her like lightning, and she was the divining rod for ecstasy. Her chest heaved as she returned to her body, shaking and sweating. Small shocks continued to ripple through her, and even the small stir of the air conditioning seemed almost too much for her sensitized skin. "So, the G-spot isn't a myth," she rasped, blinking her eyes open to find Alex's hooded gaze on her. Licking her lips, she returned his stare. God, how he watched her. Like a ravenous beast, and she had the sense that if she made the slightest move, he would pounce and devour her. And though he just treated her to an out-of-body experience, her flesh still quivered and clenched, begging for a deeper, fuller claiming that only his cock could stake.
"I have condoms in my room,"
he murmured in that silk and gravel voice.
"Do you want me to go get them?"
She stilled. The yes should have been automatic. She was on the pill, but she didn't have sex without protection. Not even with Troy. Yet, she didn't immediately reply. Alex, inside her. Nothing between them. She shivered. The thought sent her body into overdrive, her heart thumping like a rabbit late for a very important date. The intimacy of having all of him, bare, unhindered, of feeling him come, knowing what it felt like to have a man, Alex, bathe her with his seed. She'd never experienced it, hadn't been aware she wanted to. "Yes," she said, the word almost blasting from her. "Condom." He nodded and disappeared out of the room, leaving her alone with her damn logic and aching body. She squeezed her eyes shut. She'd made the right decision, damn it. To have said no would have made this something more special than sex. It would have been admitting, to herself at least, that he was doing more than ending her sexual drought, that he meant more than a temporary bed partner. Though his footfalls were soundless, she sensed the moment he entered the room. The air seemed to shift, change, become more charged. Lifting her lashes, she stared, silent, as he tossed a foil packet on the bed and a couple more on the bedside table. Holy shit. Her breath stuttered in her lungs. That boded incredibly well for her. Like a switch had been thrown, her body went from languid to needy as fuck, as if just moments ago he hadn't wrecked her in a cataclysmic orgasm. Quickly and without the slightest hint of modesty, he removed his clothes. In seconds he stood, bared to her greedy gaze. Damn, the man was beautiful, stunning, perfect. All of those descriptions seemed so inadequate to describe the muscles delineated in stark relief under taut skin. His wide shoulders and chest narrowed to a rigid abdomen, and good Lord, did he rock that delicious V-hip thing that only the truly in-shape men sported? Strong, tightly toned thighs and legs supported him, and between those thighs, she swallowed. And a twinge of feminine excitement mixed with just a hint of anxiety throbbed in her lower belly. She'd felt his cock. Hell, had ridden and ground against it. But he was huge, blessed, packing, either and all of those. A thick stalk of flesh rose proudly from a nest of dense hair like a marble column. Thin but visible veins pulsing with life crisscrossed his length like a road map, all leading to the wide, ruddy cap. A cap that glistened with pearly drops of pre-cum. Alex fisted his flesh, gave it 2 slow, healthy pumps that had her mouth watering for a taste. She was staring. God knew she was staring. And it was probably rude. But damn if she could snatch her gaze away. The man had her cock-tranced, if that was a thing. Before she started penning odes to his erection, she closed her eyes, but a second later she opened them, unable to waste a moment not taking him in. With that rock-hard body, pagan god dick, and those dark tattoos, he seemed like some primal warrior ready to conquer and pillage. And she was the territory he had his sights on. He picked up the condom, ripped open the package, and donned the protection with the same economical movements he'd used to strip. She couldn't move as he climbed onto the bed, his big body crouched over her. Unable to help herself, she trailed a finger down his column where it swung heavily between his legs. It flexed under her touch, the heat of him reaching out to her even through the latex. All that power, and soon it would be driving right into her. Oh, God, yes, please. He came down over her and she spread her legs, granting him easy and ready access to her. But he didn't take fast advantage. No, he studied her with the laser-sharp intensity that she usually met head-on. But now, naked and vulnerable beneath him, she avoided. Here, now, with need transforming her into a sensual creature that she'd never been introduced to before tonight, that scrutiny proved too much. Instead, she reared up and captured his mouth in a kiss that only ratcheted the heat inside her from blazing to inferno. She ached for him, hungered for him, needed him burrowing inside her, taking her. "Fuck me, pumpkin," she whispered in his ear, nipping the lobe. A hard shudder worked through his body. From her words or the tiny bite, she couldn't tell, but it didn't matter when he gripped his cock and nudged her entrance with the flared tip. Digging her fingernails into the dense muscles of his shoulders, she held on, knowing what awaited her, and she craved it. He pressed forward, the cap penetrating her, followed by the first few inches of him. The air in her lungs stalled out like a sputtering car. Okay, in theory, she'd known what awaited her, but reality? He filled her, stretched her sex so her muscles worked overtime to accommodate him, quivering and spasming, burning. She forced her body to relax even as she took more of him, and more. Her fingernails bit harder into him as she clung to him, her only solid purchase in this erotic storm he'd tossed her into. Finally, his hips met hers, his entire length buried inside her so deep she couldn't even tell where he ended. And yet, he touched, branded her, not leaving even 1 inch unclaimed. She trembled. Alex was inside her. Alex! That knowledge whispered through her, making this different. More. She shook her head as if trying to dislodge the traitorous thought from her mind. Sex. This was just hot, mind-blowing sex. Nothing deeper or more meaningful than that.
Am I hurting you?
Alex asked, stilling above her, obviously taking her gesture of denial as a sign of pain.
Morgan, talk to me, baby.
He smoothed strands of damp hair back from her face, skating the pad of his thumb over her cheek. She turned into the caress like a kitten, and he cradled her face in his big palm.
You okay?
Yes, she whispered, kissing his skin, giving a small experimental flex of her hips. She moaned. With her folds spread, her exposed clit rubbed right against his pelvis, and she moaned again. Please. Shifting his hand to the nape of her neck, he withdrew until only the tip of his cock remained just inside her entrance. Then, with a roll of his hips, he surged back in, his thick length dragging over nerve endings that had lain dormant until this moment. No man had ever sent her senses snapping and sizzling. Maybe because of his almost too much size. Maybe because he worked her flesh like it was his job. Or maybe because it was Alex. Whatever the reason, he turned sex into an art. A song perfectly played, a canvas beautifully painted. Sliding a hand down her thigh, he opened her wider, pushed her leg higher, burying deeper when she'd thought it was an impossibility. She writhed beneath him as he rode her, at first slowly, then gaining speed and strength with every plunge, every thrust. Fierce, hard, fast he fucked her, An endless stream of cries spilled from her lips. Please for more, harder, deeper, don't stop. And he acquiesced to every entreaty. The wet smacks of perspiration, damp skin meeting skin, and the suction of his cock pistoning into her sex should have embarrassed her. But she relished every sound, inhaled the sex-soaked air, and loved it because they created that scent together. She gave him all she had, meeting him thrust for thrust, stroke for stroke. And when electrical sparks lit her up, sizzling to her lower belly, then racing down to the soles of her feet, for a moment she fought the sensation, not wanting the primal, carnal act they inadequately labeled sex to end. But as the orgasm closed in on her, tightening her body, shortening her breath, she couldn't fight it. Instead, leaped into it, let it claim her, became part of it. And as she detonated into shards of ecstasy, she hoped there would be enough of her left to reassemble into herself again.
Dawn crept into the room like a stealthy intruder through the slits in the closed drapes of Morgan's hotel bedroom. Alex witnessed its gradual change from a pearlescent gray to the pinks and oranges that heralded a new day. The light didn't reflect the cloud of doubt, regret, and panic swirling in his chest like a Midwestern twister. What the fuck had he done? The delicious presence of Morgan curled against his side answered the question, and his morning wood, tenting the bed covers, volunteered to do it again. He was so tempted. The weight of her breast pressed to his side. All he had to do was reach under her arm and palm the sleep-warm weight and graze his thumb over the nipple. He had no doubt it would bead for him. And if he curled his tongue around it and sucked, he knew Morgan wouldn't push him away. No, she'd slowly waken and push herself into his mouth, offer him a place to settle by spreading those gorgeous legs for him. She'd done it several times during the night. Welcomed him into her arms, her body. The 2 extra condoms he'd brought with him had been put to good use. But that had been last night. The dark hours where the loss of reason and control were easier to ignore, where lust and need were not just wanted, but necessary. Getting inside Morgan had damn sure seemed vital. In the cold light of dawn, though, that kind of urgency and thinking struck him as dramatic and horny. But his cock disagreed, especially since just the thought of how she'd wrapped around him had his dick throbbing for a repeat. It couldn't happen. Once had been a slip-up, an aberration, just as confessing his past about his mother and Kim on the balcony had been. The entire night had been a monumental deviation and mistake that he couldn't allow to occur again. He'd allowed their very cut-and-dried business deal to be muddied by sex. This wasn't him. Sex, no matter how good, had never clouded his judgment. Granted, he'd never encountered or experienced the clawing lust that Morgan aroused in him. And he'd had good sex, dirty sex, and even awesome sex, but never mind-bending. I'll give you my left nut if you just let me fuck you sex. He'd learned from early on the cost of losing control, the price of letting his emotions dictate his actions. Last night he'd chosen to forget, or not give a damn. He honestly couldn't say which one was accurate. Not that either mattered. He just couldn't let it happen again. And the first step to not slipping again was distance. Carefully he slid from the bed, from the temptation to climb back under the covers with her and wrap himself around her body. He couldn't stop himself from staring at her, though. The gold hair streamed over the pillows and her shoulders, partially concealing her face. His fingers itched to stroke the thick strands, to fist them again. She'd liked when he tugged on her hair, directing her, guiding her. He'd caught her soft gasps and the flutters of her lashes. Damn, she'd been so responsive. She was every man's wet dream. Becoming distracted by her would be too easy. He could see himself letting desire and sex blur the lines of what had brought them together. A business deal. Their arrangement was temporary, finite. In no more than a few months, if that long, she would exit stage left. She would have Phoenix House, and he would be the CEO of Bishop Enterprises. They would end this as they'd started it, walking away from each other. If he allowed himself to overlook that, or worse, believe hot sex could lead to something more, he would still end it the same, alone. Love, commitment, fidelity, they were nice ideals for romance movies, starry-eyed teenagers, and greeting cards, but they didn't survive cold, hard reality. They didn't survive people. People changed their minds, grew bitter, fell out of love. People left. Jerking on his pants and swiping up his shirt, he padded barefoot from the room, closing the door softly behind him. 45 minutes later, he emerged from his bedroom, showered and dressed, and his determination fortified. Morgan's bedroom door opened, and she appeared, sleep-flushed, hair rumpled from hours of his fingers tunneling through it, lips swollen from his kisses. She'd donned the robe he'd stripped from her the previous night, and the silk clung to the curves he'd caressed, licked, and sucked. His fingers tightened on the cuff he'd been in the process of straightening. Lust, thick and hot, slid through him, deepening his breaths, hardening his cock. Though his body urged him to cross the floor and usher her back into the bedroom, he didn't move. If he didn't set this back on firm footing right now, he would trip, let his dick control him whenever she entered a room, and long for her when she wasn't. "You're up early," Morgan said, on the tail end of a yawn. "Is everything okay?" "Yes." He strode toward the table laid out with a carafe, fruit, croissants, and scones. He poured 2 cups of coffee, and, picking them up, he handed one to her. "I have some work to go over before we leave for the airport in a couple of hours. I ordered some breakfast items for you, but if you want something else, feel free to call room service." "Okay," she murmured, studying him over the rim of her mug. "Thank you. I'll just take this in the room and get ready then." She paused, as if about to say something, but with a nod she pivoted and returned to the bedroom. Long after the door closed, he stared at it. Damn. Regret was really fucked up and lonely company. Chapter 10. Alex stepped out of his car and stared up at the 3-story brick building in the middle of the Roxbury block. Studying it with an objective eye, he understood why there had been a bidding war over the property. Close to Dudley Square, a thriving shopping district, and minutes from downtown Boston, it was a prime location. The building could have been for residential or commercial use. He nodded as he climbed the front steps. Good choice. As a non-profit organization servicing women and children in need, Phoenix House having the Boys and Girls Club, the library, and easy access to public transportation nearby was smart and probably a huge help and source of support. He pressed the doorbell, and while he waited, wondered what the hell he was doing. And not for the 1st or 100th time since they'd returned from New York 2 weeks earlier. He and Morgan had been to several business dinners and social events, including a Thanksgiving dinner with her family and 20 of her mother's closest friends. They'd been on a social whirlwind, solidifying the image of a happily engaged couple. But they hadn't been intimate since New York. He'd purposefully kept her at a distance, limiting touching her silken skin to the occasions when they were perpetrating their charade. And though his body railed at him every night that he could be balls deep inside of her instead of his fist, he maintained that distance, which relegated his presence here at Phoenix House in the middle of the afternoon, when he should be at the main office, to the realm of "you're a goddamn idiot." Curiosity. He could pass off his arrival here as curiosity about the place Morgan was willing to put a whole year of her life on hold for to protect. And part of it would be true. What about this organization inspired such commitment and passion? He had sacrificed for Bishop Enterprises, but it had been his family's business for generations and his legacy. While many socialites claimed nonprofits as their pet projects, he couldn't imagine many went to the lengths Morgan had to ensure its survival. So yes, he had to understand the nature of the people that garnered that kind of loyalty. And the other part? He clenched his jaw as a security guard unlocked the door and pushed it open. The other part he could barely admit to himself. He missed her. Yes, he'd spent time with her in the last couple of weeks, but the Morgan he'd come to know, the quirky, unpredictable, free with her wicked smiles Morgan, had been missing. Oh, her act as his fiancée was flawless, but in private she'd erected a shield around herself that she didn't allow him to breach. A shield it seemed she'd started building the morning in the hotel suite. It was his fault. The woman who'd curled up against him had disappeared, and he was to blame. And though he shouldn't, though it made no sense, he wanted that woman back, at least for the duration of their limited time together. The terms of their arrangement had changed. After his dad signed the contract, turning over controlling shares in Bishop Enterprises to him, they would return to their separate lives. He didn't do commitment or relationships. If he kept that foremost in his mind, he could justify this visit, at least to himself. "Can I help you, sir?" the gray-haired security guard asked, moving behind a scarred desk where a logbook and telephone sat. "Yes, I'm here to see Morgan Lett, Alexander Bishop." The older man nodded and, picking up the receiver, dialed a number. "Hi, Miss Lett. There's an Alexander Bishop to see you in the lobby." He paused. "Yes, ma'am." Hanging up, he smiled at Alex. "She'll be right out." A couple of minutes later, Morgan pushed through another door, and they stood facing each other, silent, assessing. Christ, she was gorgeous. Whether clothed in couture gowns or a sweater, tight jeans, and knee-high boots as she wore today, Morgan never failed to strike him like a fist to the chest. He easily remembered the texture and thickness of her hair, and staring at the ponytails she'd drawn it into, he hungered to have those strands wrapped around his fingers again, craved to smudge that flawless red lipstick painting her mouth. Watch those pretty blue eyes darken with arousal that he stirred inside her. He hadn't forgotten how she looked so flushed, damp, and needy in that hotel room. Damp for and from him. "Hello, Alex," she greeted, cocking her head to the side. "Did we have something planned for this afternoon?" She narrowed her eyes, tapping the corner of her mouth. "If I can recall correctly, there wasn't anything on the schedule you sent me." If not for the slight emphasis on schedule and the glint in her eyes, he might have believed her civil and a tad confused tone. Hell, he managed not to wince. When he'd emailed the social schedule listing their upcoming engagements, he hadn't needed Kim calling him a socially stunted asshole to know his decision might not be the wisest. But schedules were a part of all his business associations, and that included Morgan. Perhaps when she'd replied to his email with a curt, "Sir, yes, sir," that should have been a clue that she'd been insulted. "No," he said. "I just dropped by." "Spontaneously?" She blinked, then scowled. "Who are you, and what have you done with the real Alex Bishop?" He sighed. "Are you going to let me come in or not, Morgan?" She turned, and he thought he heard a muttered, "We tried that, remember?" But before he could question her, she opened the door and let him through. They entered a large lobby, and the immediate change in atmosphere from the sterile outer vestibule to this colorful, lively place took him aback. Public service announcements and notices were tucked among childlike artwork, photos of women and children, and festive Christmas decorations, including an at least 7-foot tree in the corner, its branches heavy with homemade ornaments as well as store-bought decorations. The hum of voices and laughter emanated from closed doors as well as a community area where it appeared an arts and craft class was in progress, and from somewhere the delicious scent of food permeated the air. "This is unexpected," he commented, following behind her down a hall to a set of stairs. Along the way, she stopped and spoke with people, poked her head into the arts and crafts session, was greeted with a chorus of, "Hi, Morgan," in excited children's voices. Unlike the smile she'd given him in the outer lobby, hers for each person shone with genuine happiness. She glanced at him over her shoulder as she mounted the steps. "What were you expecting? Bars on the windows? The stench of depression clinging to the air?" No, not quite, but definitely something less cheery. I half expected not to be allowed inside. Some places don't permit men to enter the premises. In a lot of women's shelters, that's true, but we aren't a shelter. We provide support services and classes that help women and their children get back on their feet, as well as prepare them for the workforce, she explained. We still have security, though. Good. Good, huh? She tossed him a smile that contained the slightest edge to it. Careful, Alex. I might start to think you care. He didn't reply as they crested the landing and headed down a corridor with several closed doors. What could he say? I do care, but I don't want to? Or maybe, caring is a short trip to getting attached, and sorry, not gonna do that. Either one would go over like a lemonade stand in hell. She paused in front of a door halfway down the hall with office stenciled on it, and opening it stepped through. The large room contained 2 desks, chairs, lamps, and file cabinets. But in spite of that, it was surprisingly comfortable and welcoming. This is nice, he said, surveying the room before settling his attention back on her. You fit here. Even as he voiced the words, he acknowledged they were inadequate, but true. As his executive assistant, she'd been incredibly efficient, skilled, and organized. She'd certainly smoothed the path of his transition as CEO of Lear Industries. There she'd excelled. Here, in Phoenix House, she lived. He'd been in the building 5 minutes, and he'd glimpsed how people greeted her with warmth and admiration, witnessed how she lit up when she spoke with them. In this place, she seemed to drop the facade of snark and ennui. Here she didn't seem to need it. She glanced away from him, crossing her arms, and the defensive gesture didn't elude him. I take it you accepted the assistant director position, he murmured. No, I haven't decided yet. Surprise winged through him. Why not? Isn't this where you spend most of your time? She returned her gaze to him, arching a delicate eyebrow. You mean when I'm not following your schedule? Yes. He ignored the jibe, focusing on what she hadn't said or admitted to. Still letting Gerald dictate your life, Morgan? She almost concealed the flinch at his blunt question. Almost. I'm here, aren't I? I'm not stuck in an office taking orders from a tyrannical employer, am I? No offense. None taken, especially since you're just deflecting, he drawled. Heaving a sigh, she tipped her chin up. What brings you here, Alex? Dinner, he said, although until that moment he hadn't planned on inviting her out tonight. Really? She shook her head, her ponytail swinging. That's not on the schedule, he ground out. I know. Screw that damn schedule and the day he'd sent it. Regardless, I wanted to invite you to dinner. He had a business meeting scheduled, but in that instant he decided to cancel it. The unprecedented move sent uneasiness flickering inside him, but he ignored it. One dinner, one deviation from the plan, nothing to raise the panic flag over. Actually, I can't, she said, waving toward the office door. We're preparing for another clothing drive for this weekend. When you arrived, I was separating and tagging the clothes that have already come in. I'll be here the rest of the evening. She paused. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. Her commitments sent a surge of pride through him, even though logically he recognized it wasn't his place to feel that. She didn't belong to him. Didn't stop the warm glow from pulsing in his chest, though, over this selfless, dedicated woman. Again that sense of disquiet wavered, and again he extinguished it. I'm free for the rest of the afternoon. Do you need an extra pair of hands? The same shock that widened her eyes and parted her lips rippled through him as well. Where the hell had that offer come from? He should be back in the office working. Instead, he stood across town offering to sort women's clothes. He couldn't even claim to be pussy-whipped, because, except for the night in New York, he hadn't had any. Seriously? She asked, not even bothering to hide her skepticism. Yes. Why? She pressed. And wasn't that the question of the day? He could go with volunteering would make good copy for the company and back it up by calling Kim and having her send a photographer and press over. Or he could just tell her he needed something to pass his time. Either would suffice as a believable excuse. "You're here." Damn. Silence vibrated in the room, deafening. She studied him, her expression inscrutable, lashes lowered. "Look at me. Keep those pretty eyes on me. I need to know what you're thinking." He'd demanded that of her on their night together, and he wanted to issue the same order now. "Let me inside." "Do you know anything about manual labor?" she asked, cocking her head to the side. He snorted, removing his coat as well as his suit jacket. "Please. I've worked in the mailroom of Bishop Enterprises before. I probably have more experience sorting than you do." A corner of her mouth curled, and her blue eyes gleamed. "I sense a wager coming on. How about a bet to see who sorts the most clothes? If I win, you have to—" She squinted at him, then broke out in a grin that would have struck fear in the most stalwart people. "Print out the damn schedule and burn it in your backyard." He swallowed a bark of laughter. "And if I win?" he countered. "An hour of silence?" she suggested. "Tempting," he said, narrowing his eyes. "But no. If I win, you have to take my place with Kim at the opening of the Nutcracker next weekend." "Shit!" "Scared you're going to lose?" he taunted. "The ballet, though, that's hell." She shuddered. "But it's a non-issue, because you're going down, Alex Bishop." She paused, smiled. "And this time, you won't enjoy it," she purred, before exiting the office. Leaving him with the image of his face between her gorgeous thighs, his lips and tongue teasing the sweetest flesh he'd ever tasted. From out in the hall, he caught her wicked chuckle. Tossing his coat and jacket on one of the chairs, he followed her into the corridor, his jaw clenched, his cock throbbing. Game on. "Yes, Kim. Morgan really longed to see the Nutcracker, so I couldn't deny her the opportunity," Alex lied to his sister, smiling at Morgan as she glared a hole into him from her side of the car. "No, I'm not lying," he said, as Kim accused him of just that. "I have to go. I just wanted to let you know about the change. See you tomorrow." He ended the call, hanging up on his sister mid-interrogation. Kim had sounded suspicious about Morgan's sudden desire to see the Christmas ballet, as she should. When Kim had told Morgan about attending the season's opening night at Thanksgiving dinner the week before, Morgan hadn't been subtle about her desire not to go. Who would have guessed he and Morgan shared the same aversion to the ballet, which made winning this wager all the sweeter. All was fair in ballet and war. "The first time I see you smile, and it's because you're forcing me to go to the damn Nutcracker," she muttered. Surprise rippled through him. "What do you mean? I've smiled before." "I've never seen it until tonight," she said. After a moment, she murmured, "And I've wanted to see it." He stared at her, shadows from the scenery passing by the car window playing peekaboo with her face. Once more, that unreadable mask that had hid her thoughts from him in the Phoenix house smoothed her lovely features, and he wanted to remove it as much now as he had then. She wanted to see him smile? Then a memory filtered through his head. When they'd been in the hotel bedroom, and after her first glimpse of his tattoos, she'd made the comment about not knowing whether to look at him or read him, and he'd chuckled. Morgan had cupped his face and asked him had he just laughed, and at the time he'd chalked it up to her being, well, her. But now? "Why?" he asked. She lifted a shoulder in a shrug. "You seem so serious all the time, like you're not happy. After New York, I understand some of why. Still, you seem like you don't enjoy life, and that's a shame. Someone as successful as you, someone who's endured all you have, deserves laughter and joy. It doesn't seem fair that you don't." He didn't move. Couldn't. Part of him longed to lash out with a cold verbal slap. Inform her she didn't know what she talked about. But the other half snapped a muzzle on that side, because other than Kim, she was the only person in his life who knew him. He'd confided in her, had shared with her on that balcony in New York, allowing her in when his M.O. was pushing people away. He'd lowered his guard with her. And now that she'd commented on who she'd seen beneath, he had no right to throw out a figurative haymaker like a hurting child lashing out. "And there's another reason," she added. "I wanted what I haven't seen you give anyone else." The admission took a blowtorch to his control. She'd just confessed that she wanted to be special to him. That shouldn't be arousing. "Come here," he ordered, his voice low, pulsing with hunger. She shifted forward, placing a palm down as if about to climb across the seat to him. But she didn't move. Instead, she settled a shoulder against the leather cushion. "I didn't think you wanted me anymore." "Why in the hell would you think that?" Incredulity punched him in the gut, and he reeled back from the impact. All the woman had to do was breathe, and he was hard. "Oh, maybe because you pulled a Coyote Ugly in New York," she purred, but he didn't miss the note of hurt underneath the sarcasm. "No," he said, shaking his head. "That wasn't about you, but me." He paused, weighing his next words, but in the end, he couldn't let her spend another second doubting that he desired her, that she was desirable. "You threaten one of the things I value most, my control. With you, I have none, and that had me running. No one or thing has ever made me run, Morgan. Just you." "But you're not now," she murmured. He leaned forward, lowered his voice, heard the lust roughening it. "Oh, hell yes, baby, I am. Just slower." Silence fell between them, only her soft puffs of breath breaking the quiet, and still she didn't move. "I want children someday," she blurted. "Okay. You still don't want them, right?" she asked. He shook his head, unsure where the sudden line of questioning had originated, but with his cock throbbing against his zipper, his mind operated on half its capacity. Still, he tried to keep up. "No, I don't," he said. Yet, even as he said it, the thought of Morgan fucking another man to have those children tightened his stomach to the point of pain. "You don't want love or a relationship. You refuse to get married again," she continued. "Right," he replied, impatience to touch her sharpening his tone. "Morgan, where is this going?" "I don't want love either. I've seen it hurt people too many times, and have been too devastated by it to try it again. But I do eventually plan on marrying one day. With my eyes open and without stars in them, yes, but I want a husband, a family. You don't." "Where are you going with this?" he growled. "You don't, right?" she pressed, ignoring his question. "No, I don't. You believe in love, but I don't." Images of Helena and the parade of his father's wives and mistresses intruded on his thoughts. "Marriage either." "Okay," she nodded. "Good." Then she launched herself across the back seat, plastered herself to his chest, crushing her mouth to his. He groaned, thrusting his tongue between her parted lips, claiming, tasting, relearning. God, he'd missed her. Just one night together and her flavor had become addictive. He wrapped her ponytail around his fist, angling her head so he could dive deeper. She whimpered, and it sounded just like the hungry sound his memory had supplied him with these last 2 weeks, only better, because that sexy little sound was on his tongue now. The car pulled to a stop, and he planted one last kiss on her lips. A glance outside the window revealed they'd arrived at her brownstone. "Let me come in," he murmured, stroking a thumb over her cheek. "Say yes, baby." She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. He didn't wait for his driver to come around and open the rear door. Grasping her hand in his, he exited the car and guided her out after him. Though he longed to rush her up the stairs and into the house, he paused on the sidewalk, cupped her face. "Are you certain?" In reply, she rose on her toes and pressed her mouth to his. Like a flash fire, the heat flared between them, and if he didn't get them moving in the direction of her stairs, her neighbors would get one hell of a show. Taking her hand, he led her up the front stone steps. Impatience whipped through him as she opened the door and stepped inside. As soon as she locked it, he took her back into his arms and guided her backward until her spine touched the wall. Once more he took her mouth, unable to get enough. Before her, he hadn't been a kisser. He hadn't grasped the allure of it. Until Morgan. He could plunge into her mouth, lick and suck her tongue all night. There was something intimate about it. A precursor to how he hungered to take the rest of her. "Alex," she groaned, arching her neck back, curling her fists into the lapels of his coat. "Touch me." Pressing her open mouth to his neck, she grazed his skin with her teeth. "Please." Hurriedly, he removed her coat and his own. But when he gripped the bottom of her sweater, he paused, remembered how she'd wanted it fast and hard in the hotel room. And though his cock throbbed in time to his heartbeat, he deliberately inhaled, then exhaled. He slid his hand up her torso, paused to cup her breast and strum a thumb over her nipple through the knit of her sweater. She whimpered, pressing her breast further into his hand, but he'd already moved on. Continuing his path up her chest and throat, he watched the course of his hand until it cradled her jaw. Gently, he traced his thumb over her full bottom lip, tugging down. This time, when he lowered his head for a taste, it was slower, wetter, and hotter. He swirled his tongue over hers, coaxing her to engage him in an erotic dance. And when she tried to speed the pace up, he pulled back, nibbled at her lips, licked the flesh. She wrapped her fingers around his wrists, loosing an impatient whimper. "Alex," she murmured. He didn't reply. Not with words, anyway. Instead, he dipped his head and trailed a kiss over her delicate jaw, the elegant column of her neck. He just wanted to savor her. She deserved to be enjoyed and cherished. The woman he'd witnessed today deserved someone taking care of her, seeing to her needs. This time, when he gripped the hem of her sweater, he tugged it over her head and dropped the top on the floor. The sudden urge to see all that hair down, tangled around her shoulders and chest, rose in him, and he didn't deny it. Reaching behind her, he gently removed the band, and couldn't contain his groan of pleasure when the strands flowed over his hands and lower arms. "If you knew the fantasies I had about this hair, you would run and lock me out of your bedroom," he growled against her lips. Something hungry flashed in her eyes. "Do tell." A wicked smile that had his dick jumping behind his zipper curled her lips. "No, wait. Let me guess." Slowly, she lowered to her knees, her hands falling to his waist. "Oh, fuck. Morgan," he groaned, as her fingers made quick work of his belt and the fastening to his pants. "Baby, you don't have to—" But his hand, thrusting in her thick, silken strands, belied his words. Jesus, more than anything, he wanted her mouth on his cock, wanted to fill that pretty, smart-aleck mouth, have her tongue tug on him, suck him. "This is about you," he tried again, even as his fingers tangled in her hair. "I know, and this is my fantasy," she whispered, tugging down his boxer briefs and dipping her hand inside. "Shit," he ground out, as she freed him, squeezing him. God, her slim, elegant fingers looked so fragile against his cock, pale against the ruddy, veined, almost brutish-looking length. And it might have made him more of a caveman, but the contrast had him burning hotter, going harder in her hand. She hummed, stroking him from root to tip, her fists swallowing the cap. Pleasure raced up his spine, then back down to his balls and up his erection. Her breath broke over the damp head just before she licked at the pre-cum smeared by her hand. Fire exploded inside him, that first touch of her tongue. "Morgan," he groaned, his grip on her hair tightened. "Please, baby, take me in your mouth." She complied with a moan of her own, and then heaven and hell, pleasure and torture. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the sight of those beautiful lips stretched wide around his flesh. She sucked him inside her, sliding him over her tongue, engulfing him. When he hit the back of her throat, she drew back, treating him to a long, slow lick. Soft murmurs he wondered if she was aware of emitting vibrated against his cock as she took him again. She pumped the bottom half of his length, her lips bumping her fingers. His hips jerked in time to the pace she set, and in that moment she owned him. Untangling one hand from her hair, he traced her lips, mesmerized by her. A flush brightened her cheeks, and desire gleamed in her eyes. She fucking loved this, sucking him off, jacking his flesh. He bet if he jerked open the front of her jeans and thrust his hand down her panties, she would drench his fingers. He couldn't last, not with the sweet, erotic suction of her mouth. Already sparks sizzled at the base of his spine, drew up his balls. Just a couple more pulls, and he would lose control. But as lovely as her mouth was, he didn't want to come there. He wanted, needed to be buried inside her, feeling her pussy quiver and ripple around him. Cupping her jaw, he gently pulled away from her, and ignoring her murmured protest, drew her to her feet. "I need to be inside you." 2 weeks. 2 weeks he'd imposed this sentence on the both of them. He should kick his own ass. Desperation suddenly entered him, and he knelt before her, quickly zipping down and tugging off her boots. Her jeans and panties followed in short order. He should ask her where her bedroom was located and take her there. She deserved a soft place where she could be worshipped, and that had been his intention when he'd kissed her. But now he needed in. He reached into his back pocket for his wallet, removed it, and then the condom inside. Slim, elegant fingers wrapped around his. He shifted his attention away from the protection and met her gaze. "I want you. Only you," she whispered. Her teeth sank into her bottom lip. Then she nodded as if coming to a decision. "I'm on the pill. If you—" He tossed the wallet and foil packet on the floor and stroked his hands up her shoulders and neck to cradle her face between his palms. "I just had a company physical. I'm clean." He briefly closed his eyes, a shudder working its way through him. "Are you sure, baby?" Again she nodded. "Please." She reached down between them, grasped his erection and stroked him. "Yes." Bending his head, he took her mouth in a burning kiss, at the same time lifting her into his arms. He'd intended to be gentle, tender, but then she'd gone to her knees before him. Pressing her back to the wall, he hitched her legs around his waist. His heart jackhammered in his chest. Slowly he notched his cock at her entrance. And just that first wet kiss of her flesh to his had him hissing in pleasure. Then he sank inside her. "God damn," he rasped. So wet, so tight, so fucking good. His assumption had been right. Taking him had aroused her, and now she bathed him, even as she set him on fire. Like the first time he'd penetrated her body, her walls fluttered around him like a butterfly, working to adjust to his size. And like then, he waited, gave her time to accept him, even if it damn near killed him. With her arms wrapped tight around his neck and her face buried in the crook between his neck and shoulder, each of her harsh pants bathed his skin. She worked her hips in tiny pulses, and he matched her, claiming her, inch by inch, increment by increment, until he was fully seated inside her, with nothing between them. Jesus, he'd never taken a woman without a condom, didn't know what it felt like, couldn't have imagined the pleasure streaking through him like lightning strikes. Though his body screamed at him, demanded he pound, that he fuck, he held still. Leaning his head back, he pressed his lips to her temple. "You okay, baby?" he inquired, unable to keep the lust out of his tone. "Please," she murmured, tipping her head back. "Move." He swallowed a harsh curse. Need twisted her features, glistened in her eyes. They were all the signs he needed. On a growl, he withdrew, then thrust back inside her tight heat. Her muscles clutched at him, and he ground his teeth against the grip. "Don't hold back," she whimpered, undulating against him. "Let go with me." As if her words snapped the restraints on the last scraps of his control, he drove into her. She cried out, but not in pain. Not with her hips rocking toward him, not with her sex pulling him into her, squeezing him, clutching at him. Over and over he plunged into her, rocking into her, slamming into her, and she took every stroke, every thrust. She shook in his arms, and from the rhythmic seizing of her sex, he could tell she teetered on the edge of orgasm. "Come for me, baby," he murmured, reaching between them. "Give it to me." He circled her clit, once, twice, pressed down with his thumb, and she exploded on a high-pitched scream. Her flesh clamped down on him, making it nearly impossible to move. But he did, riding her through her release, giving her every measure of ecstasy. And only then did he let go. Only then did he pour into her body, shuddering in her arms. Only then did he surrender.
"Thank you," Morgan murmured, tracing a line around a flat male nipple. Groaning, he flattened a hand over her roving one.
For what?
She switched to skimming her lips over his chest above their stacked hands. "For today, for coming to take me out to dinner, for staying and helping, for taking an interest in what interests me." No man had ever done that for her before, not even Troy. He'd dismissed her passion about the nonprofit as a pet project, and other than when they met, hadn't supported it or her. That her fake fiance had, when her real one hadn't bothered, wasn't lost on her. Alex skimmed his fingertips down her spine, retracing the path when he reached the small of her bag.
"You're welcome."
A beat of silence.
"Why does Phoenix House mean so much to you?"
he murmured. She considered giving him the pat answer, the one she gave everyone when they asked the same question. Awesome community project. They provided much-needed services to the segment of the population often forgotten or dismissed. New lease on life for many women and children. All true reasons, but none of them touched the real why. Sighing, she turned her face into his chest and after another moment trusted him with her truth. "I can't help but think if my mother had had a Phoenix House after my father died, she wouldn't have hopped into these relationships, always looking for someone to take care of her, to provide for her and our needs. Maybe if she had, she could have seen her strength, her worth, and provided all that for herself. Not that I don't appreciate all she did for us, because I know her marriage was as much for Mary and me as it was for her," she hurriedly added. "I just wish—"
"I understand,"
he said softly, brushing a kiss over her forehead. She believed he did. From what he'd told her about his childhood, he undoubtedly grasped the pride and gift of having to answer only to oneself about your future. Hell, he'd entered into this unholy bargain with Morgan so he could obtain that power. And once he did have it, whatever they had, would end. It had to. Especially before she did something as foolish as fall for him. Doing that would be like wearing Lady Gaga's meat bikini around a pack of wild dogs. Destructive, a disaster, and stupid as hell. Which was why she'd interrogated him before kissing him in the back seat of the town car earlier. She needed the reminders of why they had an expiration date. Why even allowing a mustard seed of hope to sprout and grow would mean doom and pain. Dramatic, but there it was. Nevertheless, the expiration date stamped on their arrangement and time together didn't mean she couldn't indulge in the benefits. And laying here in Alex's arms, damp with sweat, with the musky scent of sex still permeating the air, was the very definition of benefit. Even benefits, though, had to end sooner or later. "I have something for you," she announced, forcing a cheerfulness into her voice that sounded strained, even to her own ears. Lying in a bed of sheets tangled from the hottest sex she'd ever experienced, she didn't want to dwell on endings and inevitable pain. She scooted off the bed and, after swiping his shirt off the floor and shrugging into it, crossed to her closet. Picking up the 2 gift bags inside, she returned to the bed and him. Spotting the presents in her hands, he arched an eyebrow and rose to a seated position, the sheets falling around his hips, placing that delicious chest with those sexy-as-hell tattoos on full display. Tonight, she'd discovered another quote. "Courage, dear heart," from one of her favorite books, Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis. Studying his body was like a treasure chest that kept on giving. "Why do you love young adult books so much?" she blurted out. He went still, and for a moment she regretted the impulsive question. Though they'd been as close as 2 people could be only moments ago, and he'd opened up to her emotionally a couple of times, she sensed this was more personal, that it struck to the heart of the man who hid his feelings behind an iron mask. Waving her fingers toward his tattoos, she barreled forward. "Most of your quotes are from YA novels. Is there a special reason?" A muscle ticked along his clenched jaw, and her stomach dropped as she realized she'd overstepped the invisible boundaries set in their relationship. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her fingers tightening on the gifts in her hands. "It's not my business."
Growing up, I spent a lot of time alone. My mother had walked out and my father often left on business trips, and when he was home, well, he wasn't. Women, parties, dinners. But honestly, I didn't mind. I had my books.
Sighing, he dragged his hand through his hair, tousling the dark strands even more than her fingers had. Because she'd never seen it on him before, she almost missed the meaning behind the slight flush to his cheekbones and the tautening of his mouth. But she didn't miss it. Discomfort. Alex was uncomfortable. And damn if that wasn't just a little bit endearing.
My mother introduced me to books, he continued. It's the only thing I can thank her for, and after she left, I buried myself in them. Soon, they became my world, my friends. Books were dependable, reliable. They were a comfort that allowed me to get lost and never be lonely. My favorites were about kids tumbling into different worlds or fighting the big bad evil that should have destroyed them but didn't. They spoke to me, and I guess I never stopped loving those particular novels.
She couldn't speak for several long seconds after his voice faded away, humbled by his confession, honored that he'd chosen to share it with her. Clearing her throat, she blinked back the burn of sudden tears and climbed onto the mattress, handing him the 2 bags. He didn't immediately accept them, but stared for several long moments as if not sure what to do with them. Finally, he extended his hand and cautiously accepted the presents. "They're gifts, not gonorrhea," she teased.
For what?
He asked, opening the largest bag. "Your birthday, of course," she drawled. It had been the day after Thanksgiving, but since his schedule hadn't penciled them in to see one another, she hadn't mentioned it. God, she'd hated that fucking schedule. Not rational at all, considering it had set them back on the business-only playing field she'd told herself she wanted. But after he'd rocked her world in New York and then rejected her, or so she'd believed, it had been like a slap to the face. He'd relegated her to a duty, a penciled-in note. One he seemed to regret touching, while that night was all she'd been able to think about. His hand froze, and he jerked his head up, astonishment flashing across his face.
How did you know?
She scoffed. I told you before, I was your assistant. I know all of your information. She flipped her hands in a shooing motion. Go ahead, open them. His gaze remained on her while he reached into the bag, only breaking the intense visual contact when he pulled the gift out. He opened the large olive green shirt, studying it. A slow, beautiful smile spread across his mouth, lighting his gray eyes. She sucked in a breath. Wow. She blinked again. She'd known when she'd finally witnessed a full-blown smile from him, it would knock her on her ass. And she hadn't been wrong. It transformed him from gorgeous to absolutely breathtaking. A shame, really. He should always smile, always laugh. He wore joy well. He turned the shirt around, and though she glanced down, she already knew what the t-shirt said. Muggle in the streets, wizard in the sheets.
Perfect, right?
She snickered. Open the next one. Shaking his head, and still wearing the wide grin, he set the shirt back in the bag and picked up the smaller one. Once more, he reached inside and pulled out a tissue paper-wrapped gift. Nerves fluttered in her stomach as she watched him remove the paper. The t-shirt had been a gag gift, and considering his love for all things Harry Potter, a slam dunk. But this one worried her. Had she overstepped? What would his reaction be? With Alex, she couldn't be certain. He held the 5x7 picture frame in his hand, his stare fixed on the photo. She didn't need to see the image to know what he saw. A color photograph of a 6-year-old Alex and his grandfather, who so closely resembled the adult Alex, they could be doppelgangers. A big, mischievous grin split the boy's face, his joy unmistakable. The picture had tugged at her heart. For the little boy whose world hadn't been rocked by his mother leaving yet, and the boy-turned-man who'd closed off his heart and allowed himself to forget the joy of the child in the photo. How long they sat there, she lost track. Seconds, minutes, hours maybe. She didn't speak, afraid to shatter the delicate, almost brittle silence. Afraid that she would say the wrong thing. Just afraid. Finally, he lifted his gaze from the frame and locked his with hers. In his eyes, oh, God. She assumed and believed he didn't have emotions. But she couldn't have been further off route than Christopher Columbus sailing for the East Indies. Alex might not easily show joy or grief or anger, but he did feel. The evidence of the depth of his feelings was inked into his skin. The different quotes about hope, sadness, loss, and perseverance expressed what he couldn't. And now emotion darkened his storm-heavy eyes. It stole her breath, and a piece of her soul that she'd just waved bye-bye to. Somehow she knew she wouldn't see it again.
Where did you find this?
He rasped. I called your father and asked him to send me a picture of you and your grandfather. You've mentioned him before, and I assumed you two were close. I hope you... Her voice trailed off, the doubt kicking up a notch.
I love it,
he whispered.
I'd forgotten.
Now his voice was the one to disappear as he returned his attention to the gift.
Thank you.
In a move too quick to track, his arm shot out and cupped the back of her neck, dragging her across the space separating them. He pressed his lips to hers, his tongue thrusting forward and claiming her mouth as his.
Thank you,
he repeated in a hoarse murmur, leaning his forehead against hers. She cupped his face, smoothing the pad of her thumb over his cheekbone. You're welcome. Chapter 11.
Remind me again why we're here,
Alex growled in Morgan's ear. Shivers waltzed their way down her spine. That rumble thing he did with his voice never failed to get her hot. But in the middle of a crowded theater where they could do nothing to extinguish the heat, really inconvenient. Squeezing her thighs, she smiled at an acquaintance of her mother's who waved as she passed. We're here because you couldn't stand the thought of me suffering through the Nutcracker by myself," she said, patting his arm. "And because if you didn't, the gates to this paradise would be locked down for repairs." Unobtrusively, she waved her hand down her torso. To an onlooker, her gesture probably appeared like a casual wave, but from the narrowing of Alex's eyes, he definitely received her meaning.
Kim owes me. Big,
he grumbled.
She could have seen Matt another weekend.
"I think visiting her husband comes before a ballet," she said. "And just think, if she hadn't, neither one of us would have had the," she grimaced, "pleasure of 2 hours of tutus, tights, and mind-numbing boredom." Raising on tiptoe, she tugged his arm so he lowered his head. "We'll give this party an hour before we skip out," she whispered in his ear.
"Deal."
He nodded, then shifted his head so his lips brushed her temple.
"You think we can find somewhere dark and private to pass away the time?"
She closed her eyes, another tremble shuddering through her. How could she be expected to turn down such a tantalizing offer of furtive, dirty, quick sex in a dark alcove? Wasn't that every woman's dream? If not, it should be. "Oh, you're not fighting fair," she breathed.
"You're looking at a desperate man,"
he replied, voice as dry as the wine waiters offered to guests from their trays. "So I guess it would be really mean of me to tell you I don't have any panties on," she whispered in her best Eartha Kitt imitation. His breath deepened. His hooded gaze dipped down her body, as if he could peer underneath the emerald off-the-shoulder evening gown and see for himself if she spoke the truth.
"Now who's not fighting fair?"
he said, the desire in his eyes lighting her up like a Roman candle.
"I'll give us 30 minutes.
Biting the inside of her cheek, she smothered her grin. "An hour," she countered. "Just think of the tongue-wagging we'll start if we don't at least stay and mingle for a little while. They'll say we're horny degenerates who couldn't even wait a proper amount of time before leaving to do God knows what." He snorted.
"What's wrong with that? It's true."
"Yes, but they don't have to know it," she said, pouring a healthy amount of exasperation into her voice. "I mean, do people really need to be privy to how I intend to jump your bones as soon as we get in the limo and—"
"Hello, Edward,"
Alex drawled over her shoulder. Fire that had nothing to do with arousal flamed in her chest and rushed to her face. Oh, damn. Turning around, she faced her ex-employer, Edward Patterson. "Hi, Edward," she cooed, jabbing an elbow in Alex's stomach. His exaggerated oomph and wicked chuckle did nothing to alleviate the blush heating her cheeks. "You couldn't have told me he was standing there, huh?" she muttered under her breath.
"No,"
he replied, not bothering to lower his voice. Grinning, Edward pulled her into a hug, then, with one arm still wrapped around her shoulders, extended a hand toward Alex.
"Nothing I haven't heard before, young lady,"
he scolded with a laugh.
"It's good to see both of you. Although, I meant to have a word with you two regarding keeping me in the dark about your relationship."
He leveled a mock frown at them. "Thank you, Edward." Morgan smacked a kiss on his clean-shaven jaw and stretched an arm toward Alex. When he accepted her hand, twining their fingers together, she smiled. "He's a keeper," she murmured. Conversation switched to business, and she excused herself, searching out one of the waiters bearing the gift of wine, because she needed some. Stat. It had been a week since the day Alex had shown up at Phoenix House. A week since he'd made love to her with such tenderness. She trembled in delight and fear at the memory. Made love. God. Even her mind had decided to rebel. They didn't make love. They screwed. Fucked. Bumped uglies. Keep telling yourself that, sweetie. Ah! Her conscience, That treacherous bitch had returned, taunting her with sly remarks and innuendos, just when she'd believed she'd silenced her. But now that the floodgates had been thrown open, thoughts of that night, and the nights since, poured in like a deluge, threatening to drag her in their confusing, terrifying undertow. The last 7 days had been like a utopia. Days at Phoenix House, nights with Alex, dinners, watching movies, or reading books in his amazing library. And then afterward, she placed a palm over her flattering belly as she wound a path through the crowd. Afterward, he devastated her in bed with his intense, passionate brand of sex. While under him, or over him, or under him, he made her forget everything but him. And in the quiet moments, when sweat dried on their skin and his heartbeat thudded under her ear, she struggled to remember this was temporary, that the only real thing between them was the sex. And the fight had become harder and harder to win, because like tonight, they would attend some function where he smiled and flirted with her, stared at her with affection in his eyes. The lines between reality and pretend kept blurring, and at some point, they had remained fuzzy, no longer clear, and that scared the shit out of her. Troy. Falling for him had made sense. On paper and in real life. He'd been stable, solicitous, financially secure, well-established in the community. Alex, though? Loving him made as much sense as punching herself in the face. He was only in Boston for a little while, as long as it took to turn Lear Industries around so he could sell it off. He'd been disappointed and abandoned by so much. He didn't know how to love, or didn't want to. Any way a person looked at it, he seemed a shady bet. Yet...
Morgan.
A smooth, cultured voice she knew all too well spoke from behind her. Oh, God. She froze, going still except for the heart pounding against her rib cage. It couldn't be. God wouldn't be so cruel. Not here. Not now. But as a tuxedo-clad figure appeared in front of her, she supposed God had more important things occupying his time than saving her from this uncomfortable, embarrassing confrontation. As if she'd conjured him up with her thoughts, her ex-fiance stood before her, a glass of white wine in one hand and the other stuffed into the pocket of his pants. "Hello, Troy," she greeted, preventing the turmoil inside her from leaking into her voice.
It's, good to see you,
he said. She refused to lie. It was not good to see him. Actually, she could have gone the rest of her life without the pleasure. So she remained quiet, and an awkward silence fell between them. Anger simmered in her belly, but the expected maiming rage didn't stir or surface. She studied his dark brown, neatly trimmed hair and handsome features. He hadn't changed, but she had. His pleasant appearance didn't do anything for her anymore, not when they paled in comparison to dark, closely cut hair, stormy gray eyes, and a carnal mouth that promised all manner of wicked acts. But more than his appearance, he didn't incite the warm pleasure he used to. Yes, she still possessed the desire to knee him in the nuts for his cowardly handling of their relationship, but at some point since she'd found him and Cynthia together, both of them, had ceased wielding power over her emotions. Maybe it had started the evening Cynthia called with the news about the impending sale of the building, and Morgan hadn't caved or given in to self-pity, but figured out a solution to save Phoenix House. Maybe it had been the night at Malcolm's home when Alex had defended her from that guest's catty remarks. Or maybe it had been each time Alex drowned her in his particular brand of passion, showing her that she would have settled for an existence of muted grays with Troy, instead of the live-out-loud Technicolor life she enjoyed now. Then again, Maybe it was a combination of all those moments and more. The truth was, other than wanting to yell, "Man up!" she didn't care for Troy. Didn't love him, didn't hate him. Just nothing. God, it was liberating. And she owed that freedom to one person. Alex. If not for him, she might still be wallowing in self-pity and insecurity. His desire for her had restored her confidence in her sexuality and femininity. And yes, not to toot her own horn, but she deserved credit too. Alex had definitely kick-started the process of her healing, but Morgan would have eventually arrived there on her own. She harbored no doubt about that. Before she'd met Alex, she'd withstood the gossip, whispering, and humiliation, and had come out stronger on the other side for it. No thanks to Troy or Cynthia. He cleared his throat.
I'm a little surprised to see you here. I didn't think you enjoyed the ballet.
I don't. A friend of mine couldn't make it at the last minute, so I came in her place. She explained. Well, enjoy your evening.
Wait.
He went to grasp her arm, but with one look from her lowered it.
I'm sorry. Can I have a minute to speak with you?
Seriously? He wanted to do this here with a theater full of people watching? No, thank you. Maybe another time. As in the 32nd of June-November. If you'll excuse me. She took a step forward, but this time he did lightly catch her right above the elbow.
Please, Morgan. This won't take long. And then I promise not to bother you again.
He murmured. Sighing, she met his gaze and noted the plea in them. Bad idea, that voice in her head cautioned. Didn't she know it? But damn if her curiosity didn't rear its stubborn head. Fine, she relented. But I only have a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
She allowed him to guide her through the crowd to a less populated hall. He didn't stop until they reached the end of the corridor near a tall window, its velvet drapes drawn back by gold tassels. The voices of the partygoers dimmed to a low murmur here, and the window's thick glass prevented the Saturday evening traffic from reaching them. Tucking both hands in his tuxedo pants pockets, he faced her.
Again, thank you for hearing me out.
She shrugged. You're welcome, she said and waited, impatiently.
I heard the news about your engagement to Alexander Bishop.
He murmured.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Her relationship with Alex couldn't be the reason he'd requested this talk. Troy, look.
I'm sorry, Morgan,
he blurted. Then, shaking his head, a rueful smile curved his lips.
I wanted to be smoother than this, but I wanted to apologize for hurting you.
You already did that, remember? She reminded him, unable to prevent a tinge of bitterness from creeping into her voice. Well, damn, maybe she wasn't as kumbaya as she'd thought. Inhaling, she shook her head. Another apology isn't necessary, so if that's all...
No, it's not. There were some things I should have said that night or right after, but I was too much of a coward to seek you out.
He briefly closed his eyes before meeting hers once more.
I don't think you realize how bright you shine. Everything about you is blinding. Your beauty, personality, intelligence, wit, and the shadow you cast is wide and long. Several times I found myself in that shadow, and in the beginning I didn't mind. But as time passed, I resented you for it. And that's my fault, my insecurity.
He hurried to add.
Yet I couldn't help the way I felt. Asking you to be less than who you were wouldn't have been fair to you, and I would have been a petty jerk. I didn't want to hurt you, but I ended up doing it anyway. And for that, I'm so sorry.
He huffed out a breath.
I know it's terribly cliché, but I need you to know that it really wasn't you, but me. Maybe I wasn't strong enough, dynamic enough, just enough for you. But jealousy, not of other men, but of your own fiance, wasn't a good foundation for marriage. I would have made you miserable because of it. I would have eventually ended up doing the very thing I tried to avoid, sucking the life out of you. I love Cynthia, but I will admit to you, it was my own insecurity and need to be needed that led me to her. That had me taking the coward's way out of our relationship, instead of just coming to you, being honest, and ending it. I don't know if I can forgive myself for that, but I hope one day I can have your forgiveness.
Shock streaked through her, leaving her speechless. This confession she hadn't expected. For him to admit his weakness to her must have cost some of his pride. It was honorable and, well, nice. Because she had blamed herself, and his desire to absolve that guilt from her stripped down one of the walls she'd built around her heart since his betrayal. Here before her stood the man she'd convinced herself she'd loved. She said convinced herself, because it hadn't been love. Not the deep, abiding kind that a marriage required to endure and survive the rough patches that every relationship inevitably faced. Not the delicate but strong kind that could offer comfort and a gentle hand, and in the next second curl into a fist and strike at anything that would dare have the balls to attack it. Not the passionate, hungry kind that promised lust tempered by affection. Not the fierce kind that would weather and endure the years. No, she could honestly concede she hadn't loved Troy like that. Not now that she'd experienced that kind of love. With Alex. Holy shit. She loved Alex. Pinching the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger, she exhaled, inhaled. How had she let it happen? She'd vigilantly guarded herself against this very thing, knowing he didn't desire a future with her. Yet, love had sneaked past her defenses and laid siege to her heart like the stealthiest, sneakiest of invaders. Joy and an almost crushing sadness filled her chest, the pressure causing tears to sting her eyes. Lowering her hand, she turned to the window, blinking rapidly at the moisture, refusing to let one drop fall. She loved him, and he didn't want her. Not like that. Could there be anything more doomed to failure than this emotion tearing her in two?
Are you okay?
Troy asked, resting a hand on her bare shoulder. She stepped back and away from his hold. Having another man's touch on her just seemed wrong. Yes, she rasped. I'm fine. Forcing a smile to her trembling lips, she tipped her chin up. Thank you for your apology, Troy. I accept it. Pivoting, she strode down the hallway, searching for a bathroom, an escape. From him, from people, from the heaviness that weighed on her shoulders like an albatross. Too bad she couldn't escape herself.
Alex followed Morgan into the foyer of her Back Bay brownstone. She flipped on the overhead light, but even without it, he noticed the tense set of her shoulders, the stiffness of her body, the rigidity in her usually fluid stride. She'd been quiet and withdrawn since the after-party at the ballet, since she'd disappeared with Troy Worthington. He'd been waiting for her to bring up the topic of her ex, to mention what happened between them, hell, to just mention him. But she hadn't. Why? The question had been nagging him for the last hour and a half, for the rest of their time at the theater and the ride to her house. He wasn't proud of the ugly, dark feeling that wound through his veins like a greasy oil slick. Technically, since he was only her fake fiancé, he had no legitimate right to ask her. He had no right to the anger stirring inside him like a flickering flame. No right to demand anything from her outside the boundaries of their engagement. And none of that mattered a damn. "Are you okay?" he asked. Morgan nodded, glancing over her shoulder with a small smile that didn't reach her pretty eyes. "Yes, I'm fine." She moved into the living room, Removing her cape and tossing it on one of the big, comfortable armchairs dotting the room, he leaned a shoulder against the jamb and crossed his arms. "I saw you talking to Troy." He studied her, caught the slight flinch of her shoulders, the minute lowering of her chin. His gut tightened, and his fingers curled into his arms. "Yes," she finally said. "He wanted to speak with me, to apologize." He arched an eyebrow. "Really? That's it?" He was pressing her, but couldn't stop himself. What did he want? The dirty details? A word-for-word account of their conversation? Hell yes. "That's it," she replied, turning to him. "What do you think happened? That he changed his mind about Cynthia and professed his undying love for me?" She scoffed. "Or maybe I let him lead me to a dark corner and let him get a quick, cheap thrill." She laughed, and the crack of the hard, bitter sound raked his exposed nerves like a grate. "No, and no." He lifted a shoulder in a half shrug. "It wouldn't be the first time it's happened." Her sharp gasp punched the air as if he'd delivered a verbal blow. She tried to conceal a flinch, but didn't succeed. But seconds later, her chin hiked up, eyes narrowed on him. "I'm not your ex-wife," Morgan snapped. "I'm guessing she's who you're referring to." Yeah, he had been. Toward the end of their marriage, Helena had disappeared from a party or two with a man. Later, she'd screamed at him that it had been to get a rise out of him, to see if he would come after her and prove he loved her. But he hadn't, mainly because by then he hadn't cared. He'd checked out. But seeing Morgan disappear with Troy had resurrected the memories, and though he hadn't followed after her either, it had taken everything in him not to charge across the theater and shove the other man on his ass. "Are you still in love with him?" The question stunned him. He hadn't meant to ask it, and from the slight widening of her eyes, he'd surprised her as well. In the silence that followed, he could have rescinded it, told her, "Never mind, don't answer it." But he didn't, because he wanted to know, needed to know. "No," she said. "I'm not in love with him. Maybe—" She halted, wrapped her arms around her torso. "Maybe I never was." Alex straightened, stepping down into the living room. "When did you come to that revelation? Tonight?" "Yes," she said, her tone almost defiant. "Among other things." Sighing, she tunneled her fingers through her hair and lowered to the wooden coffee table behind her. "I thought I did. If you'd have asked me a few months ago, I would have said yes, I loved him. That night I showed up at his apartment with a picnic basket and wine to surprise him with a romantic dinner. I would have said yes. I was hopeful then. I had my life planned out. A good, stable husband, a family, security. I was happy, and if the passion wasn't Chernobyl level, well, that kind of lust belonged in romance novels and Lifetime movies. Honestly, I didn't believe I was capable of that kind of need anyway, so I wasn't disappointed in that department. I don't want to hear this. He choked back the words, because he wanted her to continue, but listening to her talk about her love life with another man, his fingers itched with the need to pick something breakable up and slam it into pieces. But then I walked in, and something, woman's intuition, instinct, I don't know, warned me to be quiet. I headed to the living room, and there they were, standing together in front of the window, their bodies outlined. Except for his hand on her cheek, they weren't touching, but they didn't need to be. I could hear their words, Troy's words. He was telling Cynthia how much he loved her, needed her, couldn't live another day without being able to claim her for his own. They ripped into me with a pain I hadn't felt since my dad died. But more than the words was the passion in his voice, the same passion I'd convinced myself we didn't need to have a beautiful life together. It broke something in me. And even before I dropped that picnic basket on the floor, and they noticed me, I knew what we shared had ended. I think if I'd caught them in bed together, it would have hurt less. Lust I could understand, even compete with. But the love he declared for her, the bottom line was she owned his heart, and I had nothing. And in that moment, I felt like nothing. He's a blind, idiotic asshole, Alex growled. Rage surged through him. For her, for the pain she'd experienced. Even when Helena left, he'd felt more relief than anger or hurt. It had almost been like he could breathe since the proverbial shoe had dropped. He'd been waiting for her to leave him, and when she had, he could move on, his expectations realized. But regardless of whether Troy and Cynthia had been fucking or not, the betrayal had devastated Morgan, and for that he couldn't forgive the rat bastard or her sister. "The heart wants what the heart wants," she murmured with a tiny curl at one corner of her mouth. "Or at least that's what I hear. Anyway, I thought he broke my heart, but what both of them, really shattered that day was my trust. I knew happily ever after didn't always happen, and yet I took a chance, a leap of faith, and they showed me what a fool I'd been for believing. They didn't break my heart. They broke my dreams, my hope." Crossing the room in 3 long strides, Alex knelt before her. He thrust a hand through her hair, cupping the back of her head. She stared into his eyes, shadows flitting through the blue like clouds in a clear summer sky. "They didn't break you. I don't think anything or anyone could, and whether you loved him or not, he didn't deserve it, not when he had you and let you go. So I stand by what I said. He's an idiotic asshole." She snorted, and though it sounded a little waterlogged, he took it, cherished it. "You are the strongest person I know, the most compassionate and giving. What they did doesn't reflect on you, but them, never you." He pressed a kiss to her forehead, her nose, and finally her mouth. "Never you." "I didn't take you for a sweet-talker, Alex," she murmured, stroking a finger down his temple and curving to his mouth. "Thank you." "I talk much better with my hands," he whispered. "Show me." And he did.
Chapter 12. Burrowing in her coat against the chilly December wind, Morgan power-walked to the entrance of the glass and steel building housing the offices for Lear Industries. She shivered as she pushed through the glass doors, then groaned in pleasure as the warmth hit her cold cheeks.
"Nice seeing you again, Ms. Lett,"
the security guard greeted as she strode to the front desk. "You too, George." She smiled, penning her name and destination into the guest logbook. "How are your granddaughters?" The older man beamed, his brown eyes lighting up.
"Wonderful. Ready for Santa Claus to come pay them a visit."
She laughed. "Who isn't?" She teased, then with a wave, headed for the bank of elevators. A minute later, she stepped out of the lift onto the executive office's floor. Her replacement glanced up from her computer, a welcoming smile on her face that seemed to cool slightly when she saw Morgan. Okay. Maybe she'd imagined that. She'd met Alex's new executive assistant several times, and the woman had been nothing but polite. But... "Good morning, Lindsay," Morgan greeted. "Ms. Lett?" She nodded. Oh, there was a definite chill factor. What the hell? "Is Alex available?" "Just a moment, I'll check." Without another word or smile, she rose and knocked on the door. She poked her head through the opening and announced Morgan, and Morgan caught Alex's deep rumble of a voice. Straightening and leaving the office door open, Lindsay turned to Morgan, waving toward the door. "Please go right in, Miss Lett." "Thank you," Morgan said, casting the other woman another glance. Maybe the assistant had a rough morning, or there was something in her personal life bothering her. Shaking it off, Morgan strode into the office and, closing the door behind her, couldn't help but think about the first time she'd entered it after he'd bought the company. They'd come a long way since then. "I think someone pissed in your assistant's cornflakes this morning," she said in lieu of a greeting. Alex, standing at his window, turned. Her steps faltered at the inscrutable mask on his face and the shuttered gaze that studied her as she resumed crossing the room. She hadn't seen the return of this closed-off expression for weeks. Concern and worry crept through her. sending her pulse at a fast trot. "What's wrong?" she asked, rounding the desk and approaching him. "Has something happened to Kim?" His sister was scheduled to return from Florida today, but Morgan hadn't spoken with her.
No, Kim's fine.
He didn't reach for her, didn't smile, didn't kiss her. The concern hiked to a stomach-twisting unease. Something's wrong. After Saturday night, she'd thought they'd crossed a line where they... Well, she wasn't exactly sure what the hell they were. What did you call two people who were engaged but not really engaged, but had sex and confided in each other like friends? She hadn't told him she'd fallen in love with him. She didn't know if she would ever have the courage to confess it. But they had certainly passed the stage where he stared at her like he didn't know her. What in the hell was going on?
Have you seen the Herald this morning? The inside track column? He questioned instead of answering.
She frowned. No, she hadn't read the local gossip column for the Boston Herald newspaper. She rarely did because those bitches could be catty and mean as hell. The two women responsible for the column had written about the love triangle, as they'd called it, between Morgan, Troy, and Cynthia a while back. They'd painted Cynthia to be a sweet woman finding her prince charming, and Morgan in the role of evil stepsister who'd gotten what she'd had coming to her. That had been the last time she'd read the column. No, I try not to. Why? Do they have something in there about us? Alex contemplated her with that unreadable gaze. Confusion and a growing sense of disquiet slid through her, and she racked her brain about what could have happened between them leaving her house Sunday night and this afternoon. But nothing. She couldn't think of anything that would cause this shield of ice just a day later. "Alex?" she whispered. He didn't reply but moved forward to his desk and shifted his computer monitor so she had a clear view of it. For a long moment, she continued studying him, foreboding heavy in the room like a dark rain cloud. She obliged him and glanced at the screen. Horror mushroomed inside her, pushing against her sternum, crawling up her throat and flooding her mouth. No. She stared at the image. No, no, no. The picture. Jesus. It looked bad. Her and Troy from Saturday night standing near the window at the end of the hall. From the angle of the shot, the photographer must have been outside and, using a telephoto lens, had captured the image. Troy's hand cupped her shoulder, and such longing and sadness infused her expression that it tugged at her heart. She knew what the picture looked like. A woman cast aside but still hurting and in love with the man who'd left her, and that man consoling her. She quickly scanned the passage beneath that hinted at a possible reconciliation, at how Morgan obviously pined for Troy. Bullshit. All of it. But the picture didn't lie. At least not in part. The love and longing had been for real. But not for Troy. For Alex. With one glance at his empty eyes and aloof mask, she didn't need an 800-number psychic to tell her he wouldn't believe her. It made sense now. The assistant's cold reception, his icy demeanor. It made awful sense. Still, she had to try to explain. "Alex," she said, voice trembling. "That picture, it's not..."
What it looks like?
He arched an eyebrow, icicles dripping from his tone.
Don't insult us both. Can you at least try to be more original?
She shook her head. Why did she feel like she was fighting for her life here? Because she was. Her life with him. Christ. For the first time, she admitted to herself she wanted one with him. She longed for the fake part of their relationship to be real. So yes, she was battling against his distrust for them, to have an us. "I know what this looks like, but I told you the truth Saturday night. He was just apologizing. That's it. Nothing else.
Look at that photo, Morgan,
he stated. And for the first time since she entered his office, she detected emotion from him. Anger.
You expect me to accept what you said and not believe my lying eyes? Is that it?
Yes. His harsh bark of laughter scraped over her skin. Once she'd longed to hear him laugh, but not like this. Not that serrated, bitter sound.
Listen,
he said, turning from her and facing the window again. As quick as the anger had appeared, it vanished, leaving it void, just a flat monotone.
I don't blame you for still loving him. You were together for a while, and I suppose you can't just switch your feelings on and off. But this picture, it changes things.
Alex, please. I don't love Troy,
Morgan, stop.
His low command that held just a hint of hoarseness cut off her renewed attempt at an explanation.
Anyone who looks at that picture will know the truth. You can't possibly be in love with me when your heart belongs to another man. It would be useless to try and continue acting as if we're engaged. It's over. I'll still deed the building for Phoenix House over to you.
Whatever else he said drowned beneath the crashing roar in her ears. Her heart pounded, the thud like an off-key drumbeat. This couldn't be. Denial, hopelessness, despair, and pain, such fucking pain, roiled through her like a dark, lightning-plagued storm. I don't give a damn about the building, she whispered. And at this moment she didn't. As much as she loved Phoenix House, right now she battled for her future. A future with the man she loved. This isn't about the building. She loosed a short, humorless chuckle. You convicted me before even trying me.
Convicted you?
He pinned her with a furious glare that would have made most people quiver at the knees. But she wasn't most people, and she would have to actually feel to be intimidated. A numbness had crept inside her, slating her heart and feelings in a sheet of ice. And she was grateful.
If you want to make me the villain in this, go ahead. But the truth can't be denied, especially when it's splashed across the website for millions of people to see.
He gritted out. What are they seeing in that picture, Alex? She demanded, flicking a hand toward the screen. A woman who's in pain? Scared? A woman who realizes she's in love with a man she can't have? They're right. All of that was true then, and just as true today. But it's not Troy I was thinking of in that moment. Her heart lodged in her throat and her mouth went dry. Swallowing past the obstruction, she forged ahead, even as fear and a bone-deep feeling of fighting a losing battle sunk in her belly. It was you. I was thinking of you. Of how, in spite of every sound reason I shouldn't, I fell for you. He stared at her, his flinty gaze uncompromising, cold.
Fell for me,
he repeated, disbelief freezing his voice.
I have to admit, I didn't see that coming, and I'm a little impressed you came up with it so quickly.
He shook his head.
Not that it matters, even if I did believe you, which I don't. Feelings, emotions, they were never part of this deal. You didn't hold up your end, so we walk away. No strings attached. Isn't that what you assured me in the beginning? Like I said, it's impossible for us to continue on. So this is where we part ways.
She backed away from him until her behind hit the edge of his desk. That's just it? Like nothing happened between us? You think I don't understand what's going on? She rasped. I know you better than you know yourself, Alex. Push me away before I leave. Better you end it now before I can. Too many people have left you, have disappointed you, and I'm just one more. He didn't reply, but the tick along his jaw telegraphed his answer. I love you. Completely. Wholly, foolishly, she murmured. He flinched, shock flitting across his face before it hardened once more. But before he could tell her she didn't, she shook her head. Don't worry. I don't expect you to believe me. But see, that's the thing about loving you. I don't need your permission and for damn sure not your approval. You said Troy didn't deserve me because he had me and let me go. Well, you don't either. Because you have me if you would only accept it. But instead you're letting me go. And get it straight. I'm not abandoning you or leaving you like the others. You're shoving me out of the door, out of your life. This is on you, not me. Yes, you bought that building for me. But you didn't have to pay a dime for what I would have freely given you. She pushed away from the desk and rounded it. Hungrily, she studied him. Noted every striation in his gray eyes, every curve of his stern mouth, every crag and angle of his face. Because this might be the last time she saw him. She needed to memorize every facet and detail. Admit it, she said, the tears barreling down on her, abrading her voice. You were waiting for this. Well, congratulations, Alex. Now you're alone. You have what you wanted, but not what you needed. I hope you enjoy it. She pivoted and strode across the room and out of the office. Just make it outside, to the car. That sheet of numbing ice was melting, and she couldn't be in the building, in his vicinity when it happened. But the car? Yes. Once she got inside, then she could crack in half and cry. But not in front of him. She refused to give him that. He might have her heart, but he wouldn't have her tears. They were hers alone.
Chapter 13. Alex knocked on the door of the South End condo, Kim's temporary home in Boston, worry a hard knot in his chest. She'd returned from Miami on Tuesday, but had called into work the last 3 days. Kim not showing up to work was alarming enough, but she also hadn't been answering his phone calls. His worry was careening toward fear. He couldn't lose her, too. Shit. His jaw clenched at the reminder that he'd already lost one person in the last week, Morgan. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't exorcise her from his mind. It had been 5 days since she'd walked out, leaving him. He'd been the fool, believing that for just a second, wishing for just a second, that the ending would be different. If he'd remembered it, held tight to it, he wouldn't find breathing to be like serrated glass. He knocked again, this time harder, and let the bite of pain radiating from his knuckles to his wrists suck away some of the pain that had been riding him like a saddled horse for 7 days. 5 days of minimal sleep, because every time he closed his eyes, he saw Morgan's face, ashen, her full lips firmed into a sad, straight line, blue eyes dark. Admit it. You were waiting for this. Well, congratulations, Alex. Now you're alone. You have what you wanted, but not what you needed. Her. She'd meant he needed her, her love. He couldn't erase those words from his head either. They, more than any they'd said to each other that night, haunted him the most. I love you. Completely. Wholly. Foolishly. The black hole that had opened up in the pit of his stomach the moment she walked out of his office yawned even wider, deeper. She'd said she loved him. He'd refused to believe her then and fought to continue disbelieving her now. How could she love him? They'd known each other less than 2 months, had danced a waltz of I like you, I don't like you for half that time. And how could he forget Troy? She claimed not to have feelings for her ex-fiancé anymore, but she'd been prepared to marry him. And those pictures, the longing on her face, the sadness, they hadn't lied. Fuck. Whipping around, he stalked down the hall, scrubbing a hand over his head. This building had to have a manager on call. He'd convince him or her to open Kim's apartment. I wasn't aware a stomach virus required a house call. He pivoted, spotting his sister standing in the doorway of her condo. Dressed in a long robe, her arms crossed over her chest and her dark hair pulled back in a sloppy ponytail, she did appear ill. As he neared her, he noted her dull gray eyes, the smudges underneath them, and her pale skin. Yet on closer inspection, the glaze in those familiar eyes weren't from sickness or fever, but pain, the kind he'd been on a first-name basis with this last week. "What's wrong?" he barked. Cupping her shoulders, he studied her wan, tired features, restraining himself from giving her a little shake to speed up the reply. Fear tainted his mouth like he'd sucked a wet penny, metallic, dirty. "What's the matter?" Stepping back into the apartment, she swept an arm out. "I don't delight in giving the neighbors a show, so come on in." He entered, closing the door behind him, his gaze never leaving his sister. Her arms remained wrapped around herself, almost as if in defense, or maybe holding herself together. It required every scrap of his admittedly ragged self-control not to demand an explanation. He'd never seen her this worn down, defeated. The word whispered through his head. Experience had taught him, though, commands didn't work with Kim. She turned stubborn, another Bishop trait, or flaw. So he waited impatiently. "Have you seen a doctor?" he asked, following her into her living room. From the blanket and pillow on the couch and the box of tissues on the table, she'd spent most of her time in this room. The television mounted on the opposite wall played some kind of action movie with racing cars and explosions, but no sound emanated from the set. "I'm fine, but you look like shit." She arched an eyebrow as she sank onto the couch, and he lowered to the chair adjoining it. "Save the compliments. I'm here about you. If you've been sick for 3 days, I'm not trusting your self-diagnosis of a stomach virus. But," he said, leaning forward and tapping the bottle of half-empty scotch next to the tissue box, "considering your form of medication, I'm surprised you're not on your ass." "I'm fine," she repeated on a sigh, the weariness weighing down every syllable. He snorted. "Don't bullshit the bullshitter. Now tell me, what's wrong?" Then softer. "You're worrying me." She didn't immediately reply, but the heart-rending cry that she cut off reminded him of a wounded animal. He moved beside her, curling an arm around her shoulders and dragging her further into his side. She didn't fight him, but laid her head on his shoulder. Fear, anxiety, anger at the person who caused that wound swirled inside him like a dark, dangerous wind. "It's okay, sweetheart." He pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "Tell me," he urged. "There's another woman," she croaked. "Matt is cheating on me. Has been for God knows how long." Shock reverberated through him. "What?" he rasped. "How?" She released another of those heavy sighs and shifted out of his embrace. Propping her elbows on her thighs, she cradled her head in her hands. "How do I know? Social media is not a cheating man's best friend. You'd think a football player would know that everyone has a camera phone these days. So when he's out partying with his boys, he might not want to motorboat the stripper for God and country to see." "Shit," he growled. "Are you sure it was him?" She loosed a harsh crack of laughter. "Yes, it was him. But just to make sure this wasn't some alcohol-induced lapse in judgment, I flew down there last weekend for confirmation. I searched the house while he was at practice. I examined our credit card and bank statements and phone records more closely. Purchases for jewelry that I know I haven't received. Hotel bills, Miami strip clubs. I called some of the numbers I didn't recognize, and they were women. More than one. He tried to deny it, of course, but in the end, he admitted it. Blamed it on me, the athlete lifestyle, everything and everyone but his dick." She shook her head. "How could I have been so stupid, so blind? When did I become one of those women that willfully ignored what was going on right under her nose?" "You love him, trusted him." He leaned forward, uncorked the scotch, and poured the alcohol into the glass. She deserved this, and that motherfucker Matt deserved the ass-kicking he had coming, courtesy of Alex's foot. "And he's your husband. Why would you believe otherwise?" "Was My husband, she corrected. I filed for divorce yesterday. Kim. He handed her the glass, and she took it, holding it between her thighs but not sipping from it. Good, he said, all the anger brewing in his chest toward her soon-to-be ex, hardening his voice. That son of a bitch doesn't deserve you, and I'm 5 minutes away from flying down there and breaking my fist off in his face. Promise me you're not going to change your mind about going through with leaving him. No, she said, her voice fierce. From the time I was old enough to understand, I knew I was a product of cheating. The lies, the broken trust, the betrayal and pain. It poisons a person, taints relationships. And seeing the effect on my mother, cheating is a deal-breaker for me. There's no going back. Okay. He nodded, swept a hand down her ponytail. Okay. And if you need me to talk, to just sit here and listen, to fly down to Miami and beat Matt's ass, I'm here. I'll remember the offer, she said, a tiny smile curving her lips. Anyway. She leaned back against the couch, curling her legs under her. How's Morgan doing? I haven't spoken to anyone since I... Her voice trailed off as she peered at him through narrowed eyes. What happened? She asked, turning his question back on him. He glanced away from that identical, penetrating stare and focused on the car chase occurring on the television. She left. Kim set the glass on the table and shifted toward him. Just like that, she left? Rubbing a hand over the nape of his neck, he related to his sister about the picture in the gossip column, the argument between him and Morgan, and how she'd walked out. When he finished, she didn't speak, just stared at him. Then, retrieving the scotch, extended it to him. Here. Seems like you need this just as much as I do. Without argument, he knocked it back. The smooth burn licked a path down his esophagus and bloomed in his chest. Snorting, Kim shook her head. I swear, if insight was lard, I couldn't grease a skillet with yours. He barked out a hard crack of laughter, surprised. The hell? She shrugged a shoulder. I've been watching Dr. Phil reruns on OWN for the last 3 days. Sue me. Picking up the decanter, she refilled his tumbler. Alex, you know I love you more than anyone, aside from my mother, and formerly Matt, right? I definitely trust you more than anyone. So, know when I say this, it's with love. You're an idiot. Excuse me? Please. She waved off his cold remark as if flicking away an annoying insect. Don't go all CEO on me. You would stand by and watch the woman you love walk out and do nothing? That makes you an idiot. What would you have me do? Ask her to continue to go through with our deal when everyone with eyes could see she's still in love with her ex-fiancé? He sliced a hand through the air. No one would believe our story after that picture. It was better to just end it. This has nothing to do with the deal for Bishop Enterprises, and you know it. You're running scared. She held up a hand when he would have interrupted. No, let me. I'm sure you did enough talking to Morgan, and you're still trying to figure out how to pry that foot out of your mouth. Alex, you are one of the most honorable, loyal, and even loving men I know, although you don't show many people that side of you, which is a shame. But I, more than anyone, understand why you close yourself in and shut others out. I get it. Between your mother, father, and Helena, why would you believe someone when they say they love you, that they would run through a wall of fire for you? And not because of your last name, or your net worth, or what gifts you can buy. Because of you. So I completely get why when you have that kind of love staring you right in the face, you don't trust it and push it away. This was never about forever, he said, voice firm, as if trying to convince her and himself. This was a business deal. She snorted, but a horrible kind of pity darkened her eyes. Keep telling yourself that, but we both know that's not true. How can you possibly believe in fairy tales after what you're going through? He demanded, but without heat or spitefulness. He truly wanted, needed to know. Because, as hard as it is for me to admit, he wasn't meant for me. I've seen love where faithfulness, devotion, and sacrifice were privileges, not albatrosses around a person's neck. He wasn't mine, and I have to believe in a world where this isn't it for me. That belief is what's getting me through. Well, that and scotch. Her mouth curled in that sad smile again. You have so much to give someone, the right someone. Helena, she wasn't the woman for you. But Morgan? Have you seen the way she looks at you? Like you are Christmas, her birthday, and a sale at Prada all rolled into one. No, maybe you haven't noticed. Or maybe you didn't want to. Because that would mean admitting you stare at her the same way. That you love her just as she loves you. It was too much. Her words, the hole in his gut that had gaped open into a wide, dark abyss with teeth. No. He lurched to his feet. I need to go. He scrubbed a hand down his face. I have things I need to take care of at the office. Are you okay? She sipped from her refilled glass. I'm good. I'll check back in on you in a couple of hours. Answer your damn phone, Kim. He leaned over her and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Fine. And you? Stop being so fucking stubborn. He didn't reply, but with one last glance, exited her apartment and locked it behind him. But he couldn't lock out their conversation or his thoughts as easily. 20 minutes later, Alex stepped off the elevator onto the floor of the corporate offices. He drew to a halt, the elevator doors closing silently behind him as his father stood from one of the chairs in the waiting area. Dad, he greeted, his voice revealing none of his surprise. On a Saturday afternoon, most of the building was empty. If this unscheduled visit had to do with business, Malcolm would have come by on a weekday. No, that he'd shown up on a day where there would be few, if any, witnesses meant Malcolm didn't want the conversation overheard. Alex? Striding past his father, he entered his office, leaving the door open for Malcolm to follow. Unlike his father, he didn't need to seat himself behind his desk to gain the position of power in the room. Honestly, he was too damn tired to play games. Perching on the end of his desk, he crossed his arms and met his father's inscrutable stare. What brings you here, Dad? He asked, though he could easily guess what had precipitated his trip to Boston. Shrugging out of his overcoat, Malcolm tossed it on the back of one of the visitor chairs. New York isn't that far from Boston, Alex, and the internet shrinks the distance even more. Malcolm's eyes narrowed. Did you really think I wouldn't see that little on dit, or the picture of your fiancé and another man, who happens to be her ex-fiancé, because it was on a gossip site? Do you care to explain what's going on, or would you prefer I guess? Everything's fine, Alex said. The hell it is, his father snapped. I've come to two conclusions, and neither sits well with me. He moved forward. 1. Morgan Lett decided her ex was a better option and wants him more than marrying you. At least that's what the picture indicates. Or 2, you and she were never a real couple to begin with, and you hired her to gain control of the company. But if that's the case, true love, he sneered the two words, must have reared its inconvenient head and ruined that plan. So there's no possibility that there could be a third option, that the picture is misconstrued, that what the photographer caught was a conversation between two people who once had a relationship and was clearing the air. The same account Morgan had given him, and he'd rejected. Do you believe that? Malcolm smirked. His father's reaction shouldn't have angered him. Alex's had been similar. But now he'd done nothing but replay that conversation in his office for the last week. You convicted me before even trying me. You bought the building for me, but you didn't have to pay a dime for what I would have freely given you. And her face as she'd uttered them, it haunted him, refused to leave him in peace. The sadness, the awful resignation. Even as that image taunted him, Kim's voice floated like a specter through his head. Have you seen the way she looks at you? Like you are Christmas, her birthday, and a sale at Prada all rolled into one. No, maybe you haven't noticed, or maybe you didn't want to, because that would mean admitting you stare at her the same way. that you love her just as she loves you. Kim was right. He loved looking at Morgan, at the wicked gleam in her eyes right before she said something outrageous, the beautiful smile that lit up her face, changing it from stunning to breathtaking, the slim, curvaceous body that moved like a melody, unhurried, sensual, lovely. She reminded him of the books he adored, how he could read one 10 different times and find something different, something new and undiscovered every time. And like his books, she brought him joy, excitement, panic, exhilaration, passion, love. He loved Morgan. And because of his fear that she would eventually leave, he'd pushed her away first. In spite of her loyalty, her heart, and her compassion, he'd painted her with the same selfish brush as his mother and wife, because he'd needed to protect himself, his heart, when it had already been too late. Because from the moment she'd blackmailed him into keeping her job, he'd started falling. And now, he'd fucked it up. He rose from his desk, a sense of urgency rippling through him. Every second he spent here with his father meant another one wasted, another one slipping through his fingers. "Yes, Dad. Actually, I do believe that," he belatedly answered. "But also, your second assumption is correct. Originally, I did hire Morgan to act as my fiancé so I could become CEO. A position I earned time and time again, but you and the board decided I couldn't have because of something as superficial as image. So yes, I was desperate." "Damn it, Alex," his father snapped. "I can't believe you would lie." "Yes, you can," Alex interrupted. "You would have done the same, so let's not pretend. You know what this means, don't you?" Malcolm moved forward, his face tight with anger. "You didn't honor your end of this deal, so neither will I." Alex shook his head, cutting off the rest of his father's tirade with a wave of his hand. "Save it, Dad. I'm not telling you the truth to throw myself on your non-existent mercy. Being your son doesn't give me a pass, just like Kim being your daughter hasn't granted her one. I told you because I have a counteroffer, and you can take it or leave it." He slid his hands in his pockets and pinned his father with a steady, unwavering stare. "I'm rejecting your ultimatum. I'm not signing that contract. I plan on finding Morgan and begging her to forgive me and marry me, but not like this. I won't have her thinking I want her for any reason other than I love her. If you want to hand over the CEO position to another person who hasn't sacrificed and proven they deserve it as I have, then go ahead. I will concede and leave Bishop Enterprises and start my own company. You and I both know I can do it, and take clients with me. So your choice, Dad. Call and let me know. But later. Right now..." He strode forward past his father. "Right now, I have more important business to attend to." Leaving his father in his office, he exited. That more important business was getting his fiancée back, if she would have him.
Chapter 14. Morgan walked into the Boston Country Club's elegantly appointed ballroom. Round tables draped in red and decorated with gold and green garland and ornaments dotted the space, along with chairs boasting huge red bows. A huge chandelier hung from the high ceiling, and the crystal wine glasses reflected the light, lending the room a fairy tale air. She hated it.
Ew, who did they hire as a decorator? Snow White? Mary griped. Only things missing are fat mice and birds stringing popcorn from that obnoxiously large Christmas tree. In spite of the fact that Morgan was attending her stepsister and ex-fiancé's engagement party, she grinned. "I believe the mice and birds were Cinderella, not Snow White." Mary scrunched up her face, tapping her bottom lip. Nah, I specifically remember birds and Snow White.
Shaking her head, Morgan threaded her way through the tables, searching out the table assigned to them. Hopefully, they'd placed her, Mary, and their mother near the back. This was going to be tough enough without having a front row seat. She hadn't planned on joining her mother tonight, especially after the week she'd had. But in the end, she'd called Cynthia. certain her sister had seen the gossip piece. Surprisingly, Cynthia had believed Morgan and ended up consoling Morgan. Jesus, the world had flipped on its axis. The only bright spot had been Morgan accepting the position of assistant director of Phoenix House. She'd replayed the last few weeks in her head and decided she couldn't allow fear to hold her back any longer. Without realizing it, she'd been facing down her fear of failure and overcoming it during her time with Alex, fighting for her job, enduring the gossip, charging to Alex's house to bargain for Phoenix House, taking on the daily duties at the nonprofit, declaring her love to Alex. That last one, whew, it had been rough, but she'd survived his rejection. Every breath might feel like jagged glass in her lungs, but she rose every morning, went to Phoenix House, excelled at her job, helped others. She was strong, deserving, capable. And it had taken a long time to believe that about herself. But hey, better late than never. And no matter how things had turned out with Alex, he'd been instrumental in helping her to see that.
"You know I'm only here for you, right?" Mary grumbled as they located their table, which thankfully didn't sit near the front. It wasn't in the back either, but she could do this.
"Yes, I do, and for the 10th time. Thank you," Morgan said, tone saccharine sweet.
"You're welcome, although I still don't understand why you're here supporting them," she pointed out.
"Because, Mary," her mother said, sitting on the other side of Morgan, "she's being the bigger person, and I'm proud of you." She leaned over and pressed a kiss to Morgan's cheek. "I really am," she whispered. "Thanks, Mom." She smiled. Being a bigger person. Meh. Part of her wanted to show the people here that she had nothing to be ashamed of with that picture. It had been innocent, and damn if she would go around hiding or ducking her head in guilt. And the other part needed to be here to close this chapter in her life. She'd lived this drama for several months, and God, she was tired of it. Tired of hurting, of being embarrassed, of wallowing. After tonight, she was letting it go. Well, actually, she already had. The moment she'd fallen in love with Alex, she'd released the two of them. More guests entered the room, chatting and laughing. Eventually, Cynthia and Troy arrived, and dinner was served. Before long, an hour had passed, and the end of the evening loomed closer. Relief poured through her. Yes, she'd agreed to attend, and the sight of her stepsister and ex together didn't sting as much as she'd imagined. But hell, she wasn't a masochist.
"Excuse me. Damn."
The voice, followed by a jarring amount of feedback as if a microphone had been bumped, echoed through the room. Her heart stilled, stuttered, then galloped. She knew that low, gravel and silk voice. But it couldn't be. It was impossible.
"I apologize for interrupting your party, but there's someone here I need to see. Unfortunately, Morgan probably wouldn't let me darken her doorstep since I screwed up, so this is the only place I could talk to her. Morgan assures me you're a nice person, Cynthia, but what you and Troy did was still pretty shitty, so I figure you owe her."
"Alex." He stood in front of the elevated dais where Cynthia, Troy, and his parents sat, a cordless microphone in his hand. God, he was beautiful. His dark hair capped his head, and a 5 o'clock shadow dusted his strong jaw. His black suit complemented his tall, big body perfectly, and he cut an imposing but graceful figure. And Christ, how she'd missed him. Mary's head whipped from the front of the room to her, blue eyes wide, mouth split into a huge grin. "Oh, my God," she silently mouthed. On the other side of her, Catherine clutched Morgan's hand underneath the table. She also smiled, though not as huge as Mary's. Morgan didn't say anything or move to draw his attention, but it seemed she didn't need to. Unerringly, he scanned the room and zeroed in on her. She stopped breathing. then decided passing out would be seriously counterproductive, so she exhaled. But moving was beyond her ability at the moment. He wound a path through the tables, and in his wake heads turned following him, gawking. Distantly, she acknowledged she should be embarrassed about all this attention focused on her, but that would require thinking, and moving, it was also beyond her ability.
Morgan.
He stopped in front of her table and could only stare, drinking him in. She'd been starved for just a glimpse of him. Certainly that moment in his office would be her last.
Hello.
She says hi. Mary piped up helpfully when the words stuck in Morgan's throat. Damn her. He glanced at Mary, but almost immediately he returned that stormy gaze to Morgan.
I would say fancy meeting you here, but... oh, hell.
He muttered, dragging his fingers over his short, dark hair. A slight tinge flushed his sharp cheekbones, and it brought to mind just one other time she'd seen this particular expression on him. Mystified, she studied him. Alex was embarrassed, uncomfortable. Not that she blamed him. The fancy meeting you here joke? Awkward.
I hope you don't mind, but I called your mother earlier and she told me you would be here.
He murmured. Whoa. He'd sought her out. Why? Last time they'd talked, he said he didn't need her anymore. He'd basically thrown her aside. And that memory ushered in the hurt.
Morgan,
He shot a look at her mother, and then the other guests in the room, guests who weren't even pretending not to listen. The slashes of red staining his skin deepened. He cleared his throat.
I mean, I was an ass.
He broke off again. His full lips firmed into a straight line, a tiny muscle ticking along his jaw.
I'm sorry.
He's not very good at this, is he? Mary whispered in Morgan's ear. Not at all. Shut up, Mary, Morgan murmured. But Alex must have heard her sister. Mary never had learned the true art of a whisper, and he scrubbed his hands over his face, exhaling a deep breath.
No, she's right. I'm messing this up.
He loosed a hard chuckle.
On my way over here, I had everything I was going to say planned out. But hell, I've never had pretty words. Not when they counted.
He stuffed his hands in the front pockets of his slacks and turned as if about to stride out of the room, but suddenly whipped back around, his storm-heavy eyes dark, intense. That gaze, coupled with the grim set of his mouth and the taut lines of his face, lent him a fierce expression that sucked the breath from her lungs.
Listen, you once called me emotionally stunted, and you were right. But I was happy like that, satisfied, until you came along. I wasn't ready for you, and to be honest, I didn't want the change you kept bringing in my life, bringing to me. I didn't want to feel, and you insisted on not giving me a choice.
He frowned as if irritated that she'd been an emotional pest.
I was good at being alone in the dark. Cold. Damn it, I was okay. I was fine.
In the dark, cold. He's a freaking millionaire. He can't afford to pay his electric bills? Mary whispered in Morgan's ear. Would you shut up? Morgan hissed. Jesus, her sister really should never miss an opportunity to keep her mouth closed. But once more Alex must have heard Mary's comment because he pinched the bridge of his nose, briefly squeezing his eyes closed.
Shit. I know I'm not making sense.
Yes, you are. The words snagged in her throat. He was making perfect sense to her, and it terrified her. A shuddering breath whistled out of her, and she blinked back the hot sting of tears. He shouldn't say things like this to her. Not when her heart was so vulnerable and aching. Not when hope refused to die with some dignity. Instead, Hope lifted her head, blinking and batting her lashes. Alex, she whispered, shaking her head. She didn't know if she could do it again. Risk serving her heart to him again.
No, wait. Just let me.
With a low growl that vibrated with frustration, he shook his head.
I'm no Prince Charming. I'm a workaholic. I'm antisocial. I don't express my feelings easily, and I can be grouchy as hell. And you, Morgan, you're everything. Beautiful, intelligent, witty, kind. No way in hell do I deserve you. But...
He breathed in sharply, suddenly tensing his shoulders.
I love you,
he said on a soft, vulnerable exhalation.
I need you. And loving you, having you in my life, building a family with you, watching you grow with our child.
He laughed slightly when she reared back in surprise at that.
Yeah, I'm not even scared of that anymore. It's what I want most. Not to be CEO. You. That dream. With you.
He said softly.
I love you.
Stronger, surer this time.
I was too stubborn and scared to tell you that before, but now I'm fighting for you, and I don't believe it's too late. I can't believe it. And I'm asking you to let me win.
Oh, damn. She closed her eyes and surrendered. She loved him. From the moment they met, she hadn't stood a chance. And more importantly, she wanted to love him, be with him. He'd changed her, strengthened her, made her believe in herself again, even with his grouchy, workaholic, unsocial, emotionally stunted ways. And hell, he'd come to this engagement party and delivered the most awkward, painful apology and declaration of love she'd ever heard in a room full of strangers. If that wasn't love, she didn't know what was. For Alexander Bishop to strip himself emotionally naked in front of all those people, he must adore her, trust her, want her. Oh boy, she was going to do it. She was going to leap again and believe he would catch her. Depends. She paused. Will you let the Backstreet Boys sing at our reception? He blinked. Then a slow grin spread across his face before he frowned.
How about I take you on one of their cruises where they perform for our honeymoon?
She pursed her lips, tapping a fingertip against them, pretending to mull it over when inside, joy and hope leaped and danced like rainbow-shitting unicorns on LSD. All right. Deal. Then she launched from her chair and into his arms. He caught her, just like she knew he would, like she had no doubt he would continue to do for the rest of their lives together. And as his mouth covered hers in a tender, passionate kiss that solidified his promise and rocked her world, she knew as long as she had this wonderful, loving man by her side, she would never be alone again. Epilogue. 1 year later. Son of a bitch! Morgan muttered, propping herself higher against the mountain of pillows on the bed. It had been a while since she'd been able to lie on her back without feeling like Dumbo was plopped on her chest. But at the moment, it wasn't being uncomfortable that had her cursing and shifting to a sitting position. That honor belonged to the tight band of pain that squeezed her lower abdomen. Inhaling, then after a moment slowly releasing the breath, she pressed her palm to the bottom of her swollen belly. It's almost that time, sweetheart. I've been waiting a long time to finally see you, she murmured to her baby girl. As if she'd heard Morgan, her daughter shifted, the ripple of motion visible under Morgan's nightgown. Smiling, she whispered an assurance to her. Then she shoved the sleeping man next to her in the shoulder. Alex, wake up, it's time. Without turning over, her husband reached behind him and patted her stomach.
It's just another one of those Braxton Hicks contractions, he mumbled. Go back to sleep.
Okay, so they'd had a couple of false alarms where they'd ended up at the hospital only to end up returning home, the last incident being last night. Still, she glared at him, even as she couldn't help but admire the taut muscles along his bare, wide shoulders and back, and want to press a kiss to the spot right under his nape. Even when she wasn't ready to pop with their baby, he still stirred a delicious heat in her that was a heady mixture of love and lust. She snorted. That heady mixture is how she'd ended up in the state she was now. They'd been inseparable since the night he'd shown up at Cynthia and Troy's engagement party. He'd moved her into the house in Weston that evening and had ended up purchasing it for them. A month later, they'd married in a small, intimate ceremony with just their family and a few close friends. It had been the exact opposite of the wedding she'd had planned with Troy, and it had been perfect. Her life was perfect. A husband who never let a day go by without telling her how much he loved her and wanted her. A career she loved. A supportive, close family. The happily ever after she'd once believed hadn't been meant for her now belonged to her and the man who made every one of her dreams come true, including a family of her own. Speaking of... She pushed him again. It's not Braxton Hicks, she said. And unless I peed in the bed, my water just broke. So yeah, Pumpkin, it's time. As if he'd been zapped with a cattle prod, Alex leaped from the bed. Like a cartoon character, he dashed across the room and threw open the closet door, disappearing inside the large walk-in space before reemerging, dressed with her pre-packed hospital bag. Even as another contraction seized her, she couldn't help but loose a breathless snicker. He'd just returned from a business trip to New York on behalf of Bishop Enterprises, his last before the birth of their child and the month-long break he planned on taking. In spite of his confession and ultimatum to his father, Malcolm had eventually relented, naming Alex CEO of the family company. The business continued to thrive with him at the helm and Kim by his side. Since her divorce, she'd thrown herself into work and proved herself even more invaluable to the company. And though Morgan's heart ached for her sister-in-law's bruised one, she couldn't be prouder of them both.
Come on, baby.
He rounded the bed, his shirt hanging open, his hands outstretched.
I've already called Dr. Simmons. Let's go meet our little girl.
She slipped her hands into his, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Minutes later, she let him guide her from their bedroom and down the stairs. The contractions were still at least 10 minutes apart, but damn it, she would feel better once they were at the hospital. Did you call Kim? She questioned. Morgan had become as close with Alex's sister as she was with Mary. Malcolm still treated his daughter with a polite, cold distance, but Morgan proudly called Kim her sister. And as her pinch-hitter Lamaze partner coach when Alex couldn't be there, she would be in the delivery room with them.
Yes, and she's on her way.
He glanced over his shoulder, an eyebrow arched.
She didn't believe you were in labor either, by the way.
Skeptics, she grumbled. Moments later, he eased her into his car, just in time for another contraction to clench her belly. Oh, shit! She breathed, panting slightly as it eased after several moments. That one hurt a little more.
We'll be there in a few minutes, Morgan. And you, baby girl.
He murmured, bending and brushing his lips over her swollen stomach.
Go easy on your mommy, just a little bit longer.
Closing the door, he quickly rounded the front of the car and slid into the driver's seat. Clasping her hand, he leaned over and pressed his mouth to Morgan's, sending heat rolling through her in spite of her progressing labor.
Before you start screaming how much this is my fault and you want to chop my boys off, let me tell you, I love you.
Her heart did that flip-flop thing that was a phenomenon particular only to him. She cupped his cheek. I love you too, Hufflepuff, with all my heart. Now get me to the damn hospital. 9 hours later, Morgan cradled their daughter in her arms. A joy and love she hadn't known existed filled her chest, so much that spontaneous combustion didn't seem so far-fetched. God, she was beautiful. A tiny, feminine version of her father with his black hair, gray eyes, and long lashes. Though from the wail she'd let loose when she'd been born, Caitlin Alexis Bishop definitely took after her mother in certain aspects. Morgan smiled, rubbing a knuckle down her daughter's soft pink cheek.
She's gorgeous,
Alex whispered, awe thickening his voice as he caressed their baby's other cheek.
a miracle.
From his perch on the hospital bed next to them, he cradled both Morgan and their daughter in his arms, brushing his lips over Morgan's temple.
Just like her mother.
Tipping back her head, she blinked back the tears stinging her eyes. There was a time when I didn't believe I would have this. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for loving me, for giving me everything.
Baby,
he murmured, swiping his thumb over the tears she hadn't managed to keep from dropping.
I love you. Thank you for letting me. And more importantly,
he swept a kiss across her mouth, then bent his head to press another to the top of their baby's soft curls.
Thank you for blackmailing me into hiring you.
She laughed, and Caitlin sniffled in her arms, but didn't wake at the sudden burst of sound. Cuddling the little girl closer, she murmured an apology, but then grinned up at her husband, her love, her life. Cinderella, eat your damn heart out.
This recording of A Millionaire at Midnight was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC, narrated by Philip Alcess and Ava Lucas, and produced by TAC Digital Salon. Text copyright 2017 by Naima Simone. Sound recording copyright 2020, Dreamscape Media, LLC. This recording was produced in arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.